Hey everybody, welcome back to History Student Reacts. Today we'll be watching all parts of Extra History series on the rise of China. We'll get to cover the 20th century history of China and see how China went from its century of humiliation to the global superpower it is today. Got some really fascinating stuff coming. This is a long one, so grab a drink, grab a snack, sit down. Make sure to enjoy yourself. If you end up liking this one, I'd appreciate it if you'd subscribe, leave a like on the video, and check out my Patreon, which is linked down below. Now, with all of that out of the way, let's jump right into this reaction. All of creation will celebrate, all of mankind will be filled with happiness as long as the Qing rules. National Anthem of Qing, China. Well, that's gonna end sometime soon. At least in 1910. You haven't got much longer. The Middle Kingdom.
China, a cradle of world civilization. The land that invented printing, paper, and gunpowder. And under successive dynasties, the center of a vast empire that stretched from the Pacific Ocean to the Himalayas, and from the eastern steppe to the tropical South China Sea.
Yeah.
The Chinese call it Zhonggua, the central state or Middle Kingdom.
I mean, China is truly one of the great empires, civilizations of all time. You're talking about all-time states, civilizations. China might be the first one you talk about. It's got quite a history to it.
And for more than 2,000 years, its emperors claimed a divine mandate to rule over Tianxia.
Mandate of heaven.
All under heaven. Since 1644, this great empire has been ruled by the Qing dynasty. They are ethnic Manchu from the north, though most of their subjects are Han Chinese. By the 19th century, the empire spans 14.5 million square kilometers.
Damn.
And receives tribute from many smaller neighbors. Around 450 million people live within these borders, 1/3 of the world's population.
Incredible.
It is also estimated that China accounts for 1/3 of the world's wealth. The imperial capital, Peking, and major hubs such as Nanking and Canton are among the greatest cities in the world.
Yeah.
It is a multi-ethnic empire whose self-proclaimed aim is not economic or political expansion, but the maintenance of harmony.
I mean, it's truly an incredible, and if you judge the entire history of China, really unprecedented sort of center of culture, of wealth, of military power, of political domination. I mean, like I said, China is truly this incredible empire, this incredible civilization. Though it's taken, of course, many different forms throughout history.
A worldview that derives from Confucius, a sage of the 6th century BC. His teachings have governed society in both public and private realms for 2,000 years.
Yeah, you've got this very long-standing Confucian ideology, even as we head into the 19th and 20th centuries, and I think, as we'll see in this series, it's going to begin to cause some issues as we come to the end of the Qing dynasty.
Fundamental values, such as reverence for parents and ancestors, loyalty and benevolence, seek to create an orderly and harmonious society. It is also one that is rigidly conservative. Young men from well-to-do families spend years studying the Confucian classics in preparation for the Imperial civil service exam.
Yeah, I mean, China has this deeply, deeply hierarchical society, as many societies have been throughout history. Now, you have this civil service exam, and depending on the era, sort of theoretically, you could sort of work your way up, but this is really set up so the elite, the children of the elite, can take advantage of this system, and they mostly make up this class of civil servants. So it is a pretty rigidly hierarchical, traditional, conservative society.
This is the only route to the higher levels of the Qing administration. But governed by scholarly bureaucrats and an emperor who is both revered and feared, China is failing to keep up with a rapidly changing world. For the time being, foreign merchants are restricted to the southern port of Canton. Such splendid isolation will prove impossible to sustain.
Yeah, I mean, we're now into the mid-1800s, and China, the Chinese government, the Qing dynasty, still feels itself this great singular power of the world. However, in the West, a lot of these European countries have been developing, industrializing, particularly the United Kingdom, who's going to be a very important part of this story, and becoming more and more powerful militarily. And this is going to begin to bump up against China, right? You know, China's pretty far away from, say, Britain, but as the British Empire expands throughout the world, conflict will erupt. We have only one thing to learn from the barbarians, and that is strong ships and effective guns. Yeah, true. And by the way, that is the sort of perspective that these members of this Qing court have. They feel like they are the one sort of civilized society of the world, the civilized empire. And this is how many great empires have thought of themselves, you know, the Persians, the Romans, etc., etc., and that everyone else is essentially some type of barbarian. However, by 1861 in particular, it's becoming clear that those barbarians, they're getting pretty strong. And a century of humiliation.
1839 marks the beginning of China's Century of Humiliation. For years, British merchants had been smuggling opium from India into China, a vastly lucrative trade. The consequences for China are an addiction epidemic.
Yeah, Britain has got this incredible drug smuggling operation going. It's kind of crazy to think that the conflict we're about to see erupt. Now, really at the root of it is a clash between growing British power, both militarily, economically, politically, and Chinese power. That's really, that's sort of what's at the center, but the conflict explicitly erupts over the sort of British right to operate this drug smuggling operation. What a strange situation.
But when Qing officials seize and destroy large quantities of the drug in Canton, the British react with force.
They're furious.
Using superior naval technology, the British quickly overpower the antiquated Chinese fleet. The Chinese are forced to sign the Treaty of Nanking, the first of what will later be called the Unequal Treaties.
Yeah, and this is sort of a real shock to the system. Now, I'm not saying that no one in China realized what was happening. That's not true. But for this pretty long-standing Qing dynasty that had become pretty complacent maintaining their own position, like I said, this was a real shock to the system. In fact, they're still kind of in denial at this point. They feel like, what is going on? We're being bested by these European powers, this, you know, tiny little island across the world. This makes no sense. And this is sort of how we enter into China's century of humiliation, as they pointed out. You know, China, this country that had been such an impressive empire at many different points throughout history, is now really quickly on the way down. Now, and this does sort of depend on your perspective, I think it's becoming increasingly clear in the modern year that China's century of humiliation was sort of an aberration, a blip in China's larger history of being this dominant power. And I think these days China is returning to being that dominant power. Once again, that sort of depends on your perspective, but you have this moment where China is really not going to be the dominant power for a while.
The treaty grants special rights to the British, opening 5 ports to British merchants and ceding the territory of Hong Kong.
Yeah, keep an eye on Hong Kong. That's an important one.
A second Opium War soon extends similar advantages to France and the USA.
Yeah, these other powers, and sometimes I'll say European powers, I'll also be including the United States in that. Just if I sort of say that broadly, the European powers and the US, they say, hey, we want in on this. We don't want Britain taking all the trade. Get us in there. And what you begin to see is as the 19th century continues, Britain's sort of the first one in there. These other sort of Western powers get in and they start to slowly dismantle China as a state, assert themselves more and more, take more political and economic power away from the Qing dynasty.
The Russian Empire further exploits Chinese weakness to seize territory in the northeast. While a horrifying...
So now it's not just, economic rights being seized. Literal Chinese territory is being taken away.
...to seize territory in the northeast. While a horrifying civil war, the Taiping Rebellion, devastates South and Central China for 14 years. The death toll is estimated at 40 million, making it one of the bloodiest conflicts in history.
Yeah, we're always dealing with a lot of people when we're talking about China. And so the death tolls we're going to see in this series are going to be pretty incredible to look at. And I will say, we're going through a lot of history pretty quickly here. I think just to do the sort of build up to the early 20th century, which is where we're getting to, the point I'm making is just there's a lot that could be said about each one of these events, right? There's a lot of fascinating history here.
While China suffers, her enemies grow stronger. In 1895, a newly modernized Japan, long seen as inferior to China, easily defeats the Qing Navy and wins territorial concessions of its own.
Yeah, and this is going to be a relationship to keep an eye on, right? The relationship between Japan and China, right? So both China and Japan have sort of been forcefully exposed to the rest of the world, exposed to these European Western powers, China by Britain, Japan mainly by the United States, though all these other Western powers get in on the action pretty quickly. However, Japan, through the Meiji Restoration, is essentially able to model its own development on the development of these countries that are trying to conquer it, right? The industrialization, the militarization, the modernization. Japan sort of goes that route. And so by the 1890s, Japan is, pretty well modernized and militarized and becoming quite industrial. China has not really gone down that route. Once again, there's a lot to talk about. There are some attempts, but it doesn't work for China. And also, the Qing dynasty, like I said, I think is a lot more complacent in this case. And so, this rivalry really begins to kick up. Now, there have been issues between China and Japan throughout their histories. We can't get into all that today, but Japan had always been the sort of lesser power of the two. Well, at this point, Japan is really on top, right? They're having these conflicts with China, and they're finding a lot of success. And this relationship between China and Japan is going to be extremely important to the next couple of decades of East Asian history, really sort of crucial to that history.
Westerners mock China as the sick man of Asia.
Yep. The Ottoman Empire was called the sick man of Europe, right? This power that was in terminal decline, and its neighbors started eating it up. Well, China is compared to them. They're seen as the sick man of Asia. This, like the Ottomans, this once vast, powerful empire that is now crumbling as everyone tries to take a chunk, right? That's how it's viewed.
A giant fallen prey to the imperialism of foreign powers, better adapted to life in the modern world. But by the turn of the 20th century, there is a growing sense of outrage among the Chinese people.
Yeah.
And a determination to fight back.
reform and be strengthened, guard the old, and die. Yeah, so you're probably not surprised to find out, especially by the 1890s, there were a lot of people in China who were upset with what was happening. Now, of course, they were angry at these Western powers, plus Japan. They're sometimes considered one of those Western powers, which doesn't geographically make sense. But, of course, they're angry at these powers, but maybe even more than that. They're angry at their own government. They're angry at the Qing dynasty for not embracing these reforms, or not successfully embracing these reforms in the way Japan does. Now, first we see an attempt at reform. Say this is from a Qing dynasty reformer, and actually, in these years, 1890s, early 1900s, we actually see a lot of Chinese reformers and liberals who look to Japan for inspiration. Now, the relationship between China and Japan will get increasingly heated, and in a couple of decades, no Chinese will really look to Japan for an example of anything. Things are not going to go well. But at this moment, a lot of people are looking at Japan's Meiji Restoration, and they're saying we should do that in China. Japan has provided the example of how to get out of this, right? Japan has managed to avoid being conquered and dominated by these European powers. We can do the same. Last of the Qing, 1900 to 1911.
In 1899, a movement emerges in northern China, calling itself the Society of Righteous and Harmonious Fists. Its members become better known as the Boxers.
Right.
They are outraged by the weakness of the Qing dynasty, the spread of Christianity, and China's repeated humiliations. Their goal? To expel all foreigners from China and end the shameful concessions made to them. The Boxers begin by attacking Western-funded railways, Christian missionaries,
And the railways were a big thing in China, other places as well throughout the world. It sort of goes hand in hand with imperialism, where these European countries will arrive, especially in northern China. It was Russia, since they have that land border, and they say, hey, we want to build a railroad through your country, and you know what? We'll even pay for some or all of it. Isn't that a great deal for you? Well, not really, because they build the railroad, they control it, sometimes they literally have their own troops guarding it, right? So these railroads were sort of the forefront of this effort to conquer Chinese territory, and were rightfully seen as sort of a branch of European imperialism.
and Chinese converts. In June 1900, thousands of Boxers enter Peking and lay siege to the area in the city where foreigners live. They adopt the slogan, "Uphold the Qing, destroy foreigners." For the ruling Empress Dowager Cixi, the Boxers are a problem, but also an opportunity. Cixi decides to throw the weight of the Qing state behind the Boxers and declares war on the foreign powers. It is a terrible miscalculation.
Yeah.
In response, a 20,000-strong Allied expeditionary force, combining troops from 8 different nations, descends on Peking.
Yeah, this is one of the few moments in this era that you'll find such unification from these different powers. Remember, this is 1900. Pretty shortly, all of these countries are going to be at each other's throats, killing each other. In this moment, they're so angry at this uprising, the Boxer Rebellion, which, as was pointed out, is specifically targeting these Westerners, and they're so angry at the actions of the Qing dynasty that they all get together in their joint imperialism club. They come together, including Japan, of course, and they say, this ain't gonna happen, and, you know, they act.
Amidst numerous atrocities, the Boxers are crushed, and the city is looted by the Allied armies.
An extremely brutal moment, and as you can imagine, a pretty radicalizing moment for a lot of people.
The Qing court is forced to sign the Boxer Protocol. Under its terms, China must pay crippling indemnities over 4 decades, almost twice the government's annual revenue.
Damn.
This is China's greatest humiliation yet.
I mean, yeah, it's become clear to everybody that China is essentially slowly being conquered by these outside powers. It's a victim of imperialism. Now, it hasn't quite crumbled in the way some other countries have, right? China does have this long history. It was this big, powerful empire. You can look around the world, throughout Asia, Africa, right, the global south, and you'll see the Middle East, etc., around the world, as I said. You'll find examples of, European countries, marching in, taking over directly, and militarily occupying, right? China isn't quite at that level, but everyone can see that's where it's heading, right? People are starting to think, it's not going to be long before there's no Chinese government anymore. We're going to entirely lose our autonomy, and a lot of it's already gone, right? China is already very much controlled by these outside powers. The Qing dynasty does not have a lot of autonomy, but it's getting worse and worse every year.
Under huge pressure to modernize the state, Cixi and the Qing court finally undertake sweeping reforms. The archaic civil service exam is abolished, to be replaced by modern schools with a Western curriculum.
And I pointed this out earlier, that though the Qing dynasty was particularly complacent, and it takes them a long time to even attempt reforms, usually when you see situations like this, some reforms are attempted, right? So they're attempted in China. The Ottoman Empire, no state really just lets itself fall into terminal decline. There's always some attempt. The Ottoman Empire, there are several moments when it tries to reform itself, largely unsuccessfully. France, prior to the French Revolution, Louis XVI, there are a couple of times when he or his ministers try to reform the French state. It's just it doesn't work, right? Either there's not enough political will, people aren't committed to it, maybe they don't really care about it. So these are examples of reforms that in the end don't solve the problem, but sometimes you see people talking about these types of situations and they say, nothing was even tried. Usually there's something tried, but it doesn't work for one reason or another, and maybe it wasn't tried very much.
The first steps are taken to create a constitution, which will impose limits on the power of the emperor. The military is reorganized along Western lines.
And this is all very much similar and in part modeled on what Japan does with the Meiji Restoration.
With improved officer training, equipment, and weaponry. Its most powerful contingent is the Beiyang Army, based in northern China, under General Yuan Shikai. But many believe the Qing reforms do not go far enough, and that only wholesale revolution can save China. One such would-be revolutionary, Sun Yat-sen.
There he is. Now, we're certainly going to talk a lot about Sun Yat-sen in this episode, but he is the monumental figure of this era of Chinese history. Your 1900s, 1910s, 1920s, he is, if you have one, the main character, right? So this is an extremely important figure.
From a humble Cantonese family, Sun was educated outside China, in Hawaii. He is very different from China's old Confucian elite. A Christian convert, Sun speaks fluent English, but struggles with classical Chinese. Following his involvement in several failed uprisings against the Qing, he lives in exile in Europe. In 1905, Sun travels to Japan. In Tokyo, he founds the Tonmanghui.
Sun Yat-sen, he is very westernized, you could say. He's taking a lot of influence from many of these Western ideas, right? Educated in Hawaii, the United States. He does a lot of traveling around Europe in particular, in Japan as well, right? There's a couple attempts at revolution. They don't necessarily work at this point, At this time, what Sun Yat-sen is sort of best known for, and what he's mostly doing, is he's traveling around throughout the Western world, America, Europe, can include Japan in that, and he's trying to solicit support for, basically a new Chinese state, right? China adopting these modern Western values, you could call them that, trying to move past the, complacent Qing dynasty, right? He's trying to basically have a revolution to create a liberal Chinese republic, right? That's his big idea. He's trying to build that movement both within China, but for a lot of this time, sort of outside of China as he's traveling around. And for a while, his base of operations is in Japan, which makes sense both because it's close to China, but also because, like I said, especially for these liberal types, Japan was this great source of inspiration, right? They wanted to follow in Japan's footsteps, and the Japanese government, and don't tell anybody, actually funds a lot of these more liberal types, these sort of Chinese dissidents. The Japanese government not only puts up with them, but sometimes supports them. Now, once again, the relationship between China and Japan will grow increasingly hostile as we move through this period, but at this point, for many Chinese dissenters and liberals, Japan is sort of the place to look at, right? It's the example to follow.
A revolutionary alliance whose goal is to overthrow Manchu rule and replace the Qing monarchy with a democratic republic.
Right, exactly.
He advocates the three principles of nationalism, democracy, and the people's livelihood.
Right. This is very core Sun Yat-sen's ideology. These are a big topic, right? These have been sort of read into, debated. A lot has been written on these three principles. And, I'm not going to really leap into that debate. What I can tell you is that this is what Sun Yat-sen's ideology is centered around. And there's sort of an interesting thing with Sun Yat-sen, where, like I said, he is the monumental figure of this era of Chinese history, and almost singularly, he's someone who both the Chinese nationalists and the Chinese communists later on will hold as a hero. So he's a hero to both of these factions who will end up hating and fighting each other, right? So he's sort of an interesting guy. There's some examples of these types of people throughout history. Sun Yat-sen is still a hero in China today, in communist China, while he's also a hero to these nationalist, sort of anti-communist types. Now, what happens is that people tend to read what they want into his ideology, right? So as you can imagine, sort of Chiang Kai-shek nationalist types, they'll often focus on the nationalism, right? That's their big thing. You got the nationalism, the democracy, the people's livelihood, which you could also call sort of social welfare. As you could probably also imagine, the communists tend to read into this last point, right? They read into this, they see it as sort of this idea of socialism or social welfare. And Sun Yat-sen was very much influenced by Georgism and Henry George, who was this American socialist, social democratic type theorist. His big idea was sort of a singular land tax, which he thought could help sort of lessen inequality. I mean, there's a lot to go into here. But basically, these are Sun Yat-sen's three principles, the center of his ideology. These will be very important for just about everyone in China, regardless of your political affiliation. I guess unless you're a hardcore Qing loyalist, people will take a lot of different things from these three ideas.
To his supporters, Sun Yat-sen represents hope in a new future. And that future seems to be drawing closer. In 1908, after a turbulent 47-year reign, Empress Dowager Cixi dies at the age of 72. The imperial throne of China falls to a 2-year-old infant.
And she was another one of these really monumental, powerful figures of the era. Now, I think there's a lot of critiques you could aim at her, but she was certainly an influential figure from this time period.
Pu Yi. At a time of crisis and mounting opposition, the Qing dynasty has never been weaker.
Yeah, classic. Isn't this just a classic moment in these monarchical systems, right? You have some sort of crisis going on, and then, someone passes away, And you're either left with a succession crisis, or many times the throne is left to a little child. And that, we have many examples of that leading to uprising or revolution. It's sort of the perfect opportunity. It will be my object to help my 400 million countrymen and to endeavor to make the blessings of the Republic a reality. Sun Yat-sen, 1912. The 1911 Revolution. Here we go.
The 9th of October, 1911. Hankou, Hubei Province. Members of a secret revolutionary society with links to the Tongman Hui are making bombs when there's an explosion. Their cover blown. The authorities arrest and later execute several of the group's leaders, but it only pours fuel on the fire. An uprising breaks out in the neighboring city of Wuchang. Crucially, soldiers of Hubei province's new army are persuaded to mutiny and join the revolt. After 24 hours of fierce fighting, claiming hundreds of lives, Wuchang falls to the revolutionaries. On the 12th of October, a new military government claims authority in the province. It publicly denounces the crimes of the Qing dynasty and calls on other provinces to join it in overthrowing the monarchy.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of discontent and frustration with the Qing dynasty, as we've sort of been talking about throughout this video, so you're gonna find a lot of support throughout China for an uprising.
Revolution spreads like wildfire, mostly in cities and towns where there is deep-seated resentment against Qing rule.
Yeah.
Within 6 weeks, 16 of China's 26 provinces have seceded. In many areas, such as Shanxi, the ruling Manchu are targeted and massacred.
I mean, you've got a violent revolution happening. I always find the ideology of these things interesting. At this point in 1911, a lot of these sort of Western-style ideas, modernization, nationalism, liberalism, these are some of the big ones, have sort of been ingested by at least some members of the population, especially these more educated urban types, right? Oftentimes those types are key to these types of revolutions. And so, they're rising up against a government that they see as basically not modern, ineffective, right? Complacent, these sorts of things. And though there are different visions even at this point, there's not an incredible amount of ideological consistency, but largely people are sort of seeking a sort of competent, modern, probably Republican style of government. That's largely the type of idea, though once again, there are lots of variations. Now, as this time period goes on, we're going to see a lot more discontent, a lot more uprisings, violence, wars, and we'll see a lot of different ideologies spring up and be embraced by different groups. It's incredibly complicated but fascinating time period.
Panic grips the Qing court in Peking. General Yuan Shikai of the Beiyang army is summoned to crush the revolutionaries. China is soon in a state of open civil war between Yuan's forces in the north and the rebels in the south. In the chaos of war and revolution, both Tibet and Outer Mongolia declare their independence from China. On the 1st of January 1912, in Nanking, the rebels proclaim the establishment of the Republic of China. Sun Yat-sen, who has just returned to China from the USA, is sworn in as its provisional president.
Yeah, Sun Yat-sen seems like sort of the number one guy to turn to. However, and we'll see this more as the revolution continues, in many ways, this is not an incredibly centralized movement. At times, it'll be more centralized than others, and at one point, it's going to completely sort of break down. China is a really big country. You know what I mean? We're talking about hundreds of millions of people. And so there's just a lot of different interests, a lot of different ideologies. Like I said, it's really hard to have a centralized movement here. So that is sort of going to be an issue that any type of national leaders have to handle, have to wrangle.
After years of exile, fundraising and plotting, Sun has finally secured political power.
Here's his moment.
His government immediately begins work on a new democratic constitution and passes far-reaching reforms. Archaic practices are abolished, such as growing queues, the long hair that symbolizes submission to the Manchu.
Yeah, and so this is sort of part of that modernizing liberal type ideology. We sort of see in the 1890s, some of this discontent kicks off. There's still this idea early on that we want to fight for the Qing dynasty and fight for our traditions against these Western imperialists. But as we get into the 1900s, at this point, a lot of that has faded. And, people like Sun Yat-sen, and there are a lot of people like that in this moment, are saying, we've overthrown the Qing dynasty. The Qing dynasty is obsolete. What we need to do is modernize. Like Japan, we need to take these liberal values, and we need to, in many ways, turn our back on a lot of these traditional Confucian ideals or practices or whatever, which have held us back, right? They were the problem, not the solution. We don't need to play into them. We need to modernize. We need to move forward, right? That's sort of the idea of a lot of these sort of liberal Western types.
As well as foot binding and kowtowing. In the new multi-ethnic Chinese Republic, all will be equal. Its flag will have 5 colors for 5 races under one union: Han, Manchu, Mongol, Muslim, and Tibetan. But for now, the Republic only occupies the southern half of China, and the success of the revolution remains far from certain.
Oh yeah.
So, to unite China and secure the future of the Republic, Sun Yat-sen makes a shock offer to General Yuan Shikai. If he can persuade the Qing imperial family to abdicate, he can be president. Yuan accepts and informs the imperial family that only by giving up the throne can their lives and comfort be guaranteed. On the 12th of February 1912, 6-year-old Emperor Puyi abdicates. Though for now, he and his court continue to live in Peking's palace complex.
So this is a decision by Sun Yat-sen. This is one of those pretty monumental choices where you could imagine history turning a different direction, right? I think there's a lot of questions about, was this the right call? Should he have done something different? How could history have been different? What other timelines could we have had? I don't know. But this is what happens, right? Sun Yat-sen makes this choice. Sun Yat-sen always saw himself as quite the unifier. That is the role he will try to play, and largely will play. And so he's sort of operating in that capacity here, right? He wants to unify the country. He doesn't want this situation where China is split.
The Forbidden City. More than 2,000 years of imperial rule in China are at an end. In its place, the only major republic in Asia. 3 days later, General Yuan Shikai becomes provisional president of the Republic of China. But almost immediately, the revolutionaries fall out with the new president.
Shocking.
His personal ambition is all too clear.
I mean, are we really surprised? Come on now.
Now in opposition, Sun Yat-sen and his allies established the Kuomintang, or KMT, an evolution of the Tongmanhui. Elections are held at the end of the year, the first nationwide democratic elections ever held in China, though only around 5% of the population are allowed to vote.
Wow.
the Kuomintang win convincingly, taking nearly half the seats in the new National Assembly. Kuomintang leader Song Jiaorun, a close ally of Sun Yat-sen, is all but guaranteed to become the next Prime Minister. On the 20th of March 1913, as he is boarding a train in Shanghai, he is shot twice at close range.
Yeah, I think if you haven't gotten it already, what we're going to learn here is that this is not really an era of peaceful political change or an era of electoral government, really. This is an era of violence, civil war, conflict. That's what we're going to find with this part of Chinese history, is that in order to get what you want, people are going to use violence, right? That really characterizes this period a lot more than peaceful civilian politics.
No conclusive evidence is ever found, but it's widely believed the assassination was carried out on President Yuan's orders. China's first democratic elections will prove to be its last.
Yeah, not a great start.
The next year, rivalry between the Kuomintang and President Yuan's government.
And really broadly, this was really sort of a tough era for democracy as we head through the 1910s, the 20s, the 30s. You can think about a situation that's going to start in a couple of years. The uprising in Russia, the revolution, the Soviet government, and how, the government under Lenin, they hold one election, it doesn't go the way they want, they shut it down, democracy's over. That's not the way we're doing things, Like I said, not a great time for sort of democracy around the world. I mean, it goes back and forth. Always there are exceptions, but it's sort of a broad point, I guess.
Government explodes once more into armed conflict. But Yuan's Beiyang army is too strong. The Kuomintang and its supporters are defeated. The party is outlawed, and Sun Yat-sen returns to exile
back in Japan. And, right, where does he go? Back to Japan. So still serving as a base for these dissidents like Sun Yat-sen, but now they're not dissidents of the Qing dynasty, they're dissidents of this new government, of this essentially civil war that they have, pretty quickly lost, and they've been pushed out.
Sun Yat-sen returns to exile
but they're not
in
done.
Japan.
They're obviously not done.
Yuan Shikai has successfully grabbed power for himself. China is now, in effect, a military dictatorship. But the president is unable to solve any of the problems he's inherited from the Qing Empire.
Yeah.
He dies of natural causes just 3 years later. And China slides back into chaos.
Yeah, you're probably not shocked to learn that when he goes, China is not super set up for a stable and secure future or transition of power. They very much look forward to the destruction of the old universe, because from its demise will come a new one. And will it not be better than the old? From Mao in 1917. I think he might be pretty important. What do you think? New culture movement. Yeah.
The 1911 revolution failed to establish a stable republic in China, but it does open the way for an avalanche of radical new ideas. Across China, young intellectuals are increasingly convinced that only a total break with China's past can secure its future.
And I've sort of been talking about this already, right? These new ideas coming in. A lot of these young radicals, intellectuals, think that the way to go is to abandon China's past, its tradition, and go in a different direction. And, of course, there's always a spectrum of these ideas. You have more and less radical versions of this, but it is a pretty common strain of thought at this time.
Their ideas crystallize in the new culture movement. Chen Du Xiu is one of its most prominent leaders. From a wealthy family, Chun had been immersed in classical Chinese teaching from a young age, but later turned his back on Confucian thought. In 1915, he founded the magazine New Youth, which became home to the most important radical writers in China. As a young professor at Peking University, Chun gathered like-minded intellectuals around him, such as Hu Shi, who calls for traditional Chinese characters to be replaced by Baihua, which better represents spoken Chinese. Among their students, a young man from rural Hunan province named Mao Zedong.
Right, and these ideas, they're not going to fade away. This idea that in order to embrace the future, we must not only abandon but destroy the past. That's something that will be a big part of Mao's communist movement, especially at some points that we're far from that yet, so I won't get too much into it. But just to make the point, this is an idea that will survive, right, past its sort of liberal origins, though I will say, as we get into the mid-late 1910s, 1920s, we begin to see a lot of sort of diversification of ideology, right? Initially, a lot of it is this sort of Sun Yat-sen brand of sort of Western liberalism, but we start to get a lot of ideologies coming in. You know, liberalism, some pretty hardcore nationalism, socialism, communism, all these things start to really germinate and develop as we go, you know, through World War I, the aftermath, the interwar period, right? A lot of the stuff really starts to kick up around China.
Chun Du-xiu and the New Culture movement argue for a complete rejection of Confucianism. In its place, they want democracy, science, Chinese nationalism, and radical social change, including female emancipation and greater gender equality. They will soon have their chance to take these ideas to the nation. In 1919, World War I's victorious powers are meeting in Paris to agree the post-war settlement. During the war, China had sided with the Allies and sent 140,000 men to serve as laborers on the Western Front.
Yeah, China's a big part of the war effort. I think it's something that, maybe not in China, but I think in a lot of these Western countries often gets forgotten today, is China's role in all of this.
In recognition of this contribution, the Chinese expected to regain control of Germany's territory in Shandong.
Yeah.
But now, news arrives that this colony has instead been awarded to Japan. The response in China is outrage. On the 4th of May, 3,000 angry students take to the streets of Peking. They gather at Tiananmen, the entrance gate to the Forbidden City.
Yeah, so people are understandably furious. They see this as a betrayal. They're sort of angry. There's this specific point, but more generally, they're angry that they feel like they have really been left out of these Treaty of Versailles negotiations. They're angry that sort of increased Japanese aggression is not really being tackled by these Western powers. They feel like they're really being left out in the dust. There's not much that's being left for them, right? And so they're angry, they're betrayed. There's also this sort of ideological undercurrent that we haven't really covered here. Where, as I said, and as we've been talking about, really, of course, we talked about the New Culture movement, but really, for the past couple of years, decade or two-ish, there has been this influx of sort of Western ideas that have been embraced by a lot of people, and that's been a massive ideological shift. We talk about sort of the turn against Confucianism towards an idea of sort of liberal Western modernity. However, there's sort of another ideological shift here, where as World War I happens, and as it comes to a close, and this was not exclusive to China, a lot of these people are thinking, you know what, maybe these Western ideas aren't so great. We've seen how a lot of these Western liberal democracies, who claim to be so enlightened and brilliant, all just tried killing each other, and they killed millions and millions of people. This is not really a great moment for Europe. And this is something that's recognized around the world. There's a reason that you see an upswing of anti-imperial action following World War One, and that's exactly what this is, basically. Um, Not exactly what this is, but there's a sort of strong anti-imperialist sentiment here, opposed to Japan in particular. But you see this in other places in Asia. You see this in Africa. And you can see this in writings of intellectuals at the time, throughout the global South, where they say, we were sort of looking to Europe for these ideas and this ideology, but we see where the ideology got them. Maybe we need a complete break. And that's sort of what we're seeing here. And this causes radicalization for a lot of people. And they start going in different directions, which is part of that sort of ideological decentralization that I talked about, where people are picking up these different ideologies. They're thinking, we need something new, we need something different. We can't necessarily rely on these old European liberal ideas. They're not really going to get us anywhere. And you see this May 4th movement begin. This really important part of the history here.
Inspired by the New Culture movement, their placards in Chinese, English and French call for Mr. Democracy and Mr. Science. Protests spread across the country, uniting students and workers against the government and the Western powers, who are seen to have betrayed China yet again.
Yep.
The protests achieve little in the short term, but will come to be seen as a watershed in China's march towards a modern, nationalist future. Many protesters are now disillusioned with Western liberal democracies.
Yep.
Some turn to Marxism, inspired by the success of the 1917 revolution in Russia.
Exactly. So that's exactly what I was just saying. They find themselves disillusioned, disaffected. People are looking for a different model. Now, throughout the 1920s, 30s, there's different ways to turn. Some people will go to fascism, in fact. But at this moment, there's sort of one pretty obvious alternative that's just emerged, which is Soviet-style communism. And so some people who are disaffected with these Western liberal powers, they say, well, what about this Soviet communism? And of course, that's going to be a very extremely important ideological strain in China,
which seems to offer a model for total national transformation. Among these converts, the 25-year-old Mao Zedong. He writes, "I venture to make a singular assertion. One day, the reform of the Chinese people will be more profound than that of any other people. And the society of the Chinese people will be more radiant than any other people. Our golden age, our age of glory and splendor, lies before us."
A big proclamation.
In July 1921, the founding Congress of the Chinese Communist Party takes place in the French concession in Shanghai. There are just 13 members present who meet in secret. Disrupted by French police, the group moves to a pleasure boat on South Lake. Mao Zedong is a founding member.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot you can say about Mao, but he is a real OG, you know what I mean? He really fights the struggle from the beginning.
The first General Secretary is Chen Duxiu. Despite their tiny numbers, they are determined to seize control of China's revolution.
Progress of our revolution should be divided into stages. The first stage is a period of destruction during which military rule is installed. From Sun Yat-sen in 1923. The warlord era, 1916 to 25.
Following the death of the dictator Yuan Shikai, China had slid back into civil war. Generals compete to control the government in Peking, while the country is torn apart by rival warlords with their own private armies. Some are little more than organized criminals in uniform.
Yeah, I mean, this is a deeply dynamic era of Chinese history. We've been talking about all these types of ideologies, these national level ideas. You know, we want a liberal democracy, we want communism, we're directed towards nationalism. Well, the reality is, in this moment, China is broken down essentially into these different fiefdoms ruled over by warlords. Now, some of these warlords are more ideological than others, but at the root of it all is military power, right? As I said previously, this is not an era of peaceful civilian government. This is an era of violence and war. And really, if you want to achieve your goals, you're going to have to do it through those means.
The most prominent groups are the Zhili clique, the Anhui clique, and the Fengtian clique, each named after their provincial power base. By 1921, Sun Yat-sen's Kuomintang has established a military government of its own in Canton. Both the Kuomintang and communists realize they can only obtain power if they first defeat the warlords. Both believe they can use the other to reach their goal.
This is a really fascinating history here because, you know, and sort of a long history, right? Because in the end, as we know, they're going to end up duking it out until the communists win, the KMT is pushed out. But they've got a real complex history of at various times working together, working separately, working against each other, or directly fighting each other, though there is always going to be tension there. Absolutely always. But it's really up and down with these two different factions.
In 1923, with the Soviet Union's backing, the Chinese Communist Party allies itself with the Kuomintang in a pact known as the First...
With Sun Yat-sen as this really unifying figure, right? That's the role he wants to play. That's what he's doing here. And like I said, even today, Sun Yat-sen is, you know, remembered fondly by both, or I should say, really since Sun Yat-sen's life. He was remembered fondly, was seen as important by both the communists and the nationalists.
Allies itself with the Kuomintang in a pact known as the First United Front. Chinese communists are urged to join the Kuomintang, which is itself transformed with the help of Soviet advisors, funds, and arms. Soviet advisors also helped to set up a military academy on Huangpu Island.
Yeah, you'll see that, you know, of course the Soviets have a lot of involvement with China here, with many different struggles throughout the world. Soviet involvement could be more or less ideological. Of course, they have ideological goals, but oftentimes they were quite practical, as in the Soviets, you know, they would not always exclusively support communists. Sometimes they would urge a sort of unified front like this. Sometimes they would support non-communist forces. And in fact, this type of foreign policy would later cause issues with some of the Soviet Union's regional allies, China for one. But yeah, that's sort of looking a little too far ahead. Basically, the Soviet Union here, they're playing the role of saying, yeah, all right, you go and work with the nationalists, all right, y'all got to team up in order to sort of take over China, to fight back against these warlords.
It will be run by Sun's chief military advisor, a rising star named Chiang Kai-shek.
There he is.
His aim is to mold the Kuomintang army into a disciplined and effective fighting force. But just months later, while visiting the north to negotiate with the warlords, Sun Yat-sen falls ill. On the 12th of March 1925, he dies from cancer in Peking, aged 58. His last words: peace, struggle, save China.
Well,
Sun's death leaves the Kuomintang in disarray.
yeah, unsurprisingly, this is a massive blow to the movement. I think I've properly emphasized how much of an important figure he was during this era. So, you know, him dying, you know, like I said, it's a big shakeup.
and China at a crossroads. The only certainty seems to be further civil war. For Sun's loyal lieutenant, however, the road ahead is clear. On hearing news of Sun Yat-sen's death, Chiang Kai-shek tells his wife, "If I control the army, I will have the power to control the country. It is my road to leadership." In Peking, the Forbidden City lies empty. The last emperor, WWII, had been evicted by a local warlord and left to seek Japanese protection. Whoever is to lead China now will face enormous challenges. Fragile alliances, a fragmented country, and powerful neighbors that seek to plunge China back into an age of humiliation.
Yep. The world under heaven, long divided, must unite. Long united, must divide. Thus, it has ever been. Oh my. What a quote. Chiang's rise to power.
1925. 13 years after the abdication of China's last emperor, the country remains in turmoil. It is being torn apart by warring factions, with around 1.5 million men under arms. In the capital, Peking, millions mourn the death of revolutionary leader Sun Yat-sen, who had seemed to many to offer a brighter future.
Yeah, I mean, Sun Yat-sen was really the main leader of that late Qing era into the aftermath of the Qing dynasty, right? He seemed to present a different option, a republican China, right? China as a nation state, a democracy. Well, things didn't really work out for Sun Yat-sen, but he kept trying, right? And he was making an effort even in his later years, but in the end, he never really achieved that vision of a united China, apart from maybe a really brief period of time that was very tenuous. And now, everyone has to work out, what do we do in the aftermath of Sun Yat-sen? Do we continue towards his vision of a more unified China? Do we try to keep his idea of a unified movement going, which has nationalists and communists and all these different groups? Or do we go in a different direction? That's the question.
But his plan to defeat the warlords and unite the country under Kuomintang rule lives on in his successor, a 37-year-old party official, Chiang Kai-shek, better known in the West as Chiang Kai-shek.
And I think we'll see Chiang Kai-shek certainly embraces some of Sun Yat-sen's ideas and methods, but for others, he takes a pretty different approach.
As commander of the Kuomintang's Wampu Military Academy, Chiang has earned a reputation as a charismatic, effective and ambitious leader. He attended military school in Japan, where he first met Sun Yat-sen, and joined the revolutionary cause in 1908.
And I think I mentioned, by the way, last time that those military academies were pretty important. We see some pretty influential communist and nationalist leaders there, that they play a big role in building the movement that Sun Yat-sen wanted to build, but also they play a big role in the real movements we'll see going forward, both of the communists and of the nationalists under Chiang Kai-shek.
At the time of Sun's death, much of China is dominated by warlords, an assortment of ambitious generals and regional leaders who command their own private armies, and whose first loyalty is to themselves. The Kuomintang, also referred to as the nationalists, control only the southern provinces of Guangxi and Guangdong, and its capital, Canton. To strengthen its position, they've made an uneasy alliance with the Communist Party to form the First United Front. This means they now receive support from the Soviet Union. But many Kuomintang members, including Chiang, are distrustful of Soviet intentions. His own recent visit to Russia has convinced him that communism is not suitable for China. Yet there is a widespread hunger for change in China. The people are fed up with the chaos, the warlords, and foreign interference.
Yeah, I mean, the people, they want some type of unity and stability. Now, to be clear, those things can come in many different forms, but there's been fighting for years at this point. The country's broken up, warlords at each other's throats, they're looking for something different. Now, when I said Chiang Kai-shek would go in a different direction, in some ways, we're talking about a more anti-communist direction. Now, of course, Sun Yat-sen himself was not a communist, and, we don't really know what would have happened had he lived. There are plenty of examples of revolutionaries throughout history who initially started off as, sort of Democrats or nationalists, but then, often through an alliance with the Soviet Union, or because they were turned down by the West, slowly became more socialist or communist over time. So, could that have happened with Sun Yat-sen? I think it's possible. It's also possible something different would have occurred. We don't know, but at the very least, Sun Yat-sen was willing to sort of tolerate or embrace his communist comrades, right, to bring them in to build a bigger movement and to work with the Soviet Union to get some of that foreign support. Chiang Kai-shek, this makes him quite uneasy. And there's a lot of people like him, to be clear.
1925 sees a rise in labor and anti-imperialist movements. When the multinational Shanghai police opened fire on protesters, there are large-scale strikes in southern cities.
Yeah, I mean, some of these issues that we saw under the Qing dynasty, in fact, most of them have not disappeared. All right, we saw near the end of the Qing dynasty, there was this great dissatisfaction about the state of affairs in China, about foreign control, foreign imperialism. A lot of that was exacerbated by the First World War and the aftermath. Well, that really hasn't gone away. I mean, the Qing dynasty has collapsed, but the situation in China fundamentally, in some ways, hasn't changed that much. I mean, obviously the style of government has changed. We've got different people. But in terms of foreign control of China, that's still very much a reality, right? So people are still very upset about that.
The ranks of both the Kuomintang and Chinese Communist Party swell with new recruits. But the suspicion between these two unnatural allies lingers. And in 1926, Chiang decides to strike first.
Yep.
Alleging an imminent communist plot, he launches his own preemptive coup. He declares martial law in Canton and has political rivals and Soviet advisors arrested or expelled.
Yeah, I would say ruthless is a good word to describe Chiang Kai-shek. Though I guess if you agree with him, then that ruthlessness you'd think is put to good use, but definitely ambitious, ruthless. We'll see that through his actions.
He also expels communists from the Wampu Military Academy, including a rising star of the party, 28-year-old political commissar Zhou Enlai.
Yeah, keep an eye on him.
Chiang's decisive action strengthens his grip on both the Kuomintang military and nationalist party. What's more, the Soviets, desperate to maintain any kind of influence in China, agree to continue their military support. The first united front is just about intact.
Yeah, well, just about, right? So Chiang Kai-shek does this. He's able to really cement his control over the movement, but he's absolutely weakened ties with China's communist movement. He's made things a lot more tenuous. Now, the Soviets, and I mentioned this last time as well, they were not always necessarily supporting communist movements in other countries. You'll find them supporting sort of popular front movements and even some non-communist movements if they thought it was to their interest. I mean, they're always looking out for their interests, of course, but that did not mean they were always supporting communists. And so we see here, they're still like, okay, we don't love what you're doing, but we'll still remain here for now.
Chiang will now set out to fulfill Sun Yat-sen's dying aspiration, a northern expedition to defeat China's warlords and unite the country under Kuomintang rule.
This fight is important not only because it will decide the fate of the warlords, but also whether the Chinese nation and race can restore their freedom and independence. Chiang Kai-shek. So, big rhetoric there. The Northern Expedition.
The most powerful warlord in the north is Zhang Zuolin. He controls the Beiyang government in Peking, which remains the internationally recognized government of China. In central China, the dominant figure is Wu Peifu, the Jade Marshal. His ally, Sun Chuanfang, controls several eastern provinces and the cities of Nanking and Shanghai. In the south, Chiang's forces, known as the National Revolutionary Army, are 100,000 strong. He knows that when he marches north, his men will be heavily outnumbered. But his troops are better trained, have some modern Soviet equipment, plus their own warlord allies, Li Zongren, Feng Yuxiang, and Yan Xishan.
Right, so they've got some of that Soviet support, and once again, it's hard to overstate the importance of these military academies. They're really sort of a foundational moment in the formation of both, once again, the nationalist and communist movements that'll be so important in the coming decades of Chinese history. And we'll see here that they've really set themselves up, right? They were preparing, they were getting ready. I mean, initially under the leadership of Sun Yat-sen, but now, after his death, we're going to see if that effort can come to fruition.
Chiang plans to take on the hostile warlords with a methodical northern advance. In the first months of the war, his northern expedition makes rapid advances. By April, the Kuomintang controls southern China's most important cities, including Wuhan, Shanghai, and Nanking. First, Wu Peifu, then Sun Chuanfang are driven from their strongholds. Zhang Zuolin alone holds out in the north. Many warlord troops switch sides, swelling Chiang's National Revolutionary Army to a gigantic force.
Right, as we've talked about, you have all these different warlords, and, ideology was more or less of an issue depending on who it was, right? Some of these guys would have big rhetoric and cloak their actions in ideology, whether they were genuine or not. Some of them would just blatantly grab power, no justification about it. And so what we see here with the Kuomintang, the nationalists, is that, well, they've got a message, they've got a movement, more than just a military movement, a political movement. And so we see they're sort of gaining momentum as they go, and more people are joining up. Soldiers are defecting, both because the momentum is in their direction, but also because they're, in a certain way speaking to what people want. They're speaking to the needs and the concerns of the people, which, a lot of these warlords are not necessarily doing.
Some 700,000 strong. Victory and a unified China seem within reach.
China needs a Chinese Mussolini. So, we see a lot of ideology seeping into China here. So far, we've mainly been talking about communism, liberalism, socialism, nationalism, right? Things like that. But I think I did mention last time that we see a lot of the ideology of the 1910s, 20s, 30s entering China, and included in that is sort of far-right nationalism, or even fascism, you might call it. I mean, that's a pretty explicit reference to Mussolini right there, right? And we're entering into the 1920s, the rise of fascism around the world, both in Europe and sort of in Asia through Japan, right? This form of far-right militaristic nationalism. And sort of unsurprisingly, we see some of that germinating in China as well. The Shanghai Massacre.
As National Revolutionary Army troops advance on Peking, tensions between its Kuomintang and communist factions resurface. Chiang Kai-shek is
resurface. As if they'd ever really gone beneath the surface, the tensions are sky high, and they've been sky high for a while, especially since the death of Sun Yat-sen, though even during his lifetime, the tensions were there.
He's increasingly distrustful of his Soviet advisors and concerned at the communists' growing confidence. His suspicions appear to be confirmed as NRA troops approach Shanghai.
Well, I think there's the internal factors, but also the external factors, which really sort of, as we go further, deeper into this interwar period, the Soviets will gain their footing more, right? I mean, remember, if you look to the late 1910s and early 1920s, the Soviet Union is still extremely shaky, coming off of the initial revolutions, the Civil War, things like that. They're trying to cement their grasp on power, but as the years continue, they will cement their position and they'll become more powerful both domestically and internationally, right? So there's that which Chiang Kai-shek has to worry about, and also he's worried about his sort of domestic movement. He does not trust the communists, not at all. He would probably rather not have them as part of his movement in his ideal scenario. And, well, those tensions are high. We're going to see them erupt.
A few days before their arrival, Zhou Enlai and other communists use a workers' uprising to seize control of the city. But Chiang has his own powerful connections in Shanghai. Du Yueshang, aka Big-Eared Du, triad leader and kingpin of the Shanghai underworld, and a personal ally of Chiang Kai-shek. In the early hours of the 12th of April 1927, Du orders his Green Gang to attack the communists and trade unionists who've taken over the city. Thousands of Shanghai workers take to the streets in protest. Chiang's Kuomintang troops open fire on them. Over the next days and weeks, some 12,000 communists are killed or disappeared in Shanghai alone.
Yeah, so, I mean, those are some pretty major numbers. As you can imagine, this is a monumental moment, not just from the big numbers we saw there, but also what it represents in this break, and how the tensions have broken out, and how the nationalists under Chiang Kai-shek have taken this just openly authoritarian move, which, we saw near the end of Sun Yat-sen's life. He was maybe more open to things like that, but Chiang Kai-shek, well, now we've got the new direction of the nationalists. Like I said, ruthless.
The first united front has ended in blood and betrayal.
Yeah.
The Shanghai massacre is just the first of many purges in which the Kuomintang hunts down communists in territory they control.
I mean, I really think, at this point, Chiang Kai-shek and the nationalists probably believed, we've got this movement and we have this internal tumor, which is the communists. And so we're going to root them out, destroy them, and we'll be done with them. I don't think they ever would have believed that the communists in the long term would come back, be stronger than ever, and actually win, be the victors. They would unify China. They would defeat the nationalists. I don't think they would have believed it for a second. But of course, we know that's the direction we're heading in the long run, of course. The communists have a lot of recovering to do in the meantime.
The communists react by orchestrating uprisings across the country. Zhou Enlai, who is lucky to escape Shanghai alive, leads an armed uprising against Kuomintang rule in Nanchang. The following month, Mao Zedong leads the Autumn Harvest Uprising in Hunan and Jiangxi provinces. In December, a third uprising takes place in Canton. All three are swiftly crushed by Kuomintang forces. But there is no doubt that a brutal new front has opened in China's revolutionary struggles.
Oh yeah.
As the communists fight for survival, Chiang's northern expedition resumes its advance.
I mean, that also shows, by the way, that Chiang Kai-shek chooses to take this action. Both, I guess, his growing distrust and concern about the communists, but also, in a sense, I think his growing confidence. He's successfully managed to invade northwards. He's taken a lot of territory. He's feeling like the big man. He's feeling like he's going to control all of China soon. And so he now feels he has the confidence and the standing to take on, I assume, what he sees as sort of internal issues, which are taking care of the communists in his controlled territory. So it's a sign of his growing power and confidence as well.
He now targets the last hostile warlord standing, Zhang Zuolin. On the 6th of June 1928, in a moment of great symbolism, Kuomintang troops enter Peking, the old imperial capital. Zhang retreats across the Great Wall into Manchuria, a region under heavy Japanese political and economic influence.
Yeah, now it's getting international. I mean, as if it hadn't been already, but now we're really seeing Japan getting invested. Now, Japan they've been a player in this story. They've been involved really every step of the way in a variety of different ways. But here we're arriving in, what is still technically Chinese territory, but Japan has got a massive economic and political stake. And we'll see over these next couple of years, Japan will want to increase that stake in Manchuria. And so, there's already been a lot of tension between China and Japan. I mean, more than tension, right? And we'll see that continue as well as Japan takes a more and more active role in the region. And of course, what we're seeing here, in fact, is in many ways the build up to World War II, right? I know we've got a couple of years before that breaks out, but really the fighting that will break out between China and Japan will in many ways preface the Second World War, and some people actually argue that the Second World War does not begin in Europe in 1939, but actually begins prior out in Asia with Japan's actions. That's a particular viewpoint. Whether you agree with that or not, it is true that that's what we're all building up to in this moment.
There is also a large Japanese military presence here, the Guangdong Army. The Japanese have supported Zhang for several years, but now decide he has outlived his usefulness. As Zhang travels north by train, his carriage is destroyed by a massive bomb. It had been planted by a Japanese officer. The Japanese military hope for better results from Zhang's 27-year-old son, Zhang Shuiliang. But the young marshal, as he becomes known, has his own ideas.
And by the way, during this period of time, we often see essentially the Japanese military pulling along the Japanese government. Now, that's not to say you won't get militaristic Japanese governments. You will, but the military is really the leader in this process. It's essentially, instead of the dog wagging its tail, it's the tail wagging the dog, right? Or at least as we think of it, right? I think a lot of us today would think of a military under the control of a civilian government. That's how most sort of liberal democracies work. But in Japan, though that is sort of supposed to be the case, what you have is the military is really controlling the direction of foreign and even domestic policy, and the government is sort of being forced to follow along, sometimes more enthusiastically, sometimes less, actually. You have some civilian politicians who are not so thrilled about this, but they don't really have much of an option at this point.
Has his own ideas. In July, Zhang Jr. opens negotiations with the Kuomintang. In return for pledging allegiance to Chiang, he will hold on to his father's old power base in northeast China. Finally, after a decade of internal struggle...
But, I mean, that is direct challenge to the Japanese that, they don't like that.
China is unified, with a single flag, a single capital, and a single leader, Chiang Kai-shek.
Yeah, I mean, here he is. He's at the height of his power. We haven't really seen a unified Japan like this since the, days in the immediate aftermath of the fall of the Qing dynasty. And as we know, that pretty quickly crumbled. And, of course, that situation was also, initially, you've got Sun Yat-sen, and he sort of gives over control to a warlord, essentially, this powerful general. Well, what do we have here? Chiang Kai-shek, sort of the biggest of all the warlords, essentially. He has now once again attained that level of power in a at least seemingly unified China. Once again, there's still incredible tension, incredible disunity, and we'll see that. But he's really reached a new peak here of his own power and influence.
But it won't be long before he faces his first major revolt. In 1929, Chiang proposes a major reorganization of the National Revolutionary Army. He wants to halve its size from around 1.5 million men.
It's crazy that it's that big. Like, man, I'm always reminded of how many people we're talking about here.
To 715,000, and split its troops into 65 divisions of 11,000 men. His generals, many of whom had previously served China's warlords, correctly see this as an attempt to undermine their power. A group of them form an anti-Chiang coalition and plunge China back into civil war.
I mean, once again, I said this last time, but this is not an era of civilian politics, which is maybe one of the reasons Sun Yat-sen sort of stumbled in the first place. This is an era of getting what you want through military force. And so Chiang Kai-shek has this big army, which has a lot of different power bases within it. These warlords with their own men who are loyal to them, these different systems of power. And in doing this, Chiang Kai-shek is sort of trying to eliminate some of that, to standardize and shrink down the army a little bit, so it's less of a threat to him. They recognize that. They see that their power comes from military force, and they're saying, we do not want to let that happen.
The Central Plains War, as it is known, pits Kuomintang forces against their former warlord allies. Around 1 million soldiers take part in the fighting. Chiang Kai-shek suffers a series of early setbacks, but eventually regains control, thanks to support from Zhang, the young marshal. Victory comes at huge human and economic cost.
Yeah.
And after a generation of revolution and war, Chiang Kai-shek has once more stamped his military authority on the country. Now he faces the next daunting challenge: to transform the Republic of China into a united, prosperous, independent state.
We do not weed the present body of corruption, bribery, idleness, and ignorance. The day will soon come when the revolution will be started against us. From Chiang Kai-shek. Interesting quote there. Nanking Decade.
Chiang establishes his one-party government in Nanking, a former capital of the Ming dynasty. These years are known as the Nanking Decade, a period of sustained Kuomintang governance, across eastern China at least.
Right. I mean, look, I'll put it this way. This is more stability than China's seen in a while. It doesn't mean we're talking about an incredible level of stability, but think of what we've seen. It's been all these little cliques fighting each other, warlords. So here we do see more stability. Now, we sort of moved past, I guess, the farce of democracy in many ways. And, in the beginning with Sun Yat-sen, he was a genuine believer. Even, near the end of his life, he still, in some ways, advocated for democracy, though we saw that near the end he did take that position of, well, we're going to need sort of a, more authoritarian rule first. But with Chiang Kai-shek, he's totally in that direction. He wants this authoritarian style of government. He's not really interested in dreams of democracy.
In fact, the country's unity is paper thin.
Right.
Only Nanking and its surrounding area are under direct Kuomintang control.
Which is more unity than we've seen in a while. But like I said, it's still not a really high level of stability or unity.
Most of the country is still governed by warlords, more or less loyal to Chiang's government. The communists, meanwhile, are down but not out, and form pockets of resistance throughout the country. In power, Chiang Kai-shek is referred to as the commander-in-chief, or generalissimo,
Mm.
and becomes increasingly authoritarian.
Yeah, this is, I mean, you can debate how much comparison there is, but this is an era of rising authoritarianism and sort of far right nationalism, and we see that in the rise of people like a Mussolini or a Hitler or a Francisco Franco or a Chiang Kai-shek. We're sort of in that wave of history, right? Once again, you can compare these different figures. There are similarities and differences, but we are largely talking about a similar wave of far right authoritarianism.
To unite
Of
the
course, we see that in Japan as well, which is maybe the most immediate corollary to China.
country around a homegrown alternative to communism, he launches the New Life movement, reviving Confucian ideas to fit the times. Chiang's wife, Song Mei-ling, US educated and from a prominent Chinese Christian family, plays a leading role.
She's quite a celebrity in her own right.
The impact of the New Life movement is limited, but by the early 30s, parts of China are rapidly modernizing.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's sort of a move forward, but also a look backwards towards some of these traditions. We talked about in our last episode how there was such pushback against Confucian ideology and sort of Chinese tradition at the end of the Qing dynasty, because people felt that really those things had failed them. We see Chiang Kai-shek sort of in some ways trying to return, and other ways pushing forward. But as we know, under the communists, there will also be a sort of big insistence on moving forward and leaving behind elements of tradition and Confucianism. So, what he's doing here, this is not a permanent return to tradition and Confucianism. It will not work that way, at least.
New laws promote gender equality and protect women's rights in marriage and property ownership. Education continues to spread. Newspapers, magazines, and journals proliferate. New cinemas and theaters open. Infrastructure projects help the Chinese economy to industrialize. And there is huge foreign investment,
Yeah.
especially from Japan.
I wonder why. I mean, it's not just proximity, right? Japan has an immediate stake in what's happening here. They want more and more influence. They want to make some money as well, right? So we see here Chiang Kai-shek, and in this way, there is some difference from, say, the fascist leaders out in Europe, because Chiang Kai-shek rules over this country that has been essentially beaten down and colonized to a certain extent. And so a lot of what he does is modernizing, right? Bringing in more money, more investment, technological modernization, but all through the aegis of this sort of authoritarian style government, right? He's bringing in some of these more modern ideas, but that is the method through which he's doing it, right?
Though there are complaints of widespread corruption within Chiang's inner circle.
Yeah.
And yet, 85% of China's population are peasants. Their lot has not improved since the time of the Qing. They remain desperately poor and benefit little from developments in cities like Nanking and Shanghai. Instead, many face a perfect storm of soil exhaustion, erosion, and rising rents.
Yeah, there's sort of a big blind spot here for many of these political leaders. It's interesting to think that when we, go back and read Marx or Engels, their belief was that communist revolution would first come to these highly industrialized economies with the industrial proletariat, right? People working in factories, essentially. But sort of our two big communist successes of this time period, where the communists managed to win, are in Russia, which was a deeply agricultural country with a lot of peasants. Vast majority of the population were peasants. And China, which is the same thing, deeply agricultural. The vast majority of the population were peasants. Now, I will say in Russia, what you do see is that the Bolsheviks, their support is centered among the soldiers and the urban working class. So there's a little bit of more traditional Marxism there. However, in China, something that's particularly interesting and sort of, went in the face of a lot of more traditional orthodox Marxist thinkers in theory, is that the communist movement, led by Mao, are going to find their base of support among the peasantry. And it'll grow, it'll broaden out over time, but at its roots, this is sort of a mass movement of Chinese peasants, right? That is in many ways the Chinese Communist movement, right? Which is interesting to think about.
They are largely ignored by the Kuomintang government, but not by the communists, who are actively spreading their message across the countryside. To add to the woes of the rural poor, in 1931, catastrophic flooding devastates central and eastern China. The scale of death and destruction is almost unimaginable. Estimates range from 1 to 4 million lives lost.
Damn.
It's one of the worst natural disasters in human history.
Wow. Japanese are a disease of the skin. The communists are a disease of the heart. Now, I've heard this quote before from Chiang Kai-shek. I think this is a pretty well-known one. And this is one that, a lot of people look back on and think, we see the issue here. And one that a lot of people use to sort of show the fundamental incompetence or misdirection of his government, right? Because what he's saying here, Chiang Kai-shek, his sort of big enemies here are going to be the Japanese and the communists, right? And so what he's saying here is the Japanese, they're a disease of the skin. It's surface level. The communists, that's deep, right? That's our real problem. And that's how he will orient himself. A lot of Chinese people, they don't like this. Now, I'm speaking about a lot of Chinese people who aren't even communists, right? People who may not be communists or may not even like the communists, they look at a quote like this, and a lot of people, they didn't like this because they're thinking, well, maybe I don't like the communists, or maybe I'm not a communist, but I can see the big issue here are the Japanese, right? They're really the number one enemy among most people in China at this time, right? They see the Japanese as, what they are, which is the sort of foreign invading force who wants to, further imperialize China, which has been happening, which is really what caused all of this unrest in the first place. And a lot of people are pretty dissatisfied that Chiang Kai-shek seems to take the communists as his number one enemy rather than the Japanese, right? And, there will be some interesting dynamics here between the communists and the nationalists through this entire period where, there's always tension between them. At times they're more or less aligned against the Japanese, but people do not like this idea in particular from Chiang Kai-shek. I mean, not all, right? If you're like a hardened nationalist, then maybe you agree with him, but for a lot of people, they don't see the sense in this way of thinking. Mukden incident, oh yeah. Incident.
While the Republic of China struggles with its many challenges, foreign rivals look to take advantage. For decades, Japan has been extending its territory and influence at the expense of neighbors. Now, against a backdrop of heightened militarism and nationalism, some in Japan see China as the obvious target for further imperial expansion.
Yeah, and as we've seen in both of these episodes, it's not like this started now. Japan's been eyeing China and trying to gain influence for, really decades at this point.
Japan already has enormous influence in northeast China and owns railways, factories and mines in the region. Now their sights are set on the conquest of all Manchuria, rich in resources that Japan lacks.
We saw that sort of Russia and Japan, prior to World War I, were essentially sparring over the territory here. Now, at this point, Japan, at least from China's perspective, is absolutely the bigger threat than Russia. Russia has gone through its own issues in unrest. They've sort of taken a bit of a step back, though they're still involved in the region, as we've seen. Japan is now the far bigger threat, especially to Manchuria here, but really to China overall.
On the night of the 18th of September 1931, outside the city of Mukden, an explosion destroys a section of the Japanese-controlled South Manchurian Railway. but it's a false flag operation. The bomb has been planted by rogue officers from the Japanese Guangdong Army to provide a pretext for the conquest of Manchuria.
I mean, this is a real notorious historical moment with pretty wide-ranging consequences.
Ignoring Chinese and international protests, Japanese forces attack. Within 3 months, their troops control most of northeastern China, driving back local Chinese forces commanded by Zhang, the young marshal. All of China is outraged, but Chiang Kai-shek will not be lured into a general war with Japan. Internal pacification before external resistance.
Right, and this is that viewpoint or ideology I was talking about that made a lot of people upset with Chiang Kai-shek. They're saying, what do you mean? Your number one goal should be to resist the Japanese. They're literally coming in and conquering our territory. We all don't like this. But Chiang is saying, we gotta focus on our domestic issues, which are the communists, before we focus on our external issues, which are the Japanese. Once again, not super popular.
He insists. His strategy will be to trade space for time, and he orders Zhang to retreat. Japan creates its own puppet state in northeast China, named Manchuria. On the throne, the Japanese place China's deposed Qing emperor, Puyi, now 26 years old.
Wow. Japanese puppet. Has there ever in history been a long march like ours? No, never. The Long March is a manifesto from Mao. This is a big moment here. A big moment. I know I keep saying that, but it's true. The Long March.
As far as Chiang Kai-shek is concerned, it is the communists, not the Japanese, who pose the greatest threat to Kuomintang rule.
And you know what? In the long term, maybe he's right. But also, I think you could make the argument pretty plausibly that maybe if he'd focused on the Japanese in the first place, he could have cemented his position against the communists. And that focusing on infighting and, internal pacification may be what had sort of weakened him in the first place and allowed in the long term for the communists to take over. Though at this point we're talking about a period of many years, so it's sort of hard to say. You can sort of debate the strategy of what Chiang Kai-shek does, I suppose, but what, really isn't up for debate is that this makes a lot of people upset with his government, that they're so focused on taking down the communists internally rather than defending China against Japan externally.
Just 10,000 Communist Party members escaped.
And, sort of over time, this will lead to a lot of people who may not have been ideologically communist to sort of, have sympathy or even sign up with the communists because they see them as better protectors of China than the nationalists, which is funny because they're called the nationalists, but they see the communists as better defenders of China's national interests because they are willing to stand up and fight against the Japanese when people look at Chiang Kai-shek and they see him as abdicating his duty, right? So once again, just not a great move for Chiang Kai-shek.
Kuomintang rule. Just 10,000 Communist Party members escaped the purges of 1927. Now they have regrouped in the Chinese countryside. Several Chinese Soviets, or regional governments, have formed in remote rural pockets across China.
Yeah, their sort of base is in, and I don't know that much Chinese geography, but in this sort of central southeastern region of China, particularly Hunan and Shaanxi, sorry about my pronunciation, and Hubei, these are sort of where some of these, you can see it on the map, I don't need to say them all, but especially in these regions here, this is where some of these Soviets, these councils, these governments are located, at least in this moment. We'll see what's going to happen.
The most successful is the Jiangxi Soviet. Its chairman is Mao Zedong.
Oh, interesting.
The son of a wealthy farmer, Mao was a founding member of the Chinese Communist Party.
Yeah, we've seen he's an OG.
Now he presides over the Jiangxi Soviet, where the communist leadership is based. It controls a total population of more than 3 million.
I would say that it's really interesting here where at this point, you know, the communists are this sort of resistance opposition movement. However, they're actually governing territory from the beginning. I mean, you see many instances of these revolutions where you've got these groups or bands of guerrillas who will fight out in the countryside, out in the mountains, and then eventually gain control of the government and will have never had any, you know, governing experience. But interestingly enough, the communist movement here in China, they set up these Soviets, and people like Mao actually have some experience governing over pretty large population centers, even though they generally are pretty rural. So it's an interesting situation.
With its own bank, currency, and tax system. But Mao is criticized by other party leaders for his ruthless purges of communist forces.
So I mentioned earlier Chiang Kai-shek, a ruthless operator. Well, we've got the sort of mirror, which is Mao Zedong, who is also a very ruthless operator. Like I said with Chiang, if you agree with him, that's probably what you'd like, right? But yeah, both of these guys are these pretty ruthless leaders of their particular movements.
And loses influence.
For now.
Zhou Enlai takes over his role in the military leadership. The Jiangxi Soviet is the blueprint for a Chinese communist revolution. For the Kuomintang government, it is an existential threat. Chiang Kai-shek plans a series of encirclement campaigns to isolate and eradicate the communists. His troops face determined resistance from the Communist Red Army. The first, second, third, and fourth encirclement campaigns all fail.
Yeah. I mean, look, the communists are taking a beating, but they are managing for now to resist. This is already a pretty incredible level of resistance, right? Based on what they're up against, they're managing to hold their own. And I know I've made a real point of this, but some of those Red Army officers, where did they get their experience? Where did they learn? At those military academies that Sun Yat-sen set up. Isn't that interesting?
The war between these two sides is brutal and leads to suffering on a vast scale. Civilians, mostly peasants, find themselves caught between two ruthless forces who do not hesitate to carry out mass executions and torture and shoot anyone suspected of disloyalty. Victims include Mao's own wife, shot by the Kuomintang for refusing to denounce her husband.
Damn.
The death toll from this phase of China's civil war will never be known, but may be as high as 500,000. Finally, in September 1934, Chiang Kai-shek musters nearly 1 million men to surround, blockade, and destroy the Jiangxi Soviet.
Yeah.
This time, the weakened communists cannot hold the line.
I mean, like I said, they've been resisting at a pretty incredible level for years at this point, but, you know, really, the tide is against them, you know? Chiang Kai-shek has got an incredible amount of resources and manpower, and eventually, he manages to push inwards.
They gradually lose ground until around 100,000 soldiers and civilians remain in a small area around WWII. The communist leadership takes the fateful decision to abandon Jiangxi and live to fight another day.
Yeah, and it is a fateful decision, because, I mean, you could imagine a different timeline where they stay put and they try to really fight it out, make a last stand. But they don't, right? This is what they decide to do. And this is really, I think, one of those forks of history where you can imagine things going in a very different direction.
Many are killed trying to break out of the Kuomintang trap. The survivors embark on an epic, year-long march led by Zhou Enlai and Mao Zedong.
Yeah, and this, I know I keep saying, well, this is a foundational moment. This is monumental. I'm sorry, it is. I truly think this era of history is very important to, where China is today, and that means where the world is today. Frankly, this might be the foundational moment of the Chinese Communist Party, right? This is really their sort of founding myth, though it happens. But this is the story they tell themselves about their movement and themselves. It doesn't start here, but in many ways it does, right? This long march, it is this moment of extreme devastation, difficulty, challenge, and a lot of people don't make it through, but some do. And those some are led largely by Zhou Enlai and Mao Zedong. After this, they've really cemented their leadership, though after this, it's not clear that they will come back. But they do, and this is really that foundational moment where it's like, it all comes from here. And after this, they're sort of building upwards. And this is, these are some of the foundational stories of the Chinese Communist movement and the Chinese Communist Party. I don't want to understate how important this moment is. And of course, that means this moment is important to the entirety of modern China, right? So this is really, really a big moment.
Cross some of China's most forbidding terrain, battling enemy forces, hunger and exhaustion along the way. Fewer than 1 in 10 of the Jiangxi communists complete the 6,000-mile march to Yan'an, where they meet up with communist comrades from around the country.
The reason why it's such a foundational story is because it's so impressive. This is the type of thing that you'd sometimes make up about your movement, or that you'd have as like I said, a founding myth. But the thing here is that it actually happens, right? Like we saw, the vast majority of the men, or the people, I should say, who left at the beginning didn't survive. Some did, but they did survive through incredible hardship, right? And so it's pretty, unbelievable that really anybody even made it, and that those people were able to continue building a movement from themselves.
This astonishing feat becomes a founding legend of the Chinese Communist Party.
Exactly.
The Long March. Mao's leadership secures his place at the top of the party, at the expense of his Soviet-backed rivals.
That's true.
From now on, the party will follow Mao's vision, not Moscow's.
That's true, and that's a big part of this. And there's some tension there, because we've seen that the Soviets already, the Soviet Union, I should say, has probably not taken the actions that the Chinese communists would have liked them to. And so at this point, Mao really secures his leadership, and Zhou Enlai, and who they're securing their leadership over is essentially their Soviet-backed counterparts. This is them saying, no, we have struggled, we have faced challenges, we have really made the impossible trek to get here. Everyone who's with us has really this undying loyalty to us. And so we're going to lead this movement now.
For the moment, communist prospects look bleak.
Well, right.
They have been decimated and are on the run. But their fortunes are about to take a dramatic turn.
Look at the map and note the smallness of Japan compared to China. Can anyone doubt that we shall triumph? Yeah, so once again, sort of a message from Chiang Kai-shek doesn't really land super well. Now you see what he's saying, so, well, we're definitely going to win, but you're about to enter a period of extremely intense fighting between China and Japan, in which Japan often has the upper hand. So once again, a message that doesn't land super well among the Chinese people, who feel like they're in the fight of their lives against Japan. Whereas Chiang Kai-shek is saying, nah, we've got this, don't worry. Well, people are worrying. Especially due to his sort of misguided focus, or at least a lot of people felt it was misguided. Another incident.
December 1936. Chiang travels to Xi'an in northern China to visit Jiang, the young marshal. His troops are leading the fight against the communists in their new northern base. It's 8 years since Jiang's father had been assassinated by the Japanese. 3 years later, they'd driven his army out of Manchuria. He is infuriated by Chiang's refusal to challenge the Japanese.
Right, as a lot of people were. I mean, as we've seen, it's been years at this point, as they mentioned, Japan has set up shop in Manchuria. They've set up their own puppet government. They're doing whatever the hell they want. And people are like, hey, Chiang, can you maybe get in there and do something?
And he's come up with a bold plan. Chiang kidnaps Chiang Kai-shek and forces him to negotiate face-to-face with the communists.
Yeah, this is quite a moment.
Represented by Zhou Enlai. After 2 weeks of talks, Chiang Kai-shek gives in, having promised to end the internal fighting and confront the Japanese. He is released.
Yeah, I mean, he's basically forced to.
As soon as Chiang's safely back in Nanking, he has Jiang placed under house arrest.
Yeah.
But
you could imagine he's not thrilled.
on the crucial point, he keeps his word.
Yeah.
Chiang agrees to form an alliance with his communist enemies, a second united front.
So, I mean, I've been talking about the dynamics between the nationalists and the communists and how at times they were more or less unified. Now, there will really always be enemies, but we saw sort of in the beginning with Sun Yat-sen, there was a first unified front. Well, now, pretty importantly and crucially, we have the second united front. Now, does not mean that they're buddies. They actually hate each other. But, you know, there is now sort of a shared understanding that Japan is the bigger threat. But that understanding is frankly pretty shaky and will always be extremely tenuous.
To take on Japan. On the night of the 7th of July 1937, a small detachment of Japanese soldiers demands to enter the walled town of Wanping, close to Peking, to search for a missing soldier. The Chinese garrison refuses. Tensions rise. A shot rings out from a Chinese position. Then, both sides open fire.
There you go.
One of the bloodiest wars of the 20th century has just begun.
Jesus. It only takes one shot to kick everything off. And this, by the way, is where some people would argue that World War II begins, right? There's an argument to be made that this is where it all really kicks off here in 1937, like I said, rather than 1939 over in Europe. Now, once again, whether you agree with that or not, it is absolutely true that this is a very important moment in either in the beginning or in the build-up to World War II, and the start of a conflict that will really characterize the next couple of years of history in Asia, of course, but really around the world. So, once again, a really big, monumental moment here.
This is the turning point for existence or obliteration from Chiang Kai-shek in 1937. Yeah, dangerous time. Dangerous time. War with Japan.
China, 1937. Tensions have been rising on the border with Manchuria, a puppet state run by an increasingly militaristic Japan.
What you might know better as Manchuria, Japan has invaded and set up a puppet state. And I know I mentioned this last time, but some people, some historians, actually see this as the beginning, the true beginning of the Second World War, right? They see this conflict between Japan and China as what breaks out into the larger war that really engulfs the world. Now, I'm not quite so sure about that, but even if it's not the true beginning of the conflict, it's absolutely a precursor, right? You can see the direction things are going. It's definitely a big moment in world history.
So far, China's nationalist leader, Chiang Kai-shek, has carefully avoided a major confrontation.
Right, and we also saw last time that Chiang Kai-shek was far more focused on taking on the communists, right? Something which he got a lot of criticism for, right? Because even people who didn't like the communists under Mao, they said, hey, I may not like them, but don't you think the bigger threat is the Japanese, the foreign invaders? Well, for a long time, Chiang Kai-shek said, no, the bigger threat is the internal enemy, the communists. But we saw at the end of last time, he was forced, essentially through being kidnapped, to team up with the communists and strike back against the Japanese, but so far, he has tried to avoid that all-out conflict.
His strategy has been to buy time, to eliminate his internal communist enemies first. But bowing to increasing anti-Japanese sentiment across China, he has concluded a truce with the communists.
Yeah, Second United Front. So we're back to where we started, with Sun Yat-sen, who himself was able to bring together these very different movements. Although under him it was really one movement. He brought a bunch of people together of different ideologies. He was a pretty magnanimous figure. Now, this alliance, it's probably even more tenuous than the first one, though even under Sun Yat-sen, it was a little shaky between the communists and the nationalists, now even more so, right? These guys don't like each other. Chiang Kai-shek has been striking against the communists for years, but they've teamed up to take on the bigger enemy, Japan, right? Because of pressure from a lot of people saying to Chiang Kai-shek, hey man, take on Japan instead. By the way, I am a little sick right now, so excuse me if I have to clear my throat during this video.
On the 7th of July, at the Marco Polo Bridge outside Peking, there's an argument over a missing Japanese soldier.
Uh-oh.
And shots are fired. Within days, Japanese reinforcements flood the area.
I like the newsreel. If you don't know, oftentimes back in the day, people in theaters would be watching these newsreels, right? Where they would have essentially, as it sounds, a reel of all these different, news stories from around the world. This is an era when people generally did not have personal televisions, right? And so if you wanted to see the news in film, you'd actually go to a theater.
But this time, China is ready to push back. In a speech made 10 days after the Marco Polo Bridge incident, Chiang Kai-shek warns of the struggle ahead. Let our people fully understand the meaning of the limit of endurance and the scale of sacrifice implied.
Yeah.
For once that stage is reached, we can only sacrifice and fight to the bitter end. The national mood is summed up by a popular song, March of the Volunteers.
Rise, those who refuse to be slaves. With our flesh and blood, let's build our new Great Wall. The Chinese nation is at its greatest peril. Each one is forced to let out one last roar. Yeah.
In 1978, March of the Volunteers will become China's official national anthem. The fighting around Peking rapidly escalates into a full-scale invasion. Some historians consider this the moment World War II begins.
Yeah, right.
Chiang Kai-shek's National Revolutionary Army, the NRA, is in the unusual position of receiving support from both the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany.
Interesting. Of course, what we're gonna see in the coming years is an alliance formed between Nazi Germany and the Japanese. But as of right now, Chiang Kai-shek is getting these two different sources of funding. And of course, we saw last time, that initial movement under Sun Yat-sen and then under Chiang Kai-shek was backed by the Soviet Union until Chiang Kai-shek sort of spurned that, right? He wasn't super interested in aligning with the communists, though now they've got this second united front. Chiang Kai-shek himself is this pretty authoritarian nationalist figure who were pretty common around the world at that time. In Europe, taking the form of fascist leaders like a Hitler or a Mussolini, but you see these authoritarian nationalist movements in China and Japan as well at this time, particularly in Japan. But of course, Chiang Kai-shek sort of fits into that mold as well.
But it's not enough to hold back the Japanese Imperial Army. With superior tactics, modern equipment, and air superiority, they smash through Chinese defenses. Within 6 weeks, nearly 200,000 Japanese troops have occupied a broad swathe of northern China.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, of course, there have been modernization efforts in China, and we've seen those, I mean, under the Qing dynasty, under the Republic, but China at this point has gone through decades of chaos, internal strife, civil war. You know, even under its most current government, there's been a lot of internal fighting, though there has been advancement, right? Whereas Japan, Japan has been sort of solely focused on modernization, particularly military modernization, militarization, for decades at this point. I mean, they showed that fighting against Russia. They showed that in World War I. They're still ready now, more ready than ever, right? So the matchup is not necessarily even, though it's not going to be a cakewalk for the Japanese, but at this moment, the Japanese have got the upper hand.
Including the old imperial capital, Peking. But it's in Shanghai that both sides will plunge into the abyss.
It is our fixed policy to resist to the last inch and to the last man. Once again from Chiang Kai-shek. Battle of Shanghai.
Shanghai is the largest city in China, and its commercial and cultural capital. The heart of the city is the International Settlement, established by Western imperial powers in the 19th century, and jointly run by 14 countries, including Japan.
By the way, once again, just shows you how really China was being conquered and carved up by these European countries, and Japan, not as directly as places, say, in Africa or other countries in Asia. Of course, China maintained more autonomy than a lot of these sort of official colonies of the great powers, but even so, China, as we saw under the Qing dynasty and even afterwards, was really lacking a lot of its own sovereignty, with these foreign countries running their own sectors within the country, right? So just to sort of emphasize that, and of course Japan had been one of those foreign powers, which is now an issue, a big issue.
The Japanese have recently overtaken the British as the largest foreign presence in Shanghai, with 30,000 civilians, as well as 8,000 Marines and 32 naval vessels.
Yeah, I mean, for a while, we saw that really any colonial power was getting involved in China, the whole bunch of them, but Britain was the first and foremost. They saw this as their neighborhood, right? Of course, Britain did a lot of imperialism around Asia, but now Japan has sort of supplanted that position. Japan is becoming, and really throughout World War II, will become the main imperial power of really the Pacific world, right? And so they've taken that spot, which is now a serious threat to China.
Chiang Kai-shek sees an opportunity to divert the Japanese from their northern offensive, while also bringing the war to international attention. On the 13th of August, he orders Chinese forces to attack Japanese ships moored in Shanghai. The Japanese send reinforcements. Shanghai and the surrounding region become a major battlefront, drawing in 1 million troops.
Wow.
The city is devastated in fierce urban fighting, with tanks on the streets, poison gas attacks, and air raids. The NRA suffers heavy losses, particularly to its elite German-trained divisions. In late October, it begins to withdraw. A single battalion is left behind to hold the Sihang warehouse. In desperate fighting, the Suicide Battalion holds out for 6 precious days. Buying time for other units to escape.
So a pretty costly strategy, but you can imagine how this might draw some international attention to the conflict. Not that there wasn't already international attention on it.
Their sacrifice and the horrors of the battle occur directly under the gaze of foreign observers,
Right.
based in Shanghai's international settlement, where they are shielded from the worst of the fighting.
Right, and of course Japan had already attracted international condemnation for its actions, right? I mean, following the First World War, Japan found itself a little dissatisfied with what it had gotten, as many countries did. It was a member, initially, of the League of Nations, which is a sort of proto-UN, this international body created really along the plans of Woodrow Wilson following the First World War to try and prevent future conflicts. Didn't really work. And of course, the United States didn't actually join up because Congress didn't want to, even though it was the plan of the United States president. Anyway, Japan had left the League of Nations in 1933, right? Because some of the other countries in there were saying, hey, you can't just go out conquering territory. And Japan said, can't I? And they left. Right? So Japan had already attracted a lot of that international condemnation. Of course, this was not an era where international condemnation really prevented any country from doing anything, right? So Japan kept doing what it wanted to do, like a lot of other countries did.
Their images and reports quickly travel around the world and turn Western public opinion firmly against the Japanese. But what happens next will shock the world.
Okay. In all modern history, surely there is no page that will stand so black as that of the rape of Nanking. Yeah, this is dark. Nanking Massacre. I mean, look, we're talking about, or if we talk about, the sort of atrocities of the Second World War, and we're going to include this in that conflict, right? Because it sort of is an extension of that conflict. Really, some of the stuff we see here, the atrocity the Japanese commit, they really rank up there. Of course, or I shouldn't say of course, at least in the West, there is a lot of focus on these atrocities committed by the Germans, right? The Holocaust, and for good reason. But I do think sometimes there isn't quite enough attention drawn to the Pacific Theater, right? The front over there. Japan, there were a lot of massacres and a lot of atrocities that I know are not forgotten over in Asia. They're very well remembered in China, Korea, Japan, in sort of different ways, you could say. But in Europe, and in America, the focus tends to be on Europe, which makes sense. It's what we were most involved in. But, I mean, there's this whole other side to the conflict here.
Japanese forces pursue the retreating NRA to the new nationalist capital, Nanking. After a ferocious 4-day battle, they enter the city on the 13th of December. The few Westerners inside the city form an international safety zone to shelter themselves and some of the local population. But most Chinese civilians are left to the mercy of the Japanese. 6 weeks, Japanese soldiers go on the rampage, looting, torturing, raping, and murdering. The numbers are disputed, but between 50,000 and 300,000 civilians are killed.
I mean, listen to that. That is insane. That's an insane scale, right? Now, of course, once again, thinking about the atrocities throughout the entirety of World War II, of course, in Germany, you have this sort of industrial killing machine, right? That the Holocaust is, where you're feeding these people through concentration camps, death camps. What we have here is, I guess, in some ways, a more sort of traditional form of looting and pillaging, where you conquer a city, you go in, and you massacre everybody. But the scale here is extraordinary. And you're seeing, and you'll see this throughout the conflict, a massive number of people being killed, abused, raped, tortured, right? The atrocities are truly immense in scale.
Around 30,000 Chinese prisoners of war are shot in mass executions. Others are decapitated, or buried alive, or used for bayonet practice. Bodies are piled up in the streets, burned, and dumped in the Yangtze River. The International Safety Zone is managed by German businessman and Nazi supporter John Rabe.
Uh-oh.
He is appalled by the violence and hopes Hitler will intervene to stop the Japanese.
Huh, funny.
Instead, the fall of Nanking convinces the Nazis that Japan is the stronger partner.
Yeah, Hitler has the exact opposite reaction, which, if you know anything about Hitler, you shouldn't really be surprised. He sees this and he's like, oh, Japan, they're a strong military partner. He was not bothered by all the killing and raping and massacres, sort of unsurprisingly. You know, he's literally Hitler.
And Germany cuts off its military support to China. The rape of Nanking appalls the world. It is condemned by the USA and League of Nations, the international body dedicated to maintaining world peace. But their words are not backed up by action.
No, they're not. And once again, Japan had literally years ago left the League of Nations. And the League of Nations, you could say much like the UN today, often does not back up its words with action, or often doesn't have the mechanisms to back up its words with action. I mean, it's this international talking body where you can pass as many resolutions or votes as you'd like, but if you don't actually do anything, there might not be much meaning to it. And that's what we see here. You know, we have the strongest condemnation of the actions of Japan, but, you know, nothing, at least by the League itself, is actually done. Now, of course, in the long run, lots of powers will get involved in this, as all of this spirals into the Second World War, but the League of Nations, yeah, doesn't do an incredible amount here.
Atrocities become a feature of the Japanese war against China.
Yeah. I mean, hey, if you're, say, an American soldier during World War II, it's pretty well known that, of course, if you're in Europe, you do not want to be a prisoner of war of Germany, and if you're over in the Pacific, you do not want to be a prisoner of war of Japan. You know, you're not going to be treated well.
The systematic use of rape as a weapon of war. Forced prostitution on a massive scale.
Yeah.
And the use of chemical and biological weapons on civilians and prisoners of war.
I mean, once again, it's really horrific stuff. And, I mean, you know, there's a reason this war is so ingrained in the consciousness of the entire world, just the scale of the brutality, once again, from the unimaginable horrors happening in Europe at this time, to the horrors we see here out in China and the rest of Asia. And a lot of this, I know, is still, like I said, part of that consciousness today. I know in Japan, this is something that is pretty controversial, in that you have some sort of hardcore nationalists today who deny these atrocities or sidestep them or try to discount them, right? That's part of sort of the Japanese political scene today for some of these really nationalist types. And that, of course, is something that is really despised in, say, China or Korea, given that, and a lot of countries throughout Asia who were the victims of all of these atrocities.
which killed many thousands. The Japanese army's next objective is Wuhan. There is a rare Chinese victory at the Battle of Taiyuan, but it is not enough to halt the Japanese. Chiang Kai-shek's government makes a desperate and fateful decision. The order is given to breach dikes holding back the Yellow River at Huayuankou. The hope is that the floods will stop the Japanese army in its tracks. In early June, the floodwaters of the Yellow River surge south and east across the densely populated North China Plain.
Yeah, I mean, there happen to be a lot of people there, you know, Chinese civilians, who are very, very affected by this.
There has been no advance warning to the villages and towns in its path. The consequences are catastrophic.
Yeah.
Farmland and entire villages are submerged. 500,000 civilians perish.
Jesus.
5 million are made homeless. The loss of farmland will cause famine and hardship for years to come. One of the greatest man-made disasters in history, committed by the Chinese government
Yeah.
against its own people.
Not a great look, you know? You can imagine it's not an incredibly popular decision. And I just want to emphasize here once again, especially to sort of any Westerners watching, like myself, that, you know, we think about Europe during this time, and you imagine how devastated countries like, say, Poland in particular are, but a lot of countries throughout Europe devastated. Well, I think, you know, sometimes we may forget, especially given how powerful and wealthy China is today. I mean, China is truly devastated by this conflict, you know? I mean, there's a recovery ahead, but you're talking about millions and millions of people dead, farmland destroyed, either by a flood like this, oftentimes fighting and bombing, communities destroyed, devastated. Of course, you know, the fighting doesn't end with the Japanese either, but this is truly a devastating, devastating conflict in China. And of course, the Second World War is a devastating conflict really wherever you look.
The floods fail to stop the Japanese, who merely bypass the affected areas.
Yeah.
By the time
I mean, the flood has sort of done the destruction for them at that point. They say, oh, great, it's destroyed all these communities, killed a bunch of people. That's what we were going to do anyway. So we'll just, we'll go around.
Chinese and
Nice one, Chiang Kai-shek.
Japanese forces clash near Wuhan. There are nearly 2 million men engaged.
Wow.
The battle for the city is hard fought, with heavy losses on both sides.
And, you know, really, you could see all this once again as a precursor to the Second World War. I mean, all the things we're seeing here will be repeated on a larger scale around the world in the next few years to come. Not that people could necessarily see that coming, though, I mean, there were some astute observers who sensed, well, everyone sensed there was a lot of tension around the world. Most did not expect it to break out into what it did, but what we're really seeing is what's about to happen to everyone, especially, of course, in Europe.
But once again, Japanese air power and tactics, alongside the widespread use of poison gas, prove decisive. The city falls after 4 months. The nationalist government retreats 500 miles further inland to Chongqing, in the western province of Sichuan. The Japanese now occupy China's largest cities and install a new puppet government in Nanking. But despite its victories, the Japanese army is too exhausted to land another major blow.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's not like... I mean, look, Japan is cutting through China, but it is taking them resources as they go. It's not like this is a cakewalk for them. There are difficulties, a lot of supplying to be done. We see here, Chiang Kai-shek, the Chinese government, they're essentially trading space for time. They're backing away from a lot of their territory in order to buy more time and buy the survival of their government, but they have lost a lot of territory at this point. We saw really the entire sort of eastern chunk of China there. They've had to back off, retreat deep into the interior of the country. So, Japan is of course facing some difficulties, but things are really not going well for China at this point.
The war enters a stalemate. Historians label this conflict the Second Sino-Japanese War. The Chinese call it the War of Resistance. But it is about to become a crucial front in a world war.
Yes. As the rising sun melts thinly frozen ice, so the Japanese army is overcoming Chinese troops. That's the sort of Japanese perspective on this. At the time, World War II. How about that?
By 1939, China's only major foreign backer is the Soviet Union. It provides crucial supplies, and its pilots and aircraft make up most of the nationalist air force.
I'll just remind y'all, as I said previously, of course we have this sort of united front here, though once again the nationalists and the communists don't love each other within China, but the movement, the KMT, the Kuomintang, has got the support of the USSR. And what I'm going to remind us is that the USSR was not exclusively supporting communist movements around the world. Of course, when we think of their sort of foreign support, we think of them funding, these communist militias or guerrillas around the world, but they would fund a lot of these different movements, governments, resistance movements. They didn't always have to be communist, right? So there are a lot of examples of them funding these sort of anti-colonial movements or whatever that are not necessarily communist or maybe communist in part. We've seen the USSR has been backing the nationalist movement in China for a while.
The Soviets are fighting their own war against Japan, a widely forgotten conflict on Russia's Far Eastern frontier.
Yeah.
But that summer, with war looming in Europe, Stalin makes a truce with Japan. It is signed on the 15th of September. 2 days later, Soviet troops invade Poland as allies of Nazi Germany. Despite losing its major foreign ally, China fights on against the Japanese occupation. Chongqing becomes a nationalist redoubt, pummeled by more than 200 Japanese air raids. While in northern China, communists carry out large-scale guerrilla attacks on the Japanese.
Yep. Really doing what they do best. Of course, you have a lot of communist resistance throughout the Second World War. And I was just talking about how the Soviets would sometimes back non-communist resistance movements. Well, during the Second World War, you have some of the rare cases of the sort of Western capitalist powers backing communist resistance movements. For example, the Western Allies backing Tito in, the Yugoslavia in the Balkans, right? Tito and his partisans, these communists who were actually very effectively resisting occupation, they are backed not only by the Soviets, but also by the capitalist Western powers. So you've got an interesting era here. Of course, in this very moment, the Soviet Union has essentially shook hands with Japan and the Nazis because they're more interested in taking territory in Eastern Europe. But of course, as we know, as the war plays out, Hitler will make a fateful decision to invade the USSR, and then it's really back on. And then you have this sort of strange alliance between the Western capitalist powers and the communist Soviet Union, which manifests strangely in different ways. But of course, in China, we've been seeing that interplay for a while, I should say, where there is this continual tension and fighting between the nationalists and the communists, but occasionally there's alliance that brings them together.
But all cooperation between communists and nationalists has once more been broken off.
So they've got sort of a shared goal here, which is, or at least one shared goal, which is taking out Japan, resisting Japanese occupation, but they're sort of doing it in their own ways. And of course, they have other goals that are pretty mutually exclusive.
The nationalists now receive foreign arms and supplies via French Indochina, today Vietnam, Cambodia and Laos. So in 1940, Japan occupies French Indochina to cut the link. But this fresh act of Japanese imperialism alarms the Western powers, whose Southeast Asian colonies are now within range of Japanese forces.
Yeah, they were right to be alarmed.
The US, Britain, and the Dutch impose an oil embargo on Japan, which threatens to cripple its economy and its war effort in China.
Right, and of course, this is what sort of starts the chain of events that will lead to the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. Now, things were heading in this direction eventually. It was pretty clear, Japan wasn't hiding it, that they wanted to be the main Pacific power, an imperial power. Now, in doing that, they were going to brush up against the other imperial powers of the region, mainly the French, the Dutch, the British, and the Americans. In this case, most importantly, the Americans, right? But this is what really starts to do it. They put this oil embargo on Japan, and of course, when you're fighting a modern war, one of your most important resources is oil, along with things like rubber, steel, all that sort of stuff. Oil is extremely important. Now, they're really starting to choke Japan out with this oil embargo, and so this is what pushes Japan into that position, though I think you can make a pretty good argument that bombing Pearl Harbor was a bad decision from them, but this is what really puts the pressure on Japan.
The Western powers hope Japan will back down. But in Tokyo, the decision is taken to gamble on war.
Yep.
In December 1941, the Japanese launch a surprise attack on the US naval base at Pearl Harbor in Hawaii. They simultaneously bomb US and British bases across Southeast Asia. In a series of rapid, bold advances, the Japanese capture British colonies including Hong Kong and Singapore, the Philippines, and the oil-rich Dutch East Indies.
Yeah, important. Oil-rich.
But Japan's attack on Pearl Harbor has woken a sleeping giant.
Yeah, and they're right to show images of industrial production here. Now, sort of looking at a map, you'd think, well, Japan's done it. They've taken out Pearl Harbor. They have taken over all these colonies, but Japan has really made a massive mistake. I think you really could have seen this coming. I think it's a pretty ill-planned attack, of course, Japan at the moment is in a pretty strong position, but first of all, the damage Japan does to the American fleet is not quite as much as they would like. They have not completely taken it out. There's some luck in that, maybe some ill planning, whatever. So America it's resisted better than they expected this attack. Not to mention, even exclude that, the industrial capacity of the United States is immense, right? It's hard to even summarize it, right? And so even if you destroyed everything we had, well, the US is able to get building immediately, right? And build up an entirely new naval fleet ready to go, right? So it's just not a great move from Japan. I really could have seen it coming, I think. And of course, like we're saying, this is setting all these events into motion where now the US is going to join the conflict, of course, both against Japan, but also against Germany.
Within a year, US factories are turning out more vehicles, ships, and aircraft than all the other combatant powers put together.
Yeah, listen to that.
China will...
Yeah, sometimes when people talk about the war effort, I mean, this is sort of a glib sort of summarization, but there's some truth to it, where people will say, well, the Soviets are giving the manpower, right? I mean, the amount of men they send into war is immense, and the US is providing the material, right? The weapons, the tanks, the vehicles, right? The US has got its industrial capacity, the USSR has got its manpower. There's some truth to that.
Be one beneficiary, receiving more than $1.5 billion worth of armaments as part of the US Lend-Lease program. When the Japanese take Burma, supplies have to be flown into China from India, a perilous route over the Himalayas, known to US pilots as the Hump.
And of course, I think Britain is the most famous beneficiary of the Lend-Lease Act, but really throughout the conflict, the US is sending a lot of arms, weaponry, vehicles to its allies, importantly, the Soviet Union, and in this case, China.
Chiang Kai-shek also receives a new chief military advisor, the famously acerbic US General Vinegar Joe Stilwell.
Yeah.
Stilwell regards Chiang as a stubborn, ignorant, prejudiced and conceited despot.
Not wrong.
The loathing is mutual. Chiang, like many, finds Stilwell's arrogant and overbearing manner hard to stomach.
Fair.
Further aid comes in the form of Major General Claire Chennault's famous Flying Tigers. This elite squadron of American volunteers has remarkable success against the Japanese Air Force. As the war goes on, more US air units arrive in China, leading to the construction of several US air bases. China is now one of the four major Allied powers, alongside the US, Britain, and Soviet Union. In November 1943, Chiang travels to Cairo, Egypt, to attend a conference with British Prime Minister Winston Churchill and US President Franklin Roosevelt. Chinese resistance is tying down nearly 1 million Japanese soldiers.
Wow.
And they assure Chiang of increased support, though in reality, neither sees China as a priority. Yet help is desperately needed.
Yeah, I mean, look, we saw in this series that China was involved in the First World War, more in the fact that it was sending a lot of workers and material and things like that. And they really felt like they were not appreciated for that involvement, and they really weren't. They were overlooked by the Western powers. Now here, China's playing a much bigger role in this Second World War, and they're still feeling like they're being overlooked by their Western allies.
What remains of the Chinese economy is collapsing, with rampant inflation, corruption, and a devastated industrial sector. The nationalist government is struggling to pay its soldiers, who desert in growing numbers. just as Japan is preparing to launch its largest operation of the war.
I mean, there's a reason the US is able to pump out all these weapons and supplies. I mean, of course, it's got this incredible industrial capacity, #1 in the world, but also it is avoiding being bombed to pieces in the same way that China or Europe is, or Britain, America's able to avoid that bombardment and able to keep its factories going at a massive level. In this war, China is losing all the battles, but China's on the winning side. Ooh. Operation Ichigo.
April 1944. Japan is on the back foot against the Allies in the Pacific. It hopes to salvage the situation with a massive offensive in China to link up northern China with Indochina and destroy US airfields in the south that are used to bomb Japan.
Well, at this point, Japan has sort of been stuck in this quagmire of a couple of years. There's been a stalemate against the Chinese forces. Now, once again, it's not been going great for China, but Japan has really been tied down. And now they're getting pressure coming in from all sides, and that pressure will increase in the coming months, right? Pressure from the Soviet Union, pressure, of course, from the United States, right? So Japan, they're in that pressure cooker. They got to do something to alleviate that pressure.
The code name is Operation Ichigo. Weakened Chinese forces break under the onslaught. Several US air bases are taken, and the connection between North and South is established by October.
Wow.
Once more, the Chinese military suffers enormous losses.
Jesus.
Defeat is another blow to Chiang's reputation. But when Stilwell demands that he be put in direct command of all Chinese forces, Chiang gets him replaced. Yet US faith in Chiang is fraying.
Yeah.
Some contrast nationalist corruption and incompetence with the success of the Chinese communists, who continue to wage their guerrilla warfare campaign against the Japanese in the north.
Yeah, and Chiang has never really ruled by his own popularity. We saw, even when times were better, he was this pretty heavy-handed authoritarian ruler who more ruled through fear than anything else. And now that things are not going great, the flooding of all that land, his failure here, a lot of the people of China are not super enthused by his leadership. A lot of his allies, his foreign allies, aren't either. And a lot of people in China, they turn or start turning towards the communists, right? Who they see as these more successful guerrilla fighters who've been camped out in the countryside, fighting back against the Japanese, of course in a much more piecemeal manner, but they are these partisans, these resistance fighters, right? Like I said, the communists were pretty good at that, right? Like Tito in the Balkans, here you have the Chinese communists, and people are feeling like they're doing a better job of combating Japan than Chiang Kai-shek is.
But the success of Operation Ichigo comes too late to save Japan.
Well, right. And maybe if this was done a lot earlier, Japan would be in a different situation, but it's 1944, right? So we're in a different spot than we were much earlier in the conflict.
In the spring of 1945, the last major Japanese offensive in China is defeated. And Chinese troops counterattack. US strategic bombing of Japan's home islands culminates in August 1945 with the dropping of atomic bombs
Yeah.
on Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
And of course, this incredible loss of life through the atomic bombs. But the loss of life from the bombing in the lead up to those bombs was actually more. The firebombing of Tokyo and these other cities actually ended up being more destructive than those atomic bombs that were dropped. But of course, the reason the atomic bombs made such an impression was the amount of life lost in one single blast and the sort of impacts in the aftermath, right? But a lot of life lost there.
Simultaneously, the Soviet Union invades Manchuria. Within a week, Emperor Hirohito announces Japan's unconditional surrender to the Allies. The Second World War is over. The death toll is staggering.
Sheesh.
Between 15 and 20 million Chinese lives are lost.
Jesus Christ.
Only the Soviet Union suffers more.
Yeah, I mean, that shows you, right? I mentioned earlier, the Soviet Union is known for the amount of manpower they put into this conflict. So only the Soviets suffer more in terms of lives lost, right? I mean, tens of millions of people. It's an incredible loss of life.
Then there is the multitude of wounded, the refugees, and the destitute.
I mean, like I said earlier, I was trying to impart the devastation that this conflict caused, right? Really for a lot of the countries involved, but China is absolutely devastated by this. We saw the tens of millions of casualties, people injured, traumatized, made refugees, they've lost their homes. I mean, this is a country really torn up by this conflict that now in many ways has to sort of rebuild and remake itself.
The country will have to undergo complete reconstruction. But who will lead it is still to be settled.
Yeah, that's the question. Political power grows out of the barrel of a gun. Mao. It's a pretty famous quote from him. I think he's probably right as well. Civil War. Yeah. Fighting's not done yet, folks.
Japan's defeat leaves a vacuum in China, which both nationalists and communists rush to fill.
You might want to go home and relax, but it's not over. You know, we saw that alliance between the nationalists and the communists, it had already sort of broken down, but while they had a shared enemy, they were more focused on that than each other. Well, that shared enemy is now gone. What do you think they're going to do? They're going to say, oh, well, everything's fine. No, they're both going to try and be the one who takes over this post-war China, who will be in charge of that rebuilding and that reconstruction, right? There's an opening.
From the Soviet Union, the communists receive Manchuria and captured Japanese weaponry, while the US and Britain fly nationalist forces into northern and eastern China.
The Cold War is beginning. You know, sometimes we sort of date the beginning of the Cold War to sort of more near the end of the 40s or the 50s when everything starts really rolling into motion, but frankly, from even before the war was over, there was a lot of suspicion back and forth between the capitalist Western powers and the Soviet Union. I mean, Churchill in particular was very worried about the communist influence in the East. And so, while things don't ramp up for a bit, there's sort of a Cold War or a proto-Cold War already sort of beginning at this point.
In an effort to prevent open conflict, Chiang Kai-shek and Mao Zedong meet for US-sponsored talks in Chongqing.
Yeah, that'll go great.
The agreement they reach is short-lived. As Chiang Kai-shek remarks to his aides, the sky cannot have two suns. In 1946, civil war erupts as Chiang launches an assault on the communist-held north, led by his elite US-trained divisions. The nationalists make advances, taking Shanyang and the communists' wartime base in Yan'an. But the communists weather the storm, avoiding major battles and sticking to their wartime guerrilla tactics.
I mean, I think if you had to guess in this moment who would win, your money would probably still be on the nationalists. They've got more supplies, more guns, better funded, better supplied. You know, they're sort of the more standard army of the two forces. The communists are really relying on their guerrilla fighters. But I will say, what the communists have shown is absolute resilience. I mean, throughout this conflict, even before this conflict with the Long March, they've shown that they can survive anything, right? They can hunker down wherever they are, in the city, in the countryside, and they can resist whoever they need to resist, right? They've proven that fighting against the nationalists, and especially fighting against the Japanese. Now, like I said, I think you'd still put your money on the nationalists in this moment. Of course, we know that's not how things will go, but there's definitely a intense conflict brewing here that's just begun.
And in rural areas, their program of land reform attracts many thousands of peasants to their cause.
Yeah, right.
In contrast, the nationalists have been burnishing their reputation for incompetent and corrupt government.
Yeah, the nationalists are really losing support for reasons we've already talked about, right? Some of the actions taken during the war, which killed a lot of people, corruption, incompetence. They weren't super popular before the war, so the nationalists are not incredibly popular. Whereas the communists, though despised and feared and hated by some, they're loved by many, right? They have a lot of support, especially among the peasants of China, who like the land redistribution, the vast majority of them, and also they feel like the communists stood up for them and fought for them during the conflict. They feel like the communists, they protected or tried to protect these rural areas and fought against the Japanese, right? So that's given them a lot of credibility among these rural communities, which is where they draw a lot of their support from, and that is a growing support at this time.
Chinese industry and trade have been devastated by war. But economic mismanagement adds to the misery,
Right.
causing hyperinflation.
Uh-oh.
And despite heavy backing from the US in loans and military supplies, the nationalists are rapidly losing support in both cities and rural areas.
That's the thing. You can have as much foreign support as you want. Maybe not as much, but you can have a lot of foreign support. It won't necessarily matter if you don't have the support of your own people, especially in a country as big as China. There's a lot of people. If you don't have their support, you're going to have trouble ruling.
In 1947, General Lin Biao reorganizes communist forces into the People's Liberation Army, nearly 1 million strong. Mao decides this is the moment to abandon guerrilla tactics and take on the nationalists in open warfare.
Yeah, they've been building up. They've been building up the size of their forces. They've been getting more weaponry, capturing weaponry from the nationalists. And finally, Mao's decided we no longer have to fight as guerrillas. It'll be more effective for us to fight as a standard army, to take on the nationalists on their terms. That's how much they've grown in power.
In a string of successful counter-offensives, the communists capture territory, weapons and supplies, and conscript deserters and prisoners into their ranks. The tide of war is shifting dramatically. In September 1948, the People's Liberation Army launches 3 major offensives. In the first, Lin Biao sweeps the nationalists out of Manchuria. The nationalists lose more than 400,000 men. Only 150,000 are able to escape south. The following month, 2 simultaneous campaigns lead to the capture of Tianjin and Suzhou. It is a disastrous winter for the nationalists, who suffer another 500,000 casualties and lose much of their best military equipment. In just 4 months, the communists have won 3 major victories and driven their enemies from northern China. In the southern cities, there is chaos and lawlessness as nationalist rule breaks down.
Yeah, the tide has shifted, and everyone can see that. They see which direction the momentum is going.
That spring, the communist advance continues. In April, they take Nanking, and the following month, China's largest city, Shanghai. On the 1st of October 1949, Mao Zedong, chairman of the Chinese Communist Party, stands before a packed Tiananmen Square in Peking and proclaims the founding of the People's Republic of China.
There you go.
That winter, the last nationalist-held areas fall to communist forces.
And that right there, we just saw the founding of modern China, the modern Chinese state, what we have today. I mean, of course, this whole series has been the sort of extended process of the founding of modern China, all of it. But that moment right there, I mean, that is the China we have right now.
It's estimated more than 2 million soldiers were killed or wounded in the 4 years of China's civil war. Perhaps another 5 million civilians perish through fighting, famine, and disease.
My God.
Chiang Kai-shek, alongside some 2 million nationalist troops and many refugees, retreats to Taiwan.
And of course, that's why we have the divide between Taiwan and China today, where after this conflict, right, the communists end up winning, the nationalists lose. The nationalists in Chiang Kai-shek flee to Taiwan, and they claim they are still the legitimate government of China, even though they don't control it. And for a while, some of the Western powers, like the United States, recognized them as the legitimate government of China. But then, after a couple decades, it becomes clear they can't operate like that anymore. Then they recognize the communist government as the legitimate government of China. But that's where we get the split that we have now. Very politically contentious split between Taiwan and mainland China.
One of the last territories still under nationalist control. Chiang Kai-shek will never return to mainland China. Where Mao Zedong and the Communist Party are triumphant. Now, the work will begin to build a new China from the wreckage of invasion and civil war.
The east is red and the sun rises. In China, there emerges Mao Zedong. The People's Republic, 1949. Here we go.
China, 1949. From Peking's Tiananmen Square, Communist leader Mao Zedong has proclaimed the establishment of the People's Republic of China.
And like I said, this is a turning point in modern Chinese history. Throughout this series, we have seen the struggle, in many ways, for a modern China, the struggle against the Qing dynasty, all these different ideological movements, communism, liberalism, nationalism. For the last couple of years, there, of course, has been pretty intense warfare, not only between China and Japan, but also between the nationalists and the communists, who at times were allies, but that alliance was always pretty shaky, and they were often at each other's throats, after once upon a time being more united under Sun Yat-sen. Well, now the communists have finally won that battle. They have gained complete control over mainland China. Now, of course, the nationalists are still in Taiwan, but as you can see, the communists control a lot more territory, a lot more people, even if they're not officially recognized by the West yet. They will be eventually. This is a really important point in really reaching the China we know today.
A new age for China,
Yeah,
for the Chinese Communist Party, and for Chairman Mao.
yeah.
He has devoted his life to revolution and to his dream of transforming China.
Yeah, I mean, this is really all the efforts of the Communist Party having come to fruition, right? Mao Zedong, Zhou Enlai, all these communist leaders have been fighting for years and years for a communist China. You know, they've been literally fighting. They've governed different pieces of territory. Well, now they have the opportunity to really show what they're made of, right? Now they have the opportunity to do what they've always wanted to do, which is govern China as a communist country, right? To essentially have things their way at a national level, right? So we'll see how that's going to play out.
Now is his moment. Mao's government calls itself a People's Democratic Dictatorship. But democracy is not on the agenda.
Well, yeah, you could sort of tell that by the name. A People's Democratic Dictatorship. Even the title itself is a little oxymoronic, right? Doesn't necessarily work.
Instead, the heart of government is the Central Committee of around 100 senior party members. Above that, the 12-strong Politburo. And within that, the Politburo's Standing Committee.
Yeah, I mean, you've got this structure which it's not exactly the same as the Soviets, but you see a lot of similarities there, where you've got these governmental bodies, and you're sort of, I mean, there's a reason it's drawn as a pyramid. You're getting smaller and smaller as you go up, and more powerful as you center in on these few really influential individuals.
Where true power lies, there are 5 members, including Liu Shaoqi, a veteran labor organizer who studied in Moscow. He is now vice chairman of the Communist Party. Zhou Enlai, a hero of the revolution, once Mao's superior within the party, but who has now publicly and privately committed to Mao's leadership.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Zhou Enlai is probably the number 2 in all of this. I mean, Mao is, of course, the most famous individual of China during this time period and of the communist movement, but Zhou Enlai, he's the number 2. He's the second most famous. He's the favorite of many people, right? But he's someone to keep an eye on. He's very influential and will play a big role in the years to follow.
Charming and polite, he has shown a great talent for diplomacy and will serve as Communist China's first state premier and foreign minister. And Mao himself, chairman of the Chinese Communist Party and paramount leader. Aged 55, Mao now wields unchallenged personal authority.
Yes, and by the way, let's highlight the personal in personal authority. Because as we go through the years, Mao is not always going to have the highest sort of official position, but what matters far more than whatever position he had was his personal authority. He was the unquestioned leader of the party. Now, there will be sort of ebbs and flows. We will see moments when Mao is a little less powerful, but throughout his career, and especially in this moment, he is the unquestioned leader of the party. Whatever his official authority is, people listen to him.
The result of his inspiring leadership in the struggle against the Japanese and nationalists.
Yeah.
Though never a natural orator, Mao is a charismatic figure, capable of deep intellectual thought, shrewd political tactics, and stirring writing.
Yeah.
Since 1938, he has been married to his fourth wife, the famous actress Jiang Qing. She is a powerful personality in her own right,
Yeah.
ferociously loyal to Mao, and scathing of his rivals.
Yeah, once again, keep an eye on her. She's going to be important in her own right.
Or imagined. After years of revolution, invasion, and civil war, China is impoverished and in desperate need of reform and rebuilding. The Communist Party gets to work immediately to impose a vision on the country that is heavily inspired by Soviet thinking.
Right. And you can sort of think of China in this moment as the early Soviet Union, right? Where the early Soviet Union, they went through World War I, which was devastating, then the Civil War, which was also devastating, and so this young Soviet government was left to fight a civil war and then work out what to do after that, to work out how to govern and to really rebuild the country. That, in many ways, is the situation that communist China is in. They've gone through the devastating Second World War, the devastating Civil War, and now the communists have control. They're left in a position to try and figure out, all right, how do we reorient ourselves? How do we rebuild our country after this devastation?
To this end, around 10,000 Soviet advisors arrive in China to assist in reconstruction. The country remains an overwhelmingly agrarian society. In 1949, by rough estimate, every fifth person on Earth is a Chinese peasant.
Wow. Holy.
They have long provided the base for communist success in China, wooed by the promise of land redistribution, which has been enforced in communist-controlled areas since the early 1930s.
Right. It's sort of interesting because when you look at the early Soviet Union, that was also an overwhelmingly agrarian society. And you had some socialist parties that appealed to those rural peasants. But the Bolsheviks weren't really one of them. The Bolsheviks were always more oriented towards the urban proletariat and the soldiers, right? So, though, of course, those rural peasants remain a big part of Soviet society, and you will see industrialization with the USSR, industrialization with China. For the Bolsheviks, those peasants were never really their main base of support. With communist China, it's a different story. The rural peasants are Mao's main base of support. He really draws his influence from them, and they really listen to him, right? A big part of that is about land redistribution, right? That is the number one issue for most of these people. And Mao, he really had built his career with these rural peasant communities, right? So in some ways, USSR, China, or in these early stages are similar, both very rural, both will trend towards industrialization, but in other ways different, right? Mao's movement really is a peasant's movement. Now, of course, students are also very involved, industrial workers, and all these different kinds of people, but he really does find his base of support with the rural peasantry.
Now it is to be rolled out on a national scale. Rural landowners, who have dominated the Chinese countryside for centuries, are vilified for abusing their power over peasants.
Yeah, and there's a lot of resentment and animosity there. Once again, sort of similar to the landowners or the kulaks in Soviet Russia, where you will see some people who really do not actually own that much get caught up in the persecutions and tortured or humiliated and killed. Then there are also a lot of these communities where the local landowner is hated by the peasantry, and they will really take any opportunity, and that's what this is, an opportunity to humiliate them, you know, oftentimes commit violence, and sometimes even kill them.
They are publicly humiliated by the communists, put on trial, and executed in huge numbers.
Yeah.
More than 1 million are killed.
Whoa.
Their land is seized and redistributed. Over the next 3 years, about 300 million peasants receive land for the first time.
Wow. Just incredible numbers there. The scale that we're talking about is massive.
Early reforms are intended to fundamentally reshape Chinese society.
And I will say, the land redistribution, it was really the biggest thing here. And if you look back on, say, Marx and some of your more orthodox Marxists, they always felt like revolution would come from the urban proletariat. I believe it was Marx who referred to the peasants as a sack of potatoes, as in they're inert. They will never be a revolutionary force. And that's sort of how the Bolsheviks felt as well in Russia. Now, they had to contend with the reality that most of their country were peasants, right? But once again, they were not their main base of support. But at this point, it's been proven pretty wrong, that idea from Marx. You saw it in the Mexican Revolution, right? Where a lot of these leaders, like an Emiliano Zapata, really organized the rural peasantry around this idea of land redistribution, right? There's an example there. And so at this point, land redistribution has become a big part of many sort of socialist or communist type movements. And that's absolutely the case here in China.
New laws improve the rights of women and protect their role in the workforce. To improve literacy rates of just 20%, the government promotes the use of simplified Chinese characters. Huge propaganda drives in theaters, public storytelling and posters aim to both educate and indoctrinate in communist revolutionary values.
Well, that's the benefit of controlling the state education system, and people have realized this since really there were state education systems, is that, well, you control what is being taught and how it's being taught. Gives you an opportunity to include a bit of propaganda or indoctrination there. I mean, even in what you might consider more neutral systems of education, a lot of countries will still teach some sort of civics or civic patriotism or whatever. Now, you can determine whether that's harmful or not, but you control the state education system. You, to a certain degree, control the indoctrination or propaganda. I know those are pretty loaded words, but you control what people are being taught, usually.
Suspected counter-revolutionaries, such as nationalist sympathizers, corrupt officials, and capitalists, are to be reported and eliminated.
And I will say, we haven't really gotten to it yet, but this is where things get out of hand, right? Where you have sort of these terrors, and you see this, say, during the French Revolution, during Soviet Russia, where these atmospheres of fear are created, where everyone is worried they might be labeled a counter-revolutionary, right? And, people are pretty quick to label those they don't like as counter-revolutionaries. Once again, you saw that during the Reign of Terror in revolutionary France, right? People who really had committed no offense being labeled as counter-revolutionaries and executed. You saw that in Soviet Russia, or the Soviet Union, I should say, especially under Stalin. People were terrified, and you're going to see a very similar thing here in China under Mao.
The campaigns upend China's traditional class structure, humiliating and impoverishing bourgeois and middle-class families. The number of victims is impossible to quantify.
Right.
But hundreds of thousands suffer loss of status, confiscation of property, or imprisonment. Some are even forced to take their own lives.
The atom bomb is a paper tiger which the US reactionaries used to scare people. From Mao. That's an interesting quote. I haven't heard that one before. He's almost, I'd say he's kind of right in that, as in the US used the atomic bomb twice, right, on Japan. And that was meant to show what the bomb could do so that the US didn't have to use it again. And up until this day, we have not used it again. Now, who knows where the future will go. But, I'd say Mao was right. The US was not going to use the bomb. in which case it is perhaps more like a paper tiger. But there have been a lot of people, a lot of politicians and generals since then who have wanted to use the bomb, like MacArthur in terms of the Korean War. So he's kind of right. Where he's not quite right is there have been a lot of US officials who really have wanted to use that bomb, in which case it's not really a paper tiger. It's a weapon that, is potentially extremely destructive, but it has not been used, right? So there's some truth to that, but, I'd say not entirely accurate. China in the world, 49 to 53.
China's new communist leaders seek to build alliances abroad. But World War II has been followed by the Cold War. And the world is now divided between a democratic, capitalist West and the Soviet-led communist bloc. The Western powers offer no support to communist China.
Yeah, and it's interesting if... I was going to say if this had happened in a different time, maybe things would have been different, but you think about the rise of the Soviet Union following the First World War. I mean, that was, or during the First World War, that was pre-Cold War, but the Western powers were extremely hostile to the USSR, so China probably never would have been treated that well by the Western world, but especially in this moment. We've gone from a time during the Second World War where there was an alliance between the capitalist West and the communist East, right? The USSR and the US were two great allies fighting Nazi Germany. Now, there was a lot of suspicion among those allies, and a lot of people felt that alliance would not last. Winston Churchill, for example, sort of foresaw a lot of this coming. He wanted to be a lot harsher against the communists at that time, but, they were still working together. You had the Western powers even sponsoring a lot of communist guerrillas and fighters during the war, and the communists backing non-communist fighters, right? For example, you had the Western powers, including Churchill in particular, backing Tito in Yugoslavia, right? It's sort of interesting to think about, given the Cold War would erupt only a few years later. Well, not really erupt, but slowly emerge. Though, of course, Yugoslavia was always more in the middle than a lot of these Eastern Bloc countries. Anyway, getting away from the point, China's emerging into a world where it has allies, right? The Soviet Union and its sphere of influence, but it's also got a lot of natural enemies with the capitalist West.
In fact, they continue to recognize their wartime ally, Chiang Kai-shek, as China's legitimate ruler.
That's right. The Western powers, and of course, when we talk about the Western powers, you're oversimplifying. We're largely talking about this U.S.-led coalition, right? So we're talking about the United States first and foremost, and the allies of the United States. We might talk about NATO, for example. And so the U.S. is going to continue to recognize Taiwan, or the nationalist government in Taiwan, as the legitimate China. They will retain their seat on, I believe, the UN Security Council for years to come. It's going to be a while. And so the U.S. is sort of playing, diplomatic fantasy, where they say, no, communist China's not the real China. The nationalists are the real China, which is, plainly doesn't make much sense, but that's how they're sort of trying to separate, mainland China from any sort of legitimate diplomatic relationship.
Authoritarian nationalist government, officially known as the Republic of China, still holds Taiwan and small islands in the Taiwan Strait. Inevitably, it is to the Soviet Union that Mao turns.
Yeah.
In December 1949, he travels to Moscow for 3 months of talks with Soviet Premier Joseph Stalin.
Yeah, not so surprising that, the Chinese communists turned to the Soviet Union. I talk about some cases on the channel where you have countries or revolutions that may not have always leaned towards the Soviets. Like, for example, the Cuban Revolution. Initially, Castro and the Cubans tried to find an ally with the U.S. When the U.S. rebuffed them, they turned towards the Soviets. Similar with Ho Chi Minh in Vietnam. Ho Chi Minh first turned to the liberal West. When they rebuffed him, he turned towards communism. This is not really one of those cases, partially because Mao has been fighting for years already. There's already a relationship with the USSR, and it's already pretty clear that turning to the West is not much of a possibility in this moment. He's not going to find many allies there. Yet.
Their relationship is not an easy one. In imposing his own brand of communism in China, Mao has often overruled his Soviet-backed rivals.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, in February 1950, the two leaders sign a treaty of friendship, alliance, and mutual assistance.
I mean, I'll just point out, you can see in this image here sort of Stalin and Mao presented as two equals shaking hands, right? I think in many ways that's how Mao would have seen it, right? You've got Maoism here in China. We do things a little differently. Stalin, he would have rather it been him at the top with everybody underneath him, right? He was pretty strict about that sort of thing. He wanted all of his allies and all his Eastern Bloc puppet states to follow his brand of Stalinist communism, right? And so he was not always thrilled with Mao, because Mao really had his own thing going on out in China, right? With Maoist communism. You saw in that poster a moment ago, I think it said Marxist, Leninist, and Maoist thought, or something like that, right? So Mao's really got his own ideology, his own sort of cult of personality, which is something Stalin had as well, and that would create tension between the two. And over time, that tension is going to grow, even if they are allies in the moment. And even after Stalin, of course, that tension will grow.
Unlocking economic and military cooperation between China and the Soviet Union.
Yes, but in the moment, it's clear that they need to be allies, right? I mean, China rebuilding, it desperately needs support, economic support, political support, and it really must turn to the USSR for that. And for the USSR, they don't want to, in this moment, they don't want to alienate the biggest communist power other than themselves, right? I mean, in terms of population, that must be the biggest, I imagine. I don't have the statistics. In terms of sort of influence and power, China will be the second sort of biggest communist power. The Soviets don't want to alienate them. So at the moment, even though there's tension, it's an obvious alliance to make.
By the 18th century, the Qing dynasty had added several remote western territories to its empire. Mongolia, Xinjiang, and Tibet.
Uh-oh.
But in the tumult following the 1911 revolution, they had escaped Chinese control. Now the communist government acts to reimpose central authority. In 1949, the People's Liberation Army is sent to reoccupy Xinjiang. In 1951, Tibet is occupied and annexed,
And of course, what we're seeing here will seed issues far into the future, right? Especially in Xinjiang and Tibet. Those are still massive political issues for China today.
Following a short conflict, the Chinese government euphemistically calls the peaceful liberation of Tibet. As part of the settlement, the Dalai Lama is allowed to remain at the head of a local government. No attempt is made to regain Outer Mongolia, which is now within the Soviet sphere of influence.
Right.
Taiwan remains a major source of contention.
Yeah, and will remain a major source of contention to this very day, right? As with Tibet and Xinjiang, with Taiwan, what we're seeing here are really the roots, or maybe not the roots, but what we're seeing here are issues that are going to continue until right now.
Both the communists and Chiang's nationalists continue to denounce the other side as bandits and their governments as illegitimate. Elsewhere, China's borders seem settled. But in 1950, the People's Republic of China faces a major conflict on its doorstep.
Uh-oh.
The Korean War. After World War II, Korea had been divided into two separate states, a communist north and democratic south.
Classic. They really loved doing that in this time period. Okay, I guess it's, you had the partnership between the Soviets and the US falling apart. We've got this country, let's just split it in two: Vietnam, Korea. Just make half of it communist, half of it capitalist. We'll just do that. Okay.
In June 1950, Northern forces invade the South, advancing rapidly and capturing Seoul within a week. Korea becomes a Cold War battleground. Under US leadership, UN troops intervene in support of South Korea. By the end of the year, they have pushed the front line back to the Yalu River.
I mean, here you really see the Cold War heating up, right? The West has gotten, the US especially, have gotten directly involved in this conflict on the ground, right? I mean, many people felt this would ramp up into open warfare between the global major powers. We know it didn't, but this is the Cold War heating up, you could say, really for the first time in a big way. I also wonder if anyone in the comments, anyone from Korea or China, I'd be interested to hear how y'all remember the Korean War today, maybe how you learn about it or how you think about it, because I have to say, in the United States, it's often remembered as the, well, remembered, it's thought of as the forgotten war, precisely because it is not remembered. As in the Korean War, in the US at least, was so overshadowed by the Vietnam War. That is remembered as the sort of the U.S. war of the Cold War, I think. It has much bigger cultural impact in America than the Korean War does. Now, the Korean War is obviously very important, but just in our sort of cultural memory today, it is very much forgotten, overshadowed by the Vietnam War to come. So I'd be interested to hear how people from elsewhere, how you remember the Korean War differently.
To the North Korean-Chinese border. Fearing a US-led invasion and hoping to shore up a communist ally, Mao sends in Chinese troops.
And this is it heating up even further, right? So you've got the US and its UN allies involved, North and South Koreans. Now you've got China getting involved, right? I mean, this is where, and we'll see if we'll talk about MacArthur, this is where it really had the potential to escalate into a major power conflict.
Support North Korea. More than 1 million Chinese troops enter the battle, soon rising to 2.5 million. In the face of this onslaught, UN forces retreat south. After months of heavy fighting, the war enters a stalemate. Both sides dig in along the 38th parallel. In 1953, an armistice is agreed, and this becomes the heavily fortified border between North and South Korea, known as the DMZ.
What a productive war, huh? I'm glad all that happened. Now, the thing I was mentioning with MacArthur is that General MacArthur, right, made famous by the Second World War, especially his actions in the Pacific Theater. He was essentially President Truman's point man for this. MacArthur, he was kind of going crazy. He wanted to keep going into China. He wanted to fight the Chinese in China. And at one time, he wanted to use a nuke, I believe against China, if not against the Koreans. Now, Truman shut him down because that is an insane idea. But when I was saying earlier about, some of these U.S. generals and politicians legit wanted to use it, MacArthur is maybe my number one example of that in this moment, right? And this was a moment when the U.S. hadn't used the nuke only a few years before. This was a moment when it was to be decided, I think, whether the nuke really was going to be a paper tiger, something that was used and then never again, for now, or was it something that was going to be used frequently, which I think would be really, really bad. Fortunately, Truman, though I've got my critiques of Truman, made the call that was not a great idea and we should not use a nuclear weapon. But that's what MacArthur wanted to do. And for that, by the way, Truman was constantly accused of being too soft on communism. Maybe not for the nuke in particular, but the sort of dynamic between them was seen. MacArthur as the strong anti-communist warrior, and the soft, liberal anti-communist Truman keeps shutting him down. Right? That didn't help Truman.
Demilitarized zone. For China and for Mao, the Korean War is presented as a triumph. They have championed the global socialist cause and stood up to the US superpower. Perhaps even more importantly, communist legitimacy within China is greatly bolstered.
Yeah.
But it comes at a huge cost. The Korean War claims an estimated 3 million lives.
Ish.
Chinese military casualties are more than 500,000, possibly many more. They include Mao's own son, Mao An-ing,
Oh, wow.
killed in a UN airstrike while serving with Chinese forces. In its efforts to curb the spread of communism, the US has now imposed a total trade embargo on communist China.
Yeah, well, all of this was really the sort of U.S. policy of containment, right? That's what they called it at the time, where they were like, communism can exist where it already exists, but it cannot spread any further. We must contain it. We must contain it in China and the USSR and Eastern Europe, and so in North Korea, they want to contain it in there as well. Of course, later we'll shift to the sort of domino theory. It's pretty related to the idea that if one of these countries falls, all of them will fall to communism, which really doesn't make much sense. But the U.S. here is really, literally trying to contain China.
The war has also strengthened US support for Chiang Kai-shek's government in Taiwan,
Yeah.
with President Truman sending the US 7th Fleet to deter a potential communist attack.
Yeah, once again, you see the root of future political issues. I mean, if you had to ask me, where will the Third World War break out? There's a couple of different places I would choose. I mean, the Middle East. But Taiwan might be one of them, right? Now, I know the people of the U.S. do not want war with China. I don't think the people of China do either. I can't necessarily speak for all of our politicians, right? I think it's, not a good idea, right? But who knows, right? You never know what's going to happen. That would be a really, truly tragic turn of events. But it is a really high site of tension, we'll put it that way, between the U.S. and China today. It was then. Let 100 flowers bloom. Yeah, here we go. We've got a big moment. First 5-year plan, 53 to 57.
In 1953, China's government introduces its first 5-year plan, inspired by similar economic programs in the Soviet Union. One aim is to swiftly and massively increase Chinese industrial output.
Yeah, and you gotta say, when you look at the 5-year plans of the Soviet Union, I mean, obviously I will not speak to the morality of someone like Stalin. He was truly a repugnant individual, led to the countless unnecessary death of many. But one thing I will say is that he really did increase the industrial capacity of the Soviet Union. That's the thing those 5-year plans were effective in doing. They really supercharged Soviet industry, not without a cost, right? I'll make that clear once again. But they did, over time, turn the USSR into the industrial superpower it became during the Cold War. And that's one of the only reasons it could compete with the US. I mean, of course, the Soviet Union will collapse in the end, but it puts up quite the fight for decades. And one of the only reasons it could do that is because it industrialized so quickly under these 5-year plans. And so now China wants to follow a similar path. And like with the Soviets, it's not going to come without pretty substantial costs.
Huge efforts, backed by Soviet technical expertise, produce remarkable results in transport, industry, and infrastructure. Production of coal, iron, and steel all exceed their ambitious targets.
Wow.
While China becomes a major oil producer for the first time. The second aim of the 5-year plan is to rapidly boost agricultural output. To this end, the Communist Party pushes farmers to collectivize on a massive scale, forming cooperatives that include dozens, sometimes hundreds of households. By 1956, 80% of peasant households belong to a cooperative, meaning they share the land, tools, and harvest. Cooperatives also have an ideological aim: to tighten party control over the lives and thoughts of rural communities.
And once again, you'd had a similar process in the Soviet Union, not without some pretty substantial resistance. Even though in Russia and some of these Soviet countries, there have been models of collective ownership going back, a long way, right? At least back to the Middle Ages, if not prior to that. But there was definitely resistance to that Soviet collectivization, but it did occur over time.
At breakneck speed, communist reforms are overturning a rural way of life that's centuries old, and sowing the seeds of disaster. Mao is encouraged by the apparent success of the first 5-year plan. Hoping to encourage further innovation, in 1956 he announces, "Let 100 flowers bloom, let 100 schools of thought contend." It is an invitation for others to come forward with constructive proposals for the government.
Crazy moment, by the way. We're going to see how all this goes, but, you couldn't really imagine Stalin doing something like this, and we might see why. So Mao, who was leading essentially a personal dictatorship revolving around his cult of personality, right? So like Stalin, says, you know what? I'm open for constructive criticism. Bring it on. I mean, that's not necessarily what he was asking for, but he's saying, hey, bring on your commentary. Let me hear it. Okay, we'll see.
In response, criticism of the party comes flooding in.
Yeah.
From intellectuals, academics, and scientists. Mao and the leadership are dismayed and angered.
Uh-oh.
Rather than welcome proposals, they move to crush what they now regard as dangerous dissent.
Yeah.
A new anti-rightist campaign punishes at least 500,000 men and women who are considered insufficiently loyal to the party.
I guess they really didn't expect the sort of criticism they received, because they sort of asked for it, and then that leads to this immediate crackdown, which is going to have pretty widespread consequences. And I'll say, when you look at, say, the Soviet Union, of course, there are times when it was more or less open. Under Stalin, it was very closed, not open. The further you get away, the more open it gets. But maybe an equivalent, or not equivalent, but you can think, say, of someone like Gorbachev, very late in the history of the Soviet Union, and he does something in some ways similar, where he sort of opened things up and says, hey, we're gonna, let you look at how things work. We'll let you contribute to the political process, speak your mind, and all of that leads to the collapse of the Soviet Union. I think in part because Gorbachev was not willing to crack down the way that Mao and his allies are going to here.
Penalties include...
Because, look, once the criticism starts and the flood starts coming, it can really get out of control. And so, are you going to accept that? Or are you going to crack down harshly? We see what's happening here.
Who are considered insufficiently loyal to the party. Penalties include public humiliation, hard labor, and execution.
And we'll see a pretty common trend here throughout communist Chinese history. Along with the executions, they mention hard labor. A lot of sort of university-educated individuals, scientists, professors, being essentially sent off to the countryside to go do some labor on the collective farms out there.
Among the leaders of
And that's a trend that will continue and be used in a couple different ways over time. We will probably see more of that. We definitely will, in fact.
this brutal campaign, a new addition to the Politburo Standing Committee, the 52-year-old Deng Xiaoping.
Keep an eye on him.
A veteran of the Long March, he will become a crucial figure in the years ahead.
Yeah. The thoughts of the chairman are always correct. If we encounter any problem, any difficulty, it is because we have not followed the instructions of the chairman closely enough. That's what we call a cult of personality right there. Great leap forward, 58 to 62.
1958. The start of a second 5-year plan. This time, even more ambitious.
Yeah.
Mao calls it the Great Leap Forward, a huge program to create a truly socialist state and dramatically expand industrial output.
I'll say more ambitious is right. I mean, I talked about the costs of the Soviet plans, but the cost here is going to be disproportionately much, much more extreme.
To catch up with the world's leading economies. A huge public information campaign spreads the message throughout the country, urging every Chinese citizen to rise to the challenge and embrace Mao's leadership. Existing rural cooperatives are merged into vast people's communes, in which the party controls every aspect of daily life. The state now owns the land, buys harvests, and distributes rations.
But one thing I will say about this, which is interesting, they talk about the state and the party, which were, of course, very powerful forces. But one of the things that made Mao, maybe not unique, he's not the only one to do this, but the extent of it made him unique, was his ability to mobilize popular support, right? I mean, Mao had genuine support among a lot of people in China, right? Whenever he came out with something new, he could mobilize many, many people to go out and sort of work his political agenda. Now, I say maybe not unique because other political leaders have done that over time, but really the extent of it with Mao is that he was always focused on mass mobilization. So when we talk about the party or the state having control, that is true, but that was only really enabled by the mass mobilization that led from Mao, that he was able to encourage with his words and his actions. Of course, we'll see a lot of people are not in favor of what happens. We saw that criticism flooding in. A lot of people will be punished. But there were a lot of people who were in favor of everything in varying degrees, and they were really following Mao's every word. And so when he called for popular participation, a lot of people really did listen. So that's something that makes this, sort of interesting.
Private kitchens are banned as representing selfish individualism and replaced by communal canteens. Very quickly, the Great Leap Forward's ambitions become detached from reality.
Yeah.
Many of the technicians and experts who should have overseen the campaign have been purged. Under intense pressure to meet unrealistic targets, local party officials exaggerate harvest figures.
Classic.
The
Same thing that happened in the Soviet Union as well, right? When you've got these set targets you have to meet, well, especially if you're living in communist China or the Soviet Union, you're going to meet those targets, right? Whether that means actually meeting them materially or lying about it. That was one of the things Gorbachev encountered when he tried to reform, is he went around to all these factories And he was like, all these numbers are lies. None of these are true. None of these quotas are actually being met, right? And that's one of the things we see here, where people are so afraid not to meet the target that they're going to meet it one way or another, even if they're just making up numbers. Or if they have to pull other types of shenanigans to meet that target, they will.
Inflated reports suggest large surpluses of grain, which is then taken from the communes
Right.
to supply the cities.
Right, and of course the issue there is that then you, as the government, you do not know how much grain you actually have. You don't know how much food you have, right? And since you're centrally planning your economy, you're running everything, you're operating on those statistics you have, well, it's very easy to create a disaster relying on these bogus numbers, right?
In reality, this means far too much grain is taken from the communes,
Yeah.
often leaving them without enough to feed themselves.
Yeah, this is where disaster comes.
Drought, mismanagement, and corruption actually mean agricultural production is in steep decline.
So you got steeply declining agricultural production, but at the same time, all these communes are lying and saying they're hitting their targets, and so the state is just taking more and more of that grain, just leaving people with less and less food.
Millions of peasants now face starvation. On top of this, farmers face new nonsensical demands, like an order to use homemade foundries to produce iron,
Yep.
often of such poor quality it's unusable.
And so the pig iron they were producing, which, like they said, oftentimes wasn't even usable, right? It's just, it's kind of difficult to have a cottage industry of iron producers around the country. Turns out it doesn't work super well.
The result is a disastrous famine across China. By some recent estimates, Mao's Great Leap Forward is responsible for at least 45 million excess deaths,
Jesus Christ.
around 7% of the population.
That's crazy.
It ranks as one of the greatest man-made disasters
Yeah.
in history.
This is why I say, when I say that the results here were worse than the USSR, it was not to downplay any of the atrocities or even the famines that happened in the Soviet Union as a result of industrialization, but this is really on another scale.
In the most hard-pressed areas, whole communes starved to death.
Basketball hoops? Sorry.
Famine had always been a feature of life and death in China. But the winter of 1960 is perhaps the darkest hour in the country's history.
Yeah.
Reports of widespread chaos and suffering eventually seep through to the upper echelons of the party. In the summer of 1959, at a conference in Lushan, Minister of Defense Peng Dehuai openly denounces the Great Leap Forward and Mao's leadership. Mao is not in listening mood. Peng is placed under house arrest and removed from office. His replacement, General Lin Biao, is one of Mao's most loyal supporters.
So, what we have here is a combination of the government actually being obtuse, as in not getting the information it needs, but then to a certain extent being purposefully obtuse, right? Not willing to look at the signs of disaster, not willing to hear criticism, really a combination of the two.
But as the months go by, the evidence becomes impossible to ignore.
Yeah.
When news of the famine reaches Taiwan, Chiang Kai-shek seeks to humiliate Mao by ordering airdrops of food to the mainland. By 1961, the party has to acknowledge reality.
Yeah.
Mao Zedong publicly accepts that mistakes were made. He remains chairman of the Chinese Communist Party.
Mistakes were made. Pretty light way to put it. I guess it's more than you can get out of, I don't know, like Stalin. But that's, pretty much underselling. Very much underselling the situation.
But for the next few years, he steps back from frontline politics.
That is true, though. That is true. This is a moment. I mean, look, Mao is not gone for good. But this does, it's sort of funny to say a disaster of this scale. The consequences for the leadership are pretty minor. But what is true is that Mao is forced to step back, and he does lose influence for a few years, right? So this is sort of a low point in terms of the influence Mao has. Now, he'll be back, but this is not his moment.
In his place, more pragmatic leaders, notably Liu Shaoqi, Zhou Enlai, and Deng Xiaoping, take on the day-to-day business of government.
Yeah, a few guys who will have influence. They'll be challenged in the future. They'll struggle, but in the long run, these guys are going to be pretty important to the development of China in sort of moving forward.
Some of the policies that had led to the famine are abandoned. Communes are reduced in size, communal canteens are abandoned, and some land returns to private ownership. But the party still controls all aspects of daily life, providing everything from healthcare to housing.
And I will say, I mentioned they mentioned how Mao had taken a step back, and I said, well, he'll be back. Of course, this is a real low moment. I mean, for everybody, for the party. But if you're unfamiliar, you might be shocked to learn that, Mao has not lost all his support. When he comes back, once again, he will be able to mobilize a lot of people, right? So he's not down and out. But, of course, this is a real low moment. For many people, a moment of tragedy and chaos and losing a lot of their faith in what's going on, especially in this sort of era.
Education and employment, while food remains rationed. The work unit, not the family, is the basic unit of social and economic existence. Meanwhile, in 1958, the government adopts a new phonetic alphabet to encourage literacy in China. It is called Pinyin, and becomes the new system for the Romanization of Chinese names.
Right.
Peking becomes Beijing. Canton becomes Guangzhou.
I mean, and this is why still in some Western books or textbooks or whatever, you'll still see some discrepancy, especially if you're reading something that's a little older, between some of these different names. And there's still sort of confusion about a lot of names today among English speakers.
Nanking becomes Nanjing.
Yeah, that's one that really trips
with
people up.
countless more changes. Pinyin spreads only slowly across China itself, and it is not until the 1980s that the new names are taken up abroad.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. It's not like it was immediately adopted everywhere. Even then, you've got a while to go, right? So now today, you don't really see anyone talking about Peking anymore. Maybe a little bit. It's always Beijing. But you'll hear Nanking, Nanjing. You'll hear them often used interchangeably, right? Like I said, there's a lot of these different proper nouns that the old version is still used, right? It's just an interesting one. People all over the world are now discussing whether a third world war will break out. If the imperialists insist on unleashing another war, we should not be afraid of it. We should be afraid. I'm afraid. Foreign confrontation, 58 to 66.
While enacting the Great Leap Forward at home, Mao takes an increasingly aggressive approach abroad.
And, I mean, we'll see maybe some of his actions taken, but also ideologically, Mao is pretty influential. You might have heard of sort of Maoist third worldists, right? The Maoist ideology spreads in part because of its focus on, as we saw in China, a sense of nationalism, a sense of anti imperialism, and also land redistribution. These are things that are all, pretty relevant to a lot of colonized countries around the world. We talked about how the Bolsheviks, they had more of a focus on the urban proletariat, even though Russia at the time it was still very agricultural. Now, they'll sort of shift over the years, but when we look at places around the world, especially outside of the Western world, we're often not talking about places that have a big urban proletariat. And so perhaps what Mao is saying is a little more attractive. I mentioned the example of Mexico earlier, not in the sense that they were influenced by Mao, but the point I was making there is that they had socialist and communist movements that, really were deeply involved with land redistribution, right? That'll be pretty important to a lot of these movements and to a lot of the anti-colonial movements and nationalist movements that take up some type of communist ideology. Not always Maoism, but sometimes Maoism.
In August 1958, the Chinese
But of
army...
course, that's ideological. We've, of course, also got the actions of the Chinese state.
In August 1958, the Chinese army starts shelling islands in the Taiwan Strait, belonging to the Republic of China, testing nationalist defenses. The US response is emphatic, sending naval and air reinforcements to the region, and deciding to use nuclear weapons if necessary.
Oh, God.
It is one of the world's first serious nuclear crises.
Not the last.
The situation eventually reverts to a hostile standoff. But Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev, who is pursuing a policy of peaceful coexistence with the West, is furious at Mao's recklessness.
Yeah, so we've talked about the tensions between the USSR and China. Really, just the tensions emerged, I think, from the fact that there were two big dogs in the same neighborhood. You know what I mean? The USSR and China, the two biggest communist powers, they were gonna butt heads. But now, post-Stalin, it turns out that Khrushchev, he gets along with Mao and the Chinese even less than Stalin did.
Relations between China and the Soviet Union, the world's two great communist states, are in steep decline.
Yeah.
In 1956, Khrushchev had denounced the excesses of Stalinism and the cult of personality. Mao is outraged by these views, and in turn denounces Khrushchev's views as a betrayal of communism.
Yeah, I think Mao is upset, in part because, Khrushchev is criticizing of Stalin everything that Mao is doing. So he's like, hey, wait a minute. You can't be criticizing the cult of personality. That's what I've got going on. And so, they do the whole, Mao says, you're a revisionist, you're moving away from true communism, etc., etc. And Khrushchev is like, well, look at all the people that died. This is clearly bad. And so now the split is really emerging here.
In his eyes, the Soviet Union has gone soft. It is a fatal ideological split. And after 1959, the two leaders will never meet again.
Now, of course, in this moment, you really could not imagine the US sort of getting in there and trying to befriend one of those two states. But if you sort of look ahead to the future, this split between the two biggest communist powers, that creates an opportunity for the United States. And the US will eventually take that opportunity, but not quite yet.
That year, China faces a revolt against its rule in Tibet. In response, the Chinese army shells Lhasa. The uprising ends after 3 days of bloody street fighting. The Dalai Lama and 80,000 Tibetans flee to India.
Wow.
From now on, Tibet is under direct Chinese rule. In 1962, tension on the Himalayan border between China and India explodes into a month of fighting as China grabs disputed territory.
And of course, wants not to keep making this same point, but that tension still exists between China and India, right? They've still got a lot of tension between them that sometimes grows into a little more than tension. So that's another really flashpoint where some larger conflict could emerge. Even today, that tension still exists.
Tellingly, the Soviet Union backs India, not China.
Uh-oh.
A sign of how far their relationship has broken down. The Soviets have already withdrawn all technical support for Chinese weapons programs. But China is no longer so reliant on foreign expertise. 1958, for example, had seen the founding of the University of Science and Technology of China in Peking. And in 1964, at Lop Nor in Xinjiang province, China tests its first atomic bomb.
Yeah. And I think that the split between the Soviets and the Chinese that's emerging, of course, there's an ideological basis, but there's also a material basis, which is the Soviets know a rival when they see one, right? And sort of vice versa from China. And of course, China is the one on the rise, whereas the Soviets are a little stagnant at this point. China will grow to rival and then, of course, surpass, well, Soviets or Russia or whatever you want to say. And the USSR can see China is on the rise. And so once again, there's that natural tension just based on the two countries, their material circumstances, and how each of them is or is not growing. I think a lot of the ideological split sort of goes back to that reality.
Two years later, it detonates its first thermonuclear device. China has joined the United States, Soviet Union, Britain and France to become the world's fifth nuclear power,
Right.
adopting a no-first-use nuclear policy. There is no longer any question that China stands on its own feet as a major world power.
Oh, yeah.
But Mao and the Chinese Communist Party still see much work to do. Their next battleground will be within Chinese society itself.
To rebel is justified. A Maoist slogan. A pretty broad slogan, but I think we'll see a lot of rebellion in this episode, considering the topic. The Little Red Book.
The 1960s, and China is back as a major world power.
Yeah.
A nuclear-armed communist state, charting its own course, with access to vast reserves of human and economic potential.
Yeah. I mean, through this series, we have witnessed how China emerged from the century of humiliation when, under the Qing dynasty, they were very much at the victim of these foreign aggressors, the imperial powers of the 19th century. Well, as we head into the middle of the 20th century, China has really emerged as a global superpower, right? It is very much on the rise. It has a massive population. It has the potential for massive economic growth, which you're beginning to see in this era, and the potential for massive military power. Now, that potential has not been fully realized at this point, but even in this moment, China is a very powerful country. And it's clear to everybody who's watching that it will continue to rise through the following years.
And yet, recent years have seen disastrous mistakes by China's leaders,
Yeah.
with horrifying consequences for its people.
Yeah, I mean, there has been human tragedy on a massive scale, right? I mean, I just talked about how China is on the rise, but this was not a linear upwards rise, right? There were ups and downs and some pretty tragic downs. I mean, we saw the Great Leap Forward in the last video where you saw starvation, famine, and death on a massive scale, right? So this is not a process that's only moving forward. Ironically, given the name of the Great Leap Forward, this is a process that involves much difficulty, cruelty, and tragedy, right? And we have seen that already through this series, and we will continue to see that, right? China will continue to grow into its status as a global power, but that is not necessarily good for everybody in the country, right?
The blunders of the Great Leap Forward mean Communist Party chairman Mao Zedong has taken a back seat in running the country.
Yeah, and this is interesting where, I mean, Mao Zedong is this incredibly influential figure of China. He is really, in many ways, the father of communist China. I think that's a fair title to bestow upon him, the father of the modern Chinese state. But unlike some of his contemporaries, the other leaders and dictators of this era, he was not someone who was always in power until the time of his death. He himself had ups and downs, and this is a moment where, due to the failures of the Great Leap Forward and the tragedy that accompanied those failures, and the fact that eventually the Communist Party was forced to even recognize and reckon with some of those failures, Mao has been forced to step back. He's been forced to step back from his position out in front, and so his position and his leadership has been weakened to a certain extent. Now, the story of the Cultural Revolution, one of the stories of the Cultural Revolution is this is a moment when Mao tries to reassert himself, right? So we'll see that, but heading into it, it's a time when Mao has actually stepped back from power a little bit because he's been forced to.
But his presence still looms large.
Yes, and I don't want to overemphasize. It's not that Mao completely disappeared. Of course, he was still an incredibly well-known and influential figure, right? It's not like from one day to the next, his influence completely vanished from the country. No, he's in a bit of a temporary step back from power, but he's still a very influential and powerful guy.
And he is already planning his return to frontline politics.
Yep.
A new book helps to prepare the way. Quotations from Chairman Mao, published in 1964.
And of course, this will be a very influential book. It is at the center of sort of Maoist doctrine today, a book that is pretty famous around the world for those who believe in Maoist or Chinese communism in particular. And so this is a big moment in his career and his legacy even after his death.
The famous Little Red Book. It contains 427 sayings that encapsulate the essence of Mao Zedong thought, and is small enough to be carried and studied by every woman and man in China.
Yes, and this little red book will become a centerpiece of the oncoming Cultural Revolution.
More than 1 billion copies are printed in the next decade,
Wow,
second only to the Bible.
not bad, huh?
Then, in 1966, Mao makes a very public political intervention.
He does.
Mao believes that the success of the Chinese Communist Revolution relies upon continuous momentum. He now feels support for that project is waning and plans a radical program of renewal.
Yeah, Mao, I mean, look, I'm not incredibly read into Mao Zedong thought myself, but what I can tell you is that within the Chinese Communist movement, of course, you have different branches of thought, right? And especially after the Great Leap Forward, there were a lot of people who sort of felt, you know what, maybe we should take a step back. Maybe we should slow down. We perhaps have made some mistakes along the way. Mao did not have that perspective. He was someone who felt the revolution needed to always be pushed forward in a pretty radical manner, right? That is his particular approach to this revolution, which, like I said, was not an idea shared by everybody, but it's one that he's going to push throughout this period we'll see here.
Warning of hidden enemies within the Chinese Communist Party, he calls for a new state of permanent cultural revolution.
It's interesting. I mean, you see this from some figures who come up during revolution, right? The question is always, when does the revolution stop, right? Does the revolution stop when we gain power? A lot of people say yes, some say no. When do we need to stop our revolutionary action? There are some movements that say the revolution lives on, even through our government. In fact, a lot of revolutions make that claim. Whereas others say, well, no, we've gained power, now we need to slow things down and moderate a little bit. It actually makes me think of someone like a Thomas Jefferson, right? An American revolutionary who, of course, was very different from Mao Zedong, but in some ways had a somewhat similar view on revolution, where Thomas Jefferson very much saw revolution as a continuing force, right? He felt that just about every generation, blood needed to be spilled. Revolution needed to be conducted in order to keep liberty going, right? So he was one of these guys, and he was one of the more radical of the American revolutionaries who felt that revolution was very much an ongoing project. Now, a lot of his contemporaries, in fact, probably most of his contemporaries, disagreed with him, and so America did not see continuous revolution through the years, at least not in that form. But here we have Mao, and he is saying, well, the revolution must continue, it's not done yet.
The youth must rise up, he says, and smash the four olds. Old thought, old culture, old habits, and old ideas.
Yes, and this is the focus of the Cultural Revolution, are destroying these old ways of thought, essentially. The four olds, as we call them, which sounds a little strange in English, but it gets the idea across appropriately. And what I find interesting about this is there's actually a pretty, direct line from the earlier revolutionary movements of the late Qing dynasty to the Cultural Revolution, right? I mean, we talked about this in some of the earlier videos, but we saw as the Qing dynasty entered its terminal decline, there were a lot of revolutionary types or reformer types who oftentimes were liberals or maybe nationalists, sometimes even socialists or communists, who felt like we needed to move away from these old ways of doing things, leave them in the past, and move towards a new modern vision. Now, for each of those different groups, that new modern vision was very different, but a lot of them did share the idea that we needed to get away from old Confucian way of doing things, old culture, the old, intellectual order, the old government, all these types of things. And that is something that is sort of held to this moment. And you see Mao almost bringing these ideas back, where he's saying, you might have thought we'd gotten away from these old ways of doing things, but we haven't. They are still ingrained in our culture. And so we need to get rid of old thought, old, ways of thinking, old culture, old habits, old ideas, right? So, of course, there's a particular sort of Maoist twist on this, right? And we'll see the direction it goes. But it is interesting to me that there is some similarity in this to some of those earlier revolutionary and reform movements in the early 20th century.
Mao can rely on a group of loyal attack dogs to support him in his new campaign. They include Defense Minister Lin Biao, who controls the military, and Mao's wife, former actress Jiang Qing.
Yeah, and Jiang Qing will play a pretty important role in the coming history we'll see here.
Controls much of the media. Initially, students and youths respond to Mao's call with enthusiasm. They organize themselves into units known as Red Guards, donning red armbands and brandishing Mao's little red book.
And I do want to say, and I've made this point before, but this is something that is really central to Mao, and it doesn't necessarily separate him from other leaders and dictators of the era, but Mao was really about mass mobilization, right? In many ways, that was the main thing he did, and that's where a lot of his power came from, was that he could mobilize a large chunk of the population really at any moment. Now, once again, he was not the only leader of the era to do that. A lot of these authoritarian leaders, especially those who had a cult of personality, could mobilize some support among the population, but it definitely was to a higher degree with Mao, and his whole identity in politics was far more centered around this mass mobilization, especially mass mobilization in the countryside, than other leaders. Though this movement is very much centered among the students and the young people of the era.
Millions travel to Beijing, where Mao refused them at mass rallies in Tiananmen Square.
And of course, I mean, I'm sure we'll get into this, but this is where you see the formation of these brigades of Red Guard youth, right? These sort of soldiers of the Cultural Revolution, essentially.
The Red Guards will be Mao's enforcers.
Yes.
They quickly turn on their university lecturers and high school teachers, symbols of the old order, many of whom are beaten and humiliated.
Yeah, I mean, there's a sort of turn against the pre-existing figures of authority is interesting because, of course, the communists had already been in power for a while, but, you know, it's not like they, when they got into power, they removed everybody who had been a figure of authority before. And so these new sort of radicalized and active youth, they turn towards those figures of authority in their lives, particularly these intellectual figures of authority, like they said, professors, teachers, and they take action against them, right? Which could include public humiliation, could include beating, and we'll see the violence escalate to the point of killing and death in this video. And as you can imagine, with any sort of witch hunt, right? A lot of the people who are targeted didn't actually do anything particularly wrong, right? You see this during the French Revolution as well. You see this in any type of moment like this. You could say the Red Scare in the United States. People get targeted for petty grudges, for personal reasons. And so this is an era of fear and retaliation, especially against you if you're one of these people in these sort of positions of authority. And we saw last time that when sort of criticism was opened up a little bit, you had a lot of these more intellectual types who sort of took a stand against the government, and that did not make the government happy. So, in some ways, this is sort of a continuation of that same retribution against these sort of intellectual types, these figures of authority that may not have been entirely under the thumb of the Communist Party yet.
Jiang Qing encourages the violence at a student rally. If good people beat bad people, it serves them right.
Sheesh.
If bad people beat good people, the good people win glory. Within weeks, the chaos spreads from campuses to society at large, and from Beijing to every city and province in China.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the students are at the center of this movement. It largely begins as a student movement. So it largely begins, like they said, on university campuses and schools, but it expands from there, and it begins to affect the entirety of Chinese society.
Mobs of Red Guards, often thousands strong, roam the streets, attacking anyone they deem bourgeois or reactionary.
And just to make the same point again, you know, people were targeted for a lot of very silly reasons, right? Including petty grudges. As you could imagine, reactionary and bourgeois are extremely loose, broad, and undefinable terms. You had a lot of things being defined as bourgeois that really don't make any sense, right? So if you didn't like somebody, and you were in one of these Red Guards, or you had a position within the movement, you could really target them for any reason you made up, right? Just take something they did and class it as bourgeois or reactionary, or just make up something they did, right? Once again, we're seeing hints of the French Revolution, very similar, or hints of other less violent but other political witch hunts like the Red Scare in the United States, where, of course, in sort of opposition to this, people were drawn up for supposedly being communists, though they were not always communists when they were targeted.
Millions of ordinary people are targeted on trumped-up charges, or simply for being literate or interested in traditional Chinese culture.
Yes, once again, it's more the intellectual types who are targeted in this movement. You know, the intellectual types who might represent a threat or even just an alternative to the current system. Those who perhaps push for a different ideology, or even if they don't push for it, they might just have knowledge of different ways of doing things, of Chinese history, maybe interested in old Confucian values. That was seen as a threat to the new communist China, right? Those are old ways of thinking and must be done away with.
No one is safe.
That's true.
Victims are subjected to struggle sessions.
Yeah, and a lot of this has become very notorious, I guess I would say, after the fact. And when they say no one is safe, that is right. We're going to see this retribution make its way up the ranks of the Communist Party itself, but we're not quite there yet.
Victims are subjected to struggle sessions, in which they are publicly humiliated, tortured, and beaten, sometimes to death.
Yeah. And I mean, that's where this escalates to, unsurprisingly. That's where this type of thing always escalates to. You know, even if, you know, it wasn't like every person they were taking in was executed, but you could imagine when these people are meant to be humiliated and beaten and harmed, it's not surprising that a fair amount of these people targeted end up dead, right? Either literally executed or dying from the wounds or whatever, sort of same difference. This is going to lead to a lot of violence and death.
Friends and relatives of the accused are often forced to lead the attacks.
And that's the thing as well, right? If you're related to somebody who's been accused of something, whether true or not, that means you're in the line of fire as well. If you're a friend or a relative or whatever, then you're in trouble, right? And so your choice is either to speak out against them, against someone you may care for, and that might save you from being attacked, or to flee or be attacked yourself, right? And we see, you know, making comparisons here, but this is somewhat reminiscent of, say, Stalinist purges in the USSR, where people were ratting out their family members to sort of save themselves. You see a similar thing here.
Millions of books, artworks, and monuments linked to pre-communist China are destroyed. On the 26th of December 1966, at his 73rd birthday party, Mao calls for all-round civil war.
Great.
Party officials are to be purged and replaced with revolutionary committees. These will consist only of supporters of the Cultural Revolution. In other words, those loyal only to Mao.
Yeah, it's interesting because, you know, this is both a sort of ideological battle, right? Mao's particular ideology is hoping to push it, but also clearly a personal and political power grab, right? So it was both Mao trying to truly make sure, you know, Mao Zedong thought is the one and only way of doing things in China, but also to make sure that he is in ultimate power and only those who are loyal to him get to remain in their positions, right? So there is an ideological aspect, as there always is with stuff like this, but you could argue that it's wrapped up in, or maybe is even masking, a more obvious sort of power grab here from Mao himself and the people around Mao, who will increasingly run the show as he continues to age.
The military is ordered to support the purge. leading to a much bloodier phase of the Cultural Revolution.
Yeah.
In 1967 alone, an estimated 250,000 people are killed,
Jesus Christ.
and 750,000 left permanently disabled.
God. The revolutionary torrents of the masses are washing away all the sludge and filth left over from the old society. Yeah, that was the idea. Lin Biao. Permanent revolution.
In 1968, Mao launches a new campaign to cleanse the class ranks, spreading further terror. All sections of society, across all ages, are affected. A further 30 million are subjected to struggle sessions.
Sheesh.
Mao's wife, Jiang Qing, a key leader of the Cultural Revolution, is now one of the most powerful and feared figures in China.
Yep.
The chaos reaches the very top of the party, as Mao settles scores with perceived rivals.
Yeah, and this is where you see the Cultural Revolution is most blatantly a power grab, right? This is where it is the least ideological and most obviously just sort of political performance, essentially. And the people in the Communist Party know if I step out of line, I'm going to find myself in a lot of trouble, right? So it's a good incentive to either support what's going on, or if you don't, sort of keep to yourself.
Liu Shaoqi, China's head of state, is dragged to struggle sessions along with his family.
Yeah.
They are publicly beaten by Red Guards and imprisoned.
I mean, this is a very famous example of how high the Cultural Revolution reached.
At the 1969 Party Congress, State Premier Zhou Enlai denounces Liu as a criminal traitor, enemy agent, and scab in the service of the imperialists, modern revisionists, and the nationalist reactionaries. A broken man, Liu dies in prison 7 months later.
Damn.
Other prominent victims include Deng Xiaoping, a leading pragmatist and reformer on the Politburo Standing Committee.
Yeah, we talked about him last time. Deng Xiaoping has a fascinating career. We talked about how after the Cultural Revolution, you see power swing the other direction, where Mao is pushed out to a certain extent, and the moderates and pragmatists relative to Mao get brought in, like Deng Xiaoping, who is very much a pragmatist. Now the pendulum's swinging in the other direction. We've got the Cultural Revolution. Those like Deng Xiaoping now get pushed out of power. But if you know about China, you know eventually the pendulum will swing back, and Deng Xiaoping will end up back in power, and even more power than he's ever seen. So Deng Xiaoping's a good example of how power sort of swings back and forth through these years of Chinese history.
He is sent to work in a tractor factory. His brother is driven to take his own life.
Yeah, though if you're just looking at it in this moment, you might think, well, Deng Xiaoping's basically done. His faction is over. Now, we know that's not the case, but in this moment, it really seems like they are completely out of power.
His son is tortured by Red Guards for months, and then thrown from a third-floor window, leaving him paralyzed for life.
Jesus Christ.
Many other senior officials are purged. Among them, Xi Jinping, the father of future Chinese leader Xi Jinping.
Oh, wow.
Zhou Enlai survives as Premier of the People's Republic of China, though his adopted daughter, Sun Weixue, is arrested, tortured, and dies in prison.
God.
Zhou expresses no public criticism and endorses the persecution of former colleagues. It is a strategy of political survival.
Yeah, so Zhou Enlai is sort of tiptoeing around the edge here. So I talked about earlier how all of this is a good incentive if you don't agree with this, then you should try and keep to yourself, right? So Zhou Enlai, he publicly supports all of this. He's not the most strident supporter, but he's really doing it to secure his own survival, right? So he's turning against his old colleagues. He's allowing the people around him to be abused because he wants to keep his political career going. So he's not quite a full-throated supporter of all of this, but he does not let himself get caught up in the retribution that's happening here.
His personal relationship with Mao is uneasy.
Yeah.
Mao envies Zhou's popularity, but relies on him to run the government and mastermind China's foreign relations.
And that, Zhou Enlai has got an interesting position here where, of course, Mao, he's the number one guy. He's got this whole cult of personality around him. But Zhou Enlai, he's an OG as well. He's also very popular with the people, right? And so Zhou Enlai, that's why he's sort of tiptoeing around, where he's like, okay, well, I'm going to try and stay in power here, because he knows he has some degree of leverage over Mao, even in this moment. Now, he also knows if he really speaks out, he's going to get in trouble, but Mao can't quite afford to do away with him in the way that he might like to, right? Given that Mao would prefer more control to himself. So Zhou Enlai still holds a degree of influence and power that a lot of his colleagues are losing in this moment. And like they pointed out, Zhou Enlai plays a big role in running the government, also a big role in the foreign diplomacy of China. You'll oftentimes, when they're meeting with foreign leaders in this era, Zhou Enlai will be the one doing a lot of that upfront diplomacy instead of Mao himself.
However, Mao names loyalist defense minister Lin Biao, not Zhou, to be his successor when the time comes. In July 1968, Mao orders the Red Guards to end their attacks, which have served their purpose. But bloody suppressions and campaigns will continue for years.
Yeah, obviously. Can't really just bring things to a close like that, especially when you've been preaching a doctrine of permanent revolution. The revolution should continue. When you say, all right, the purges are done, everyone's like, no, they're not. You said we should keep the revolution going. And so a lot of the violence continues even after this point.
In the final reckoning, Mao's cultural revolution claims the lives of unknown thousands, perhaps millions. It inflicts cruel and inhumane treatment on countless more, and destroys huge swathes of China's cultural heritage.
Yeah.
The deep trauma, for victims and perpetrators, lasts to this day.
And I always think it's a shame. The number one tragedy of all of this is the human cost. The deaths, the torture, the abuse that was done onto people. That is the worst of all of it. Secondarily, I do think it's a shame whenever countries destroy their own history and cultural artifacts and art and things like that. I always think even if you don't agree or you don't necessarily like your history and your cultural artifacts, you don't need to, hang it up for everybody to see out in the town square, but at least preserve it, keep it in a museum, you know what I mean? I think these things should be held on to, preserved. You don't need to venerate them, I'm not saying that, but it's always a shame when you see elements of history be destroyed. Of course, I'm a history guy, right? So I'm particularly interested in that, but, that's an additional shame of all of this, of course, along with the main thing, which is the human cost. As the Chinese saying goes, one should not lose the major for the sake of the minor. Zhou Enlai to President Nixon. Wow. Ping pong diplomacy. Ooh, interesting. Okay. So we're stepping a little bit away from the domestic for a moment to talk about China's place in the world, foreign policy.
The excesses of the Cultural Revolution seem to give Mao a stranglehold on power. But there are now few within the leadership he trusts. And few who trust him.
Yeah. I mean, he has certainly cemented his power, given himself a stranglehold on power, but in a way, he has sort of isolated himself from his colleagues a little bit, in that now he doesn't really trust anybody, he's become more paranoid, and the people around him don't really trust him. And so, if there's ever a moment when they could sort of separate themselves, you can imagine that they'll take that opportunity. Now, that moment is not in this moment. Mao has an incredible amount of power, but that sort of resentment and distrust, it simmers for the long term.
Mao's relationship with Defense Minister Lin Biao begins to sour. Each suspects the other of plotting their downfall. In 1971, Lin Biao decides he must flee China for his own safety.
Uh-oh.
With his family, he boards a flight to the Soviet Union, only for the plane to crash in Mongolia, killing all on board.
That's not suspicious at all, right?
Lin's former allies within the People's Liberation Army are soon purged. With Lin out of the picture, Premier Zhou Enlai rises further in status and authority.
Yes. Right, so we talked about how Lin Biao was sort of supplanting him to a certain extent, even though Zhou Enlai was still popular with the people. Now that Lin Biao is gone, that gives Zhou Enlai even more of an opportunity to step up, which also might make Mao a little bit uncomfortable, but, well, this is who's left.
Never a diplomat, Mao relies on Zhou to restore harmony at home
Yeah.
and build bridges abroad.
Yeah, that's true. Mao was never a diplomat, okay? He is not the guy you want to be handling your foreign negotiations. Not at all. Zhou Enlai is far better suited to that sort of thing.
And in the early 70s, Zhou oversees a series of foreign policy successes that further enhance his prestige and popularity. Since 1945, China's seat at the UN has been held by Taiwan, formerly the Republic of China.
Yeah.
This is the state created by Chiang Kai-shek's nationalist government when it fled at the end of the Civil War.
Yes, so the nationalist government leaves. It sort of feels it's the government in exile of mainland China, and so it gets to keep its seat on the UN Security Council, which by the 1970s is beginning to seem a little ridiculous to people, right? The communists have now controlled China, mainland China, for decades at this point. And so to keep saying, no, Taiwan, the government in Taiwan is the real China, it's like, okay, it's clearly not, right?
But in 1971, after years of diplomatic maneuvering, the UN votes to recognize the People's Republic of China, Communist China, as the country's sole legitimate representative, and transfers to it Taiwan's seat as one of the UN Security Council's 5 permanent members.
Which is, of course, a powerful seat, and, you know, it's pretty obvious why countries like the United States and its allies wanted to prevent this from happening, right? But at this point, both because it sort of seems like it must happen, and due to the diplomatic maneuvering by China, China is now granted, or I should say, Communist China is now given that seat that the nationalist government in Taiwan was holding.
Since the 60s, China's relations with the Soviet Union have been frosty.
Yeah.
There have even been bloody border clashes between the two nuclear-armed communist powers.
I mean, relations had been frosty for a while. We saw how after the fall of Stalin, you know, Khrushchev goes through a process of de-Stalinization. Mao does not like that, right? And so relations had not been good for a while, and they continue to not be good.
The first is in 1969.
And they're getting worse with these border clashes.
In the east. But fighting later spreads to Xinjiang, leaving scores dead. Zhou now seeks to thaw relations with the world's other superpower, the USA.
Yes, so China has been tied to the USSR sort of naturally because they're both communist countries, but the relationship between China and the USSR has weakened. In fact, the relationship is pretty much dead in the water. And so China is looking for new allies, and the most obvious new ally, if you're looking on the world stage, is the US. Now, China and the US have not had a great relationship, so you might think this does not seem possible. But it just so happens in this moment, the United States is looking for a new ally as well. They're looking for a new ally, essentially against the USSR. And who better than China, a previous ally of the USSR? And this is all going to happen under Nixon, and of course, Henry Kissinger, right? Nixon and Kissinger in particular, along with Zhou Enlai in China, are going to sort of mastermind this new diplomatic approach. And all this is very much related from the US perspective to the war with Vietnam and Cambodia and all these different things. The US is also looking to put pressure on in those areas and find an ally in China. I mean, it's all very complicated, the evil machinations of Henry Kissinger, but there's a lot happening, basically, that is pushing the US towards a partnership, or at least easing tensions with China, and that is also pushing China towards the United States. I mean, not that they're going to become best buddies, and maybe even allies is too strong a word, but essentially a détente, an easing of the tensions.
Rapprochement begins in 1971, when the US ping-pong team is invited to tour China. It's the first official visit by an American delegation since 1949. The US players are personally welcomed by Premier Zhou, who tactfully instructs the dominant Chinese team not to win every game.
That's funny.
The tour is considered a diplomatic triumph. In Zhou's words, opening the door for friendly exchange between the two nations.
Yeah, it's interesting that at this time you have Zhou trying to make a good impression, you know, essentially warming up to the United States, while the people of China, the masses, are extremely negatively polarized against the United States due to, you know, as you can imagine, the communist government, up until this point, has not been super friendly towards these capitalist powers. The propaganda they put out does not paint the United States in a positive light, and so the people of China are very negative towards the US, but now Zhou is trying to sort of turn that around a little bit and try to warm up things between the two countries. And of course, a somewhat similar situation in the United States, where, although a little different, because in the United States, a lot of the negative propaganda is against the Soviet Union, right? At that time, the focus is way more against the USSR than against China. Though, of course, as a communist power, China is not very popular within the US, so somewhat similar. But the USSR is way more the focus of negative attention in the US. Of course, today, that situation has changed, where, you know, China is sort of number one on the US enemy list, but at the time, it was the USSR, and so China got less of that negative attention than the Soviets did.
Building on the foundations of ping-pong diplomacy, US President Richard Nixon visits China in 1972.
I mean, it really is just crazy to think about the different ideologies and perspectives of these two men, and then to have them genially meeting each other. You know, it's a fascinating moment, and it, once again, is engineered by the sort of foreign policy and diplomacy of Zhou Enlai and Henry Kissinger. It's a real, you could say, example of realpolitik.
Visits China in 1972. Nixon is a zealous anti-communist,
Yeah.
but both sides see better relations as a means to gain leverage over the Soviet Union.
Yeah, essentially realpolitik, like I said. And I don't think this is a bad move, by the way. I just think it is sort of funny to see these two diametrically opposed figures coming together.
As a result, a US trade embargo, in place since the communists came to power in 1949, is lifted. In 1973, Zhou's long-term ally, Deng Xiaoping, is allowed to return to Beijing from internal exile in Jiangxi province.
Look who's back.
Mao agrees to rehabilitate him. By 1974, Deng is once more vice premier, working closely with Zhou on foreign policy and day-to-day government.
Interesting. So, looks like Deng Xiaoping's making quite the impression. He's been brought back into the fold. He's a close personal ally of Zhou Enlai's, so that means Deng Xiaoping is now pretty intimately involved in running the government, and he's sort of been included on this global public relations tour that Zhou Enlai is doing. So Deng Xiaoping's image begins to rise alongside Zhou Enlai. Maybe this guy's got a future ahead of him. Of course, we know where this is going to go. If you don't, I've hinted at it, right? Deng Xiaoping. Keep an eye on him over these next years of Chinese history.
Dogged by ill health and increasing paranoia, Mao's hold over the party begins to wane.
Yeah, and it really is. You know, we saw how much Mao was able to centralize power during this episode, but just Mao himself is declining, his health is declining, right? And that, you know, sort of naturally leads to a decline in his influence as well. Not to mention, he really reached his peak, but as we talked about, in doing that, he did alienate a lot of his previous allies. He alienated and isolated himself from a lot of his colleagues. And so that now that Mao seems to be in decline and Zhou Enlai seems to be on the rise, you know, these things sort of fold into a cycle where things are going to start to decline for Mao.
But he will outlast one old rival. A giant portrait of Chiang Kai-shek had once overlooked Tiananmen Square,
Wow.
just as Mao's does now. Since his defeat in the Civil War, the former nationalist leader of China has headed an authoritarian government in Taiwan. He has overseen stunning economic growth, but failed in his ultimate goal, to reconquer the Chinese mainland.
Yeah.
Chiang dies in Taipei in April 1975, aged 87.
And I mean, it's interesting because the sort of rhetoric surrounding Taiwan today is that it's, you know, this sort of democratic state that's very much at risk at the moment, which is true. But of course, for many decades after the nationalist government moves there, it's essentially a far-right dictatorship under Chiang Kai-shek, which is of course a Western ally. And you can imagine that all of this US-China rapprochement is a little uncomfortable for Taiwan. But it does not run as a democracy for many years after the nationalist government establishes itself. Now, of course, Chiang Kai-shek here is passing away. You will see things start to shift and change in Taiwan in the following years.
The rivalry between the two leaders passes to a new generation, but remains as fierce as ever.
Frenemies.
4 months later, China is hit by a powerful typhoon. Heavy rain in Hunan province causes dozens of dams to collapse. The resulting floods destroy millions of homes, but the authorities suppress reporting of the disaster.
Not good.
The official death toll is 26,000. More recent estimates point to a number several times higher.
Sheesh. I mean, you see this in these types of authoritarian regimes where even if something happens that isn't necessarily their fault, they want to downplay the negative consequences, right? I mean, everyone's probably going to think of Chernobyl, right, with the USSR, where, and well, actually, that of course was their fault to a certain degree. That was not a natural disaster. That was a nuclear disaster. But even after it happens and it's done, the USSR is not totally open and transparent with the situation. They essentially try to lie their way through the crisis, and as it becomes increasingly clear that things have gone badly wrong, they have to slowly step closer towards the truth while still trying to downplay the situation.
The failure of the dams, built at the height of Mao's Great Leap Forward, is a tragic reminder of past mistakes. Just as China's future path is suddenly thrown into doubt.
I was Chairman Mao's dog. Whomever he told me to bite, I bit. Wow, quite a statement, I have to say. From his wife as well. The Gang of Four.
By 1975, the Chinese Communist Party is divided between modernizers and loyalists. Leading the modern...
I mean, it's almost just a more explicit version of a split that has existed for a while. You know, we saw sort of a similar split when the Great Leap Forward failed, right? We saw this split in the party. This split has continued to exist, and in fact, it has very much been enhanced by the Cultural Revolution. Like I said, resentment has formed on both sides. And so you have a similar split, but a split that's more clear than ever in this moment. And especially now when the party's going to be thrown into chaos, this split becomes more important than ever.
Modernizers, Deng Xiaoping, Zhou Enlai, and others, who now
I mean, those are the two big names, but there are more.
openly point the finger at a gang of four for inciting the worst excesses of the Cultural Revolution. The gang...
And this is because they can't blame Mao himself, right? Though Mao is, of course, part of this factional split, right? He is, loyalists, they're named that because they're loyalists to Mao and loyalists to the Cultural Revolution, right? So Mao is firmly on one side. But, Mao has such a cult of personality. To the people, he's very much above all of this factional infighting. And so, Deng Xiaoping and Zhou Enlai are pointing the fingers at these people because they're going to have a hard time pointing at Mao himself.
All Mao loyalists is led by his wife, Jiang Qing, and includes Zhang Chenqiao, a political theorist, literary critic Yao Wenyuan, and labor activist Wang Hongwen. All hold key positions in the party or state apparatus. Through the Central Cultural Revolution Group, they largely control state media, from newspapers and radio to revolutionary opera and theater.
Right, and we've talked about how much mass mobilization was important to Mao's movement, and if you control the mass media, then that is a massive advantage in controlling mass mobilization and mobilizing the public to do what you want them to do. Yeah, it's not entire control, but it's a big part of it.
The Gang of Four fight back against the modernizers, turning their propaganda machine against Deng and Zhou, who are labeled counter-revolutionary rightists.
Uh-oh.
Anxious to protect his legacy, Mao seems to be siding with the Gang of Four. Then,
well, unsurprisingly, once again, they're loyalists to him.
In January 1976, Zhou Enlai dies from cancer. Zhou had received an early diagnosis, but Mao had personally intervened to delay potentially life-saving treatment.
Damn.
Such was his determination to outlive his political rival.
That is cold. For an old comrade? Damn, that's cruel, really is. But even aside from that, here you have the death of one of the two most prominent figures of communist China, right? At the time, Mao and Zhou Enlai. And Zhou Enlai has just passed away. So that is a massive loss for the movement, and especially a loss for the sort of pragmatist faction of the Communist Party.
As Chinese premier since 1949, Zhou was one of the key architects of Communist China.
Yeah. And just, I know we're going to sort of get to his legacy here, but, talking about how Mao is so determined to outlive Chiang Kai-shek and Zhou Enlai, he's probably determined because he doesn't have long left himself, right? I'll just point that out. Mao does not have much longer left in his life.
Zhou was one of the key architects of Communist China.
True.
President Nixon had called him the greatest statesman of our era.
Wow.
And as a skilled...
High praise. I mean, I don't know how much it means coming from Nixon, but high praise.
The greatest statesman of our era. And as a skilled diplomat and stabilizing force, he'd shaped foreign policy and helped to modernize the country.
Very influential.
But his attempts to moderate Mao's mistakes had only limited success. His legacy is inescapably entwined with the disasters of Mao-era China.
Yeah, I mean, Zhou Enlai's interesting, right? He's a figure who represented the origins of communist China. Maybe not quite as much as Mao, but he was up there, right? Like they said, he was instrumental in building communist China and building it on the world stage in particular, and building out the government, overseeing how things ran. Truly an influential individual. And we saw a lot of that influence in this episode with the sort of foreign policy endeavors, which are really central to China's position in the world today. So it's hard to understate how influential he was. But in an area in which he sort of failed was his attempt to moderate the actions of Mao. We saw that in the last episode. We saw that in this one. Zhou Enlai attempted to be a moderating influence on the sort of worst excesses of Maoism, and he found some success, but ultimately he was sort of forced to tag along with the tragedies of Maoist-era China. We saw the Great Leap Forward. We saw through the Cultural Revolution how Zhou Enlai sort of tried to keep things to himself, right? He didn't necessarily step out and take a stand because it would have meant the end of his career. And so though he tries to moderate, in the end he has, you could say not much success, or you could even argue complete failure on that front. So there were some examples of him, moderating successfully.
But Zhou remains hugely popular.
Yeah.
And on the 4th of April, crowds gather in Tiananmen Square to mourn his death and protest against the attacks made on him by the Gang of Four.
Right, and I say, of course, losing him was a big loss to that pragmatist movement, but also, and it's a little, maybe not nice to say, but any loss is going to be a sort of political opportunity, right? And so the event of his death is also an opportunity for the pragmatist faction of the Communist Party.
The following day, the army is sent in to clear the square, with around 40 arrests.
That doesn't look good.
Zhou's ally, Deng Xiaoping, is blamed for the disturbance and dismissed once again.
Not again.
Amidst rising tensions at the top of the party, Mao Zedong, plagued by heart and lung problems for years, dies aged 82.
Yeah.
Many millions of Chinese have known no leader but Mao. The country is in shock. A week of national mourning is declared.
Great music, by the way. Like I said, Mao didn't have that long left either. And so now you've got an era where the party is truly launched into chaos, right? The death of Zhou Enlai has that effect. Mao's decline was already causing chaos because he just could not be as influential as he once was, but his death is going to exacerbate that political chaos and tension even more. But yeah, truly a massively influential figure here. I mean, I feel like I don't really need to even say it. We've been talking about Mao this entire series for a reason. Above Zhou Enlai, he is the #1 most influential figure, the most influential shaper of communist China and really modern China, right? It's hard to understate his influence.
A week of national mourning is declared. Over 7 days, 1 million visitors file past Mao's body.
Wow.
As he lies in state in the Great Hall of the People in Tiananmen Square. The people are urged to turn grief into strength, carry forward Chairman Mao's legacy.
Right, so once again here you see that loss is used as opportunity politically.
See the proletarian revolutionary cause through to the end. To most Chinese, Mao is and remains the great helmsman. A titanic figure who guided China through stormy seas to security and prosperity.
He definitely guided China through stormy seas. I think you can make the argument that he caused some of those storms and exacerbated a lot of those storms as well. But it's undeniable that he guided China for these decades. I mean, both during his time as a revolutionary, as a fighter, during civil war and war, and then as his time sort of heading, communist China really as its main figure.
But his successes were matched by disastrous failures.
Oh yeah.
His agricultural reforms, motivated by pure ideology, triggered the largest man-made famine in history. Tens of millions died as a result.
Yeah.
The Cultural Revolution saw suffering inflicted on many thousands of innocent victims. Mao's rule has left Chinese society highly regimented and riven with distrust. A place where any dissent is quickly and ruthlessly suppressed. In the words of veteran communist Chen Yun, had Mao died in 1956, his achievements would have been immortal.
That's interesting.
Had he died in 1966, he would still have been a great man, but flawed. But he died in 1976. Alas, what can one say?
Wow. That's a fascinating way of thinking about it. That really is interesting. And yeah, there's truth to that, right? I mean, I often think about, historical figures who sort of died before their time, and you think, yeah, they're often the most beloved of our historical figures and heroes throughout history. And you think, if this person had lived a little longer, would they still be as beloved? And I often think, probably not. They probably would have done things that people didn't like. I guess Mao's a good example of the opposite of that, where you're right, if he died sort of following, sort of the communist victory in China and the state establishing itself, probably would have been an unmitigated hero to the people of China. And of course, he's still remembered very fondly and widely today. But through the actions he took that led to the Great Leap Forward, or the famine from the Great Leap Forward, and all the millions of deaths and the Cultural Revolution, I mean, just these vast atrocities were committed under his name. Right? And so that very much tarnishes his legacy. I'd argue more than tarnishes it. But that's a fascinating way of looking at him. Smash the Gang of Four. Communist Party slogan. Ooh, interesting. Things are shifting, eh? Honoring Mao, rejecting Maoism.
The Chinese Communist Party is now deeply split between those loyal to Mao and his legacy and those who oppose the brutality of the Cultural Revolution.
I mean, we're in a very similar place to the USSR after the death of Stalin, right? There are those who remained loyal to Stalin and Stalinism, his vision of how things should work, but there were a lot of people, and a lot more people, and those ended up winning out, who wanted to turn the Soviet Union in a different direction, who wanted a certain degree of de-Stalinization. Though maybe a little different in that here you've got two factions, one that is very loyal to Mao, and well, everyone's going to say they're loyal to Mao, but one that really wants to continue his vision, and one that wants to go in a more pragmatic direction. Whereas when Stalin dies, everyone professes loyalty to Stalin, all the people, all the politicians, at least in the immediate aftermath. But really, if you look at the competitors to take his place, most of those guys wanted to take things in a different direction. Within the halls of power, there really were not a lot of Stalin loyalists left, or at least those who were loyal to Stalin's vision, which is interesting because Stalin was extremely paranoid and only let those around him who were loyal to him. But when he dies, a lot of those guys from Khrushchev to Beria, both of them are like, meh, we should go in a different direction, right? So it's interesting. And that is what ends up happening in the Soviet Union. And of course, that's what's gonna end up happening in China. But in the moment, it's not quite clear which direction things are going to go.
Mao's designated successor is Hua Guofeng. He is an able, if uninspiring, party official, but lacks prestige and personal authority. Officially, his mantra is clear. Whatever policy Chairman Mao decided upon, we shall resolutely defend. Whatever directives Chairman Mao issued, we shall steadfastly obey.
Surely that's a good way to run a country. I'll give you guys this advice. The political figure, whatever political figure we're talking about, doesn't matter who, no one should be venerated to that degree when they die. No one should have their beliefs so unquestioned during or after their lifetime. It's just not healthy, right? And that's why cult of personalities around any leader in any country, they're not good.
In practice, he pulls off a delicate balancing act between honoring Mao's legacy and modernization.
Right.
His first task is to deal with the Gang of Four, led by Mao's widow, Jiang Qing.
Interesting. So you see what he says versus what he does, and there's a discrepancy there. You could argue a necessary discrepancy if you want to practically run the country.
For many, they embody the worst excesses of Mao's rule.
There's a reason why we call them the Gang of Four. It's not a very friendly name, right? In itself, it's sort of a derogatory title, and that's the title we've kept to this day, so it gives you an idea of how they are sort of viewed.
After the period of national mourning comes to an end, Hua moves against them. On the 6th of October 1976, the Gang of Four are arrested. They are accused of orchestrating the chaos and violence of the Cultural Revolution.
And as we often see with violent revolutions, eventually the violence will come back to you, right? We see this with the French Revolution, one of the best examples, where each successive wave of leaders, from the Girondins to the Jacobins, eventually the violence comes back to them. Of course, the most obvious example is with the Jacobins, with Robespierre, who commit the most violence, the worst excesses of the revolution itself, not including the wars of the French Revolution, of course, because those were much larger in scale, and then eventually that violence comes back against them in a backlash. That's sort of what we're seeing here. I mean, not necessarily in the case of violence exclusively, but just the sort of, attacks of the Cultural Revolution are now coming back against those who perpetrated that Cultural Revolution.
In a televised trial, Jiang Qing defends herself passionately. But all four are found guilty of counter-revolutionary activities. Jiang Qing and Zhang Chenxiao are sentenced to death. Their sentences are later commuted to life imprisonment. In 1991, Jiang takes her own life in prison.
Oh, wow.
A Mao loyalist to the end.
Sheesh. She lived a long time after that and took her life in the end. Wow. That's quite a way to go.
With blame for past mistakes pinned on the Gang of Four, Mao's status as the great helmsman can remain unquestioned and inviolable.
Yep, exactly. Like I said earlier, when we were talking about the factional split between the Communist Party, you had these two different factions, and one faction, their whole point was they were loyal to Mao and wanted to keep his ideas going. But Mao himself was not blamed for a lot of this, because he was seen as this figure that was above the petty squabbling of politics. And so now, even after his death, all of the worst parts of his career can be blamed on those around him, the Cultural Revolution on the Gang of Four in particular, and it allows him to continue to be venerated as this figure who is above the tragedy of politics, right?
But it is clear that in communist China, a new era is beginning.
Yeah. Emancipate the mind, seek truth from facts, unite as one, and look forward. From Deng Xiaoping. And this is going to be his era of history. The Rise of Deng.
The Gang of Four had represented one extreme of the Chinese Communist Party. The Mao loyalists.
Yeah.
If one figure represents the opposite wing of the party, it's Deng Xiaoping.
Yeah, I mean, we look at our chart of people here, and there's a reason that they showed us all these people. The Gang of Four are now out of the picture. Zhou Enlai is dead. Who remains? Deng Xiaoping.
Now aged 72, Deng's fortunes within the party have fluctuated wildly.
They really have, and his career is a crazy one. I mean, he's in his 70s at this point. He's quite an old man. And yet, this is going to be the man who shapes the next era of Chinese history, right? Even beginning in his 70s, which is crazy. And this is someone who, like they said, he's been so up and down. He's reached the very top, he's about to, and he's reached the very bottom, right? So it's insane that at this point in his life and his career, he was going to become the most powerful man in China.
In the 1930s, he'd supported Mao in the rural Soviets and the struggles against the Kuomintang. He'd become a willing enforcer of the brutal anti-rightist campaigns of the 1950s, an economic reformer in the 1960s, then a sudden and dramatic fall from favour at the height of the Cultural Revolution.
Yeah.
Deng is now seen as a natural leader.
He's a good example of, this is an OG, someone who was there from the beginning, and even he was a victim of the Cultural Revolution, who then came back to get right up to the top.
A talent too great for the party to ignore. In July 1977, Hua Guofeng rehabilitates Deng for a second time, appointing him vice chairman of the Communist Party.
He's back again!
From now on, all the momentum is with the reformers. Deng is acutely aware that China is in a disastrous state.
Yeah.
Weakened by Mao's Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution. The average income of a Chinese peasant, still 80% of the population, is just $40 a year.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I mean, even, if you compare China from decades ago, prior to the People's Republic, to where they're at now, there has been absolutely impressive growth during that time period. But when we look at China today, the incredible growth of China into the modern superpower it is now, where does that growth come from? It's really, in a big way, going to start now with Deng Xiaoping. These next few decades of Chinese history, the 70s, late 70s, through to the current moment, is when you'll truly see China explode as an economic, military, and political power around the world.
Because of the Cultural Revolution, crucial positions across the country are held by unqualified military officials and Mao loyalists. Universities have been shuttered for a decade. Thousands of educated people and party officials have been exiled to the countryside to perform menial labor.
Yeah, which of course was used essentially as a punishment, a sort of ideological punishment under Maoism. But if you just want to look at the efficiency of your state, it really doesn't make sense to have a bunch of people who have expertise in one or more areas, important areas, laboring in the fields. You might as well bring them back to help run the government or run education or run whatever they were doing before, right? Especially when you're in need of those people. And China in this moment is in need of those types of experts.
Infrastructure and industry are in a state of neglect and disrepair. Deng believes the solution must be radical reform. He will deviate from decades of Maoist ideology and advocate openness to new ideas and technologies.
And he really does. I mean, it's interesting, if you want to compare the USSR to China, you know, Mao as a figure is still held up a lot in China today, whereas Stalin's image really saw a fall after his death and Khrushchev coming into power. I mean, Khrushchev really denounces a lot of what Stalin does. But interestingly enough, I think you can make the argument that Khrushchev, the reforms, you know, of the political economic system are actually relatively minor compared to what Deng is going to do in China, right? So Deng Xiaoping and the Chinese government sort of keeps that image of Mao alive, but they radically depart from his policies and they go in a very different direction. Whereas in the USSR, they denounce Stalin, and of course, you still find some people in Russia who like Stalin today. It's complicated, but Stalin's image experiences a fall, but a lot of the policy actually stays the same under Khrushchev. There was change. I'm not saying there wasn't. There definitely was, and it was significant, but not nearly as significant as the change you're going to see in China under Deng Xiaoping.
Wherever they come from. Students and officials are encouraged to spend time abroad.
Whoa.
The goal will be the 4 modernizations introduced by Zhou Enlai.
Love that. We went from the 4 olds to the 4 modernizations.
In agriculture, industry, science, and defense. Deng steadily increases his power and support within the party. By late 1978, he is officially the 3rd most senior member of the Politburo.
Yeah, and the thing is, when you've got systems like this, especially when you've got a sort of split party system and government system, the guy at the top, officially, is not always the most powerful man in the country, right? You saw that with Mao. You know, Mao, during his lifetime, during the last few decades of his life, was the most powerful man in the country, maybe with the exception of that time following the Great Leap Forward. But you had other guys oftentimes running the government, different sectors of the government, running the party, whatever. But Mao was always the most powerful, right? And so Deng Xiaoping, whomever is the leader in any particular moment, he is going to be the most powerful man in this era.
But in reality, Deng is calling the shots.
Yes, and everyone knows it.
Deng Xiaoping is finally free to enact the reforms he believes China desperately needs. The consequence will be a transformation unprecedented in history.
Yeah. Hey, there's Xi Jinping. Setting things right. Deng Xiaoping's guiding philosophy. Reform and opening up. 1978.
1978. And China has a new leader, the 74-year-old Deng Xiaoping. Deng's record as a reformer as well as his frank and avuncular manner, is a stark contrast to the memory of Mao Zedong.
Yeah, Deng Xiaoping, a man who is already so late into his life, but only now is reaching the pinnacle of his power. We've seen him throughout this series. He's been a reformer. He has been in and out of favor several times. In fact, sometimes he has been entirely removed from power, but now he's back, and he's back in a big way. And we can see already that the fact that Deng Xiaoping wants to reform, that he wants to set things right, shows that he thinks things have gone a little bit off course. Now, to be fair, at this time, a lot of people in Chinese society thought that. Some didn't. Your most hardcore Maoists thought things had been moving in the right direction. But a lot of people thought it was time for a correction. And that correction is what Deng Xiaoping is going to achieve.
Deng is convinced that only the Chinese Communist Party can lead China to prosperity. But he also believes major reforms are necessary to do it.
And this will be a really interesting video to go through, right? Deng Xiaoping is able to conduct these pretty massive reforms in China while still holding on to power, right? While the Communist Party stays in absolute power. Now, you can contrast that with, for example, the Soviet Union, right? The Soviet Union, really through the 70s into the 80s, stagnated. You had this class of pretty corrupt and aging bureaucrats ruling the party, and then you get the figure of Gorbachev, who in perhaps a similar way, and in some ways differently than Deng Xiaoping, tries to reform the Soviet Union. What does that lead to? It leads to the collapse of the entire country, right? So clearly things went differently in China and the USSR, and so I think it's interesting to examine how did Deng Xiaoping manage to do that while still holding on to power for the Communist Party?
His views are echoed by prominent supporters, Hu Yaobang and Zhao Ziyang, who Deng describes as his left and right hands. Together they promote the four modernizations in agriculture, industry, national defense, and science and technology.
They love a good four blanks in China, the four olds, the four modernizations. This is probably a reference to some of those other four blanks. Or a response.
But there is also a growing number who question China's repressive system.
Uh-oh.
Encouraged by Deng's talk of ideological liberation, activists stick up political posters along Beijing's Xidan Street.
Right, and this is the thing. Look, we're talking about reform. Now, reform can mean a lot of different things. For Mikhail Gorbachev in the Soviet Union, he first essentially tried some economic reform, and then finding that the party was so entrenched that he couldn't really get anything by, he then went to political reform, opening up the government, allowing more free speech, and that reform grew and grew and grew until it toppled the system of Soviet government. So Gorbachev ended up doing several kinds of reform. Here in China, Deng Xiaoping is most interested in economic reform. But, as you see with the example of Gorbachev, oftentimes one type of reform can lead to others, right? You start slow, start with making minor changes, and those changes quickly spiral out of control, right? And so a lot of people in this moment, people who may be dissatisfied with the current system, are seeing this sort of new wave of ideology Deng Xiaoping is bringing in, this idea of reform, and they're saying, hey, that's great, let's reform the entire system. But that's not quite what he's going for.
It becomes known as the Democracy Wall. Many of the posters criticize Mao and the Gang of Four.
Whoa. And, the Gang of Four, they had certainly, we saw what happened to them last time, so that's not necessarily beyond the pale, but criticizing Mao, that's pretty crazy, right? I mean, we saw that the Gang of Four really was able to take the heat for a lot of things that Mao was responsible for, and so Mao was able to remain this almost deified figure in the popular imagination, and so to critique Mao, that's to take things a step further.
Deng Xiaoping tolerates this criticism of his predecessors, even as so-called big character posters spread across Beijing and other major cities. People have grievances, and they should be allowed to express them,
Okay.
Deng tells an American journalist.
Interesting.
Most posters are anonymous. But in December 1978, Wei Jingsheng, an electrician and former Red Guard, posts an essay entitled "The Fifth Modernization."
Oh. Interesting from someone who was a Red Guard. Let's hear what he has to say.
Signing it with his real name and address, he argues that democracy is essential for the welfare of the Chinese people.
Uh-oh.
Democracy, freedom, and happiness for all are our sole objectives in carrying out modernization, he writes. Now, the limits to the new spirit of openness are revealed.
Yeah, you've gone a little too far. And one thing I think we'll learn about Deng Xiaoping in comparison to someone like a Gorbachev, and not to keep making the same comparison, but it's just on my mind given how I've framed what happens in China versus what happens in the USSR, is that Gorbachev, when it really came time, he was not willing to use mass violence in the way that his predecessors were. Now, I'm not saying no repression happened under Gorbachev, but he would often back down from that type of repression and violence. Deng Xiaoping, he may be a reformer in some ways, but he is still willing to use the levers of violence and repression that are available to him with the Chinese state.
Wei Jingsheng and 30 other activists are arrested and given long jail sentences.
To uphold socialism, we must eliminate poverty. Poverty is not socialism. Fair enough. Seems like a good step to take, eliminate poverty. But much harder said than done, right? And Deng Xiaoping is maybe going to lay out a way that it can be done, but many world leaders have tried to eliminate poverty, and many world leaders have tried to eliminate socialism, but that's a different thing. For example, Lyndon B. Johnson in the United States, he made a good attempt to eliminate poverty in the U.S., and he had a whole series of Great Society programs, but alas, poverty still remains, so let's see how Deng Xiaoping does. Though he definitely made progress, I'll give him credit. Socialism with Chinese characteristics.
In March 1979, Deng Xiaoping introduces 4 basic principles. 1. Uphold the socialist road. 2. Uphold the dictatorship of the proletariat. 3. Uphold the leadership of the Communist Party. 4. Uphold Marxism, Leninism, Mao Zedong thought. Any misapprehension that Deng's reforms will include an end to one-party rule are firmly laid to rest.
Yes, so we can see here that Deng Xiaoping is doing a couple of things, right? Though he has some pretty, ambitious economic reforms coming, he's signaling to everybody that no, these will not be accompanied by social or political reforms on the same level. We are still going to stick to the ideology we've been with. In fact, we're going to continue to uphold Mao Zedong. As I mentioned earlier, even though Mao and Deng Xiaoping were often quite opposed, a lot of the blame for mistakes that were made and decisions that were made have been placed on those around Mao, on the Gang of Four, and so now even reformers like Deng continue to hold up Mao as, like I said, this almost deified ideological figure alongside the likes of Marx and Lenin, right? So it's an interesting position that Deng has taken, where he knows that his reforms that he's doing are perhaps not the most socialist of socialist reforms, and so he's trying to keep the ideology strong.
Nevertheless, his planned economic reforms are ambitious and far-reaching.
Yeah.
Deng signals his desire to strengthen international relations and expand trade during a landmark visit to the United States. It's the first by a Chinese leader since 1943.
And you see relations between the US and China begin to move upwards to improve, until, of course, they reach a high point and now have been declining for a couple of years.
In Texas, his evident enjoyment of American traditions helps win over the crowds
That's funny.
and underscores his pragmatic approach to China's foreign relations.
I mean, shout out, bro, knew what he was doing. He visited Texas, put on a cowboy hat. Everyone loves him now. Coca-Cola.
Deng's goal is to lift millions of ordinary Chinese out of poverty and into the middle class. The means will be a new economic system, socialism with Chinese characteristics.
Yeah, and you often hear this thrown around today, and we're seeing it develop right here with Deng Xiaoping. So we're going to learn what he means by socialism with Chinese characteristics.
For the first time, elements of market capitalism will be introduced into what has been a rigidly state-controlled communist model. Decisions will be decentralized, industries opened to private enterprise, and price controls loosened.
Yeah, I mean, socialism with Chinese characteristics is essentially socialism as you see it practiced in China today, right? So separate from Mao Zedong thought, it's the Chinese model, right? Where you basically have, oftentimes people will call it state capitalism, which I almost think is a more accurate term for it, rather than socialism. I mean, you could debate this for hours and hours and days. Honestly, the terms of capitalism and socialism sometimes get a little vague because there's many different iterations of both. The socialism of China today is definitely not, I don't know, the socialism of Marx, for example, right? So yeah, whether you feel like it's some type of mixed economy, socialism with sort of market characteristics, or with Chinese characteristics, or whether you see it as state capitalism, just kind of how I see it, to be honest with you. It is this market system where the government has massive control over the economy. However you want to view it, that is what we're talking about here. And that is, of course, the Chinese economic system that still exists now.
However, the changes will be introduced cautiously, and all aspects of the economy will remain under close government supervision. Special economic zones will be the blazing beacons of China's new economic era.
Yeah.
Inspired by the post-war booms in Singapore, Hong Kong, South Korea, and Japan, the first SEZs are all on the coast to facilitate foreign investment.
And I was just going to say, you know, what you see here is the development of cities like Shenzhen, which is pretty well known today. These cities developing to become something more like Hong Kong, right? Cities like Hong Kong, Singapore, but the best example here is Hong Kong, given the fact that it's so proximate to these other Chinese cities. It had developed in this pretty impressive way economically, and now the rest of China wants to, well, at least some cities that Deng Xiaoping is designating as these special zones, he wants to develop them in the same way, which he is going to do.
They include Shenzhen, just 15 miles from Hong Kong, and Xiamen, opposite Taiwan. Many more will follow in the 1980s. The SEZs offer foreign investors access to China's plentiful cheap labor and raw materials, with less regulation and lower taxes.
And this is how China becomes the manufacturer of the world. And I'm sure we'll see that throughout this video. You get these special economic zones opened up. They're opened up to foreign investment. And so it allows these multinational corporations from around the world, a lot of American corporations, but from other wealthy countries as well, to come to invest money, to set up factories, and to produce their products at a cheaper price, because less labor regulation, they're paying less in salary, all these types of things. And so you see a mass migration of the production of goods towards China. Now, that's a process that had already been occurring in other countries, right? You know, by 1980, a lot of industrial production had already been moving out of countries like the United States and Western Europe to places throughout Asia in particular. That led to the economic development of a lot of these Asian countries. But now, in a big way, China is absorbing even more of that industrial production. And of course, you see a lot of other countries deindustrializing, for example, like the US and a lot of European countries, to end up where we are today.
They are touted as gateways to China, ports through which a booming trade in imports and exports can be established. The SEZs are a massive success, attracting huge amounts of foreign investment, new factories, and jobs. In the countryside, Mao's mass collectivization programs are rolled back. Rural households are allocated their own land, with more freedom in how they choose to farm it. Over the next 6 years, 97% of peasant households move from collective to individual land ownership.
So, a massive shift there, and what we see essentially is the implementation of pragmatism, where Deng Xiaoping looks at the decisions that have been made, oftentimes ideologically, and says, okay, what is working and what is not working, right? And he's trying to make the state and the economy function better and more efficiently. You see changes similar to this actually in Cuba, I believe in the 80s or 90s. I know a little less about Cuba, where you see some market implementation as well, right? So it's just applying some pragmatism to the economy and to sort of state operation in China.
Agricultural output increases by more than 60%. Hunger and famine, which have haunted Chinese peasants for millennia, become a thing of the past. Thousands of students and officials who had been exiled to rural areas during the Cultural Revolution are allowed to return to the cities and resume their functions. Entrance exams to universities, suspended during the Cultural Revolution, are reintroduced in 1977. And academic life resumes in universities across the country. Abroad, China continues to assert its influence as a major regional power.
Yeah, it's growing influence.
To the south, in Indochina, it has supported two communist insurgencies in Vietnam and Cambodia. After long struggles, both have secured control in their respective countries.
Yeah, I'd say one of those went better than the other.
But by the late 1970s, China's relations with communist Vietnam are deteriorating fast. After the Soviet-China split, Vietnam sides with its other backer, the Soviet Union. In 1978, Vietnam invades Khmer Rouge-controlled Cambodia, led by Pol Pot, threatening to overthrow China's other regional ally.
Yeah, and I mean, whatever you think of Vietnam, Pol Pot was a straight-up psychopath. I mean, the Khmer Rouge were incredibly brutal, right? So the communist experiments in these two countries went far, far better in Vietnam than it did in Cambodia.
Outraged, China launches a limited invasion of Vietnam the following year. But it is a costly affair. Experienced Vietnamese forces inflict an estimated 20,000 casualties on the People's Liberation Army.
Yet the Vietnamese have gotten pretty good at fighting at this point. Fighting against the United States, well, first fighting against the French, fighting against the United States, fighting against the Khmer Rouge in this case, right? Which is, communist country versus communist country, but the Khmer Rouge were so violent and extreme and also anti-Vietnamese that, Vietnam, invades and takes a stand. But yeah, Vietnam is pretty used to warfare at this point. They're experienced.
Chinese military deficiencies are exposed, leading to a thorough overhaul and modernization of its armed forces. Attacking Vietnam, a Soviet ally, does no harm to China's relations with the West, however,
Right.
which continue to improve. Deng Xiaoping hosts state visits by the Prime Ministers of Great Britain and Japan, the President of France, and Queen Elizabeth II.
So yeah, this is helping China's reputation among these Western powers, especially because for a while the United States, good old Kissinger, were propping up Pol Pot and the Khmer Rouge. So anyway, that, along with what we see here generally, is helping China's reputation among its new Western allies.
Deng is Time magazine's Man of the Year. Twice.
Not bad.
Deng even softens official language toward the old enemy, nationalist-controlled Taiwan. Communist China's stated strategy towards Taiwan becomes one of peaceful reunification rather than liberation. But Deng's offer to incorporate Taiwan into the People's Republic of China under a one country, two systems formula is rejected by Taiwan's president, Chiang Kai-shek, son of Chiang Kai-shek. China's new confidence abroad is seen in its promotion of pinyin, the new phonetic system for spelling Mandarin Chinese using the Latin alphabet.
Yep, and I think we've talked about this before, but this is why we see in English and in, Western journalism and writing, these names change over time.
The international media finally learns to call Peking Beijing.
Yeah.
At home, however, the Communist Party's control over society remains as firm as ever. Since 1949, China's population has been growing at an unprecedented rate. This was the result of giant strides in public health, while Mao and the government had encouraged and rewarded large families. In just 30 years, China's population has nearly doubled, from 550 million to around 1 billion.
Wow.
It's a rate that many experts believe is unsustainable and harmful to prosperity. And so, in 1980, China introduces a one-child policy. For most families, a second child will now lead to heavy fines and other penalties.
I mean, it's crazy not just to promote having smaller families, but to literally legislate against having a bigger family, to impose consequences for most families if you have more than one kid. It's like, okay, you're taking it perhaps a step too far, and there are some very negative consequences that come from this policy.
In some cases, there are even forced abortions and sterilization. The consequence will be a generation of single-child families with a strong gender imbalance in favor of males.
Yeah, and that's one of the interesting trends you see here, is that one-child policy, as in China, as in many or most countries around the world, there is, of course, bias present, right? There is patriarchy present, right? And so men have a better deal of things than women. And so what you see is a gender bias towards male children, which means that, if a family's going to have a female child, they might have it aborted, they might get rid of the kid, whatever it is, so that their one official child can be a male child, right? So some pretty dark stuff here.
Strict family planning laws are just one way that the Communist Party has transformed the roles and experience of women living in China. Mao declared that women hold half the sky, and in the 1950s he'd introduced laws to improve women's rights in marriage, divorce and property. By the late 70s, it is estimated that up to 90% of women based in urban areas are in work. In 1980, China is among the first to ratify the UN Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women. But ambitions and declarations do not always match reality.
Yeah, it's interesting. You see this. There was sort of a similar thing in the Soviet Union where, these countries see themselves as deeply egalitarian, not just on an economic, but also a social front. However, sometimes the ideology does not match the practice. Now, there were definitely gains in women's rights in the USSR and in China. That is undeniable, pretty major gains in women's rights. But if you just interview women from those countries throughout the 20th century, they will tell you that, yeah, things may have improved, but what I was experiencing in my life did not match with the proclamations. I was still experiencing sexism and misogyny, and there was not equal treatment, even though there was supposed to be, right? So, and you see that with the results of the one-child policy, that gender imbalance towards male children, right? Theoretically, there is this gender equality here, and there is advancement made. Well, once again, I don't want to deny that, but of course, the truth on the ground is that there is not real gender equality, and obviously that, persists to this day in, once again, many, if not most countries around the world.
Women remain underrepresented in China's political and economic leadership. And as with much development in China, many reforms take much longer to reach rural communities.
Yeah.
Progress is being made, but for many, not quickly enough.
Students, we came too late. Whatever you say and criticize about us is deserved. Oh my. Tiananmen Square. Here we go, folks.
For many,
China... this is, just before we get into it, this is a big moment. 1989, an exciting time around the world. Big things are happening. I've been talking about the Soviet Union during this episode. The USSR is pretty close to collapse at this point, right? And China's facing a lot of tension of its own.
As economic reforms fuel hopes for political change, especially with the rise to prominence of Hu Yaobang, Deng's old ally, now General Secretary of the party. Hu is an unusually outspoken and open-minded member of the Politburo. He advocates greater openness and challenges the privileges of the princelings, the children of senior Communist Party officials.
Oh my.
He is hugely popular with the people.
And that's something you saw in the USSR as well, which is in these countries that saw themselves as deeply egalitarian, like I said, with gender equality, the practice on the ground did not match always with the ideology, right? And it seems to me that in just about every society, whatever form of government or economy, there's going to be some type of hierarchy. And so the hierarchy that develops in China and the USSR is that party members are privileged, right? Especially important party members. And the family of party members, they form the sort of upper class of their respective societies, right? They have a lot of power. So, that is the hierarchy that you see developing there. And in fact, if you look at the USSR, its collapse and the transition to the countries that form up that region today, particularly Russia, you will see that a lot of the Russian oligarchs were people who were powerful and had a lot of resources in the Soviet Union. They were the ones, unsurprisingly, who were able to secure control over the economy and the government after the collapse of the USSR as well. So in some ways, some things stayed the same. There will always be these powerful economic and political elites who assert themselves on everybody else.
Many reformers hope he will, in time, succeed Deng as supreme leader. In 1986, popular discontent leads to student protests across China, with calls for greater openness and democracy.
And I think this whole process is very interesting, right? Once again, when we take a look at the Soviet Union, that whole country is going to collapse, right? Now, Gorbachev he did not achieve the incredible economic growth that China did. Why? There's been a lot written on that, and I really couldn't tell you. I'm not an expert. I think part of that is due to the fact that China had this more dynamic political and economic system. There was more change over time. The death of Mao, in particular, allowed for a lot of reform and a lot of change, and they had a leader, Deng Xiaoping, who seized control of that, whereas the USSR had become incredibly sclerotic. This very corrupt system where these elites were just sort of satisfied with doing what they had already done and continuing to fake all their quotas. So it was very hard for Gorbachev to reform the economy and improve the economy. And then when it came to the politics, right, he began slowly to accept some of these political reforms and even push for them. And when it got out of his hand, once again, I think an important part of this is that Gorbachev, and I mean, there's varying opinions on Gorbachev, but I think this is something admirable. Some don't. But Gorbachev was not willing to use force to impose his authority, right? When the Soviet republics began to separate themselves, he was not willing to send in tanks to crush them, like had been done in Hungary in the 1950s. He was just not willing to put down these political movements with mass violence. Once again, not to say there was no political violence or repression under Gorbachev, there was, but when it came time, he was typically one who backed down, which is why there was a hardcore communist coup against him, because they wanted him to step up and push back and fight back. But Gorbachev just wasn't really willing to do it. I think he didn't see it was worth it, right? He didn't think it was worth it to injure and take many lives in order to hold on control. And that led to the collapse of the USSR, one of the many things that led to the collapse of the USSR, which is all very complicated. But in China, something different happens.
When Deng Xiaoping orders Hu to break up the student protests, he refuses.
Oh.
Hu is forced to resign and perform humiliating self-criticism in front of his colleagues. 2 years later, in the midst of a Politburo meeting, he has a heart attack and dies.
Jesus Christ.
The death of such a popular figure, seen as unfairly treated by an out-of-touch party, provokes a huge public reaction. Thousands of mourners gather in Beijing. They gravitate towards Tiananmen Square, where mourning turns into protest.
Yep.
Just as it did after the death of Zhou Enlai.
Yep.
Exactly 70 years after the iconic protests of 1919,
Wow.
100,000 students take part in demonstrations, once more calling for Mr. Democracy.
And so we see that these mass events, like funerals for popular figures like Zhou Enlai, they turn into these moments where people feel more free, not very free, to express their political opinions. And that's how you get protests and demonstrations.
On the 13th of May, hundreds begin a hunger strike, hoping to pressure the government into negotiations.
I want to say to the government, what we want is only the democracy, only the freedom of the speech, not overthrow the government. We support our government to go on the reform, economic reform and political reform.
The new party general secretary is Zhao Ziyang, another of Deng's protégés. On the 19th of May, Zhao visits the protest camp, expressing concern and sympathy. At 69, he is one of the younger members of the Politburo and tells students,
69, one of the younger members, right? So, once again, this was the issue that they experienced in the USSR. You've got it in China. This is the problem we have in the United States today, where, feels like all of our leaders are in their damn 80s. Not all of them, but that'd be the same thing in the United States Congress today. Or, for example, running for U.S. president. If you're like in your 60s, or God forbid your 50s, you're a young spring chicken compared to all these politicians in their 70s and 80s, and some even older than that. A gerontocracy is a word for it.
We are already old and do not matter. State Premier Li Peng is a far more conservative figure. He wins Deng's backing for a tough response to the protests. There will be no negotiation.
And this, I think, is a key moment in the history of modern China.
No concessions. Instead, martial law is declared. And on the night of the 3rd of June, troops and tanks are sent in to clear Tiananmen Square by any means necessary. The result is a massacre. Official figures state that 218 civilians and 23 security personnel were killed, with several thousand injured. Many are skeptical of these numbers, believing the real death toll to be much higher. In the aftermath, cameras capture a remarkable moment of defiance.
Yeah.
A lone, anonymous man on Chang'an Avenue, blocking a column of tanks.
And of course, this picture has become extraordinarily famous today.
The incident is seen around the world.
Yeah.
Tank Man becomes a globally famous symbol of resistance to authoritarianism. Despite strict censorship, further reports and some footage of the bloody events emerge. The international media is quick to condemn the massacre. But the Chinese government never deviates from its official line. Speaking a few days after the event, Deng Xiaoping, now 84 years old, denounces the protests as a counter-revolutionary rebellion, fully warranting a military response.
Classic.
General Secretary Zhao Ziyang, who had gone to meet the protesters, is removed from office and spends 15 years under house arrest.
Jesus Christ. So, this is the moment when, in an alternate history, the revolution begins, right? This is the moment you see in many different rebellions and revolutions throughout history, where you have mass protests, people are dissatisfied with the government, you get a massacre, and that was truly a massacre of quite a large scale, and it leads to revolution. Now, why does that not happen here? Well, I mean, there's a bunch of different reasons. I think one of them, as compared to other examples, is that the Chinese government is truly steadfast and brutal in their response. You can look, for example, at the French Revolution with Louis XVI. He was a vacillating, weak figure. He was never quite sure how to respond and how to respond forcefully. And so he didn't really respond forcefully. Now you can look once again at someone like a Gorbachev, who also just did not respond in the most forceful manner. This is different. You have a forceful, direct crackdown. I think another big part of it, and this is more of a general point in the years to follow, another part of it is that the dissatisfaction with the government simply is not high enough. And that's because people are largely satisfied with the economic reforms of the government, right? You even saw from that protester there, he said, we don't want to overthrow the government. We like the economic reforms. We want more reforms. We just want them to be democratic reforms as well. And so when this happens, there are not enough people who are truly feeling desperate and dissatisfied and angry, and that's what it takes for a revolution to actually stand up and do something. A lot of people are feeling like, you know what, economically, I'm doing pretty well. You know, things are pretty good. And so it's just not the time to do something, right? I mean, always look at the money. And when looking at political decisions, that's a massive factor in any sort of decision-making.
Li Peng remains China's state premier for 9 more years. Later that year, Deng Xiaoping formally retires from frontline politics. And it appears he is handing power back to the party's reactionaries and conservatives. Deng's era of reforms has stalled. China seems to be going backwards.
Well, reform is China's second revolution. From Deng Xiaoping. Interesting perspective, Deng. Prosperity without freedom. It's a good way to put it.
The Tiananmen Square massacre.
That, prosperity without freedom. The Soviets could not get prosperity, and so they needed freedom. They had freedom without prosperity, and then, frankly, that freedom pretty quickly disappeared through the 90s in Russia. It was a pretty authoritarian government, even at the end of the 90s under Yat-sen, and then especially under Putin. And they did not have prosperity, really, until the end of the 90s either. But point still stands. They couldn't have their prosperity, and so they acquired their freedom for a brief moment. China, they've got the prosperity, they just don't have the freedom.
The Tiananmen Square massacre badly damages China's international reputation.
Yeah.
And once again, the country finds itself isolated. Many contrast events in China with recent reforms in Taiwan, which has undergone a period of liberalization. Martial law had been lifted for the first time in 1987, paving
The first time in 1987. Taiwan, for a while, had been a place you really would not want to live in, alright? I mean, they had economic development as well, but they lived under this far-right authoritarian system for decades and decades. But now, just as you're seeing changes in a lot of countries, you're seeing Taiwan liberalize and become the sort of liberal democracy slowly that it is today.
way for the island's first full parliamentary elections in 1991. The economy is booming, fueled by foreign investment and led by new companies such as the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company,
Oh man,
TSMC.
TSMC. Talk about a company that's at the center of global geopolitics today. Right? Everyone's fighting over these chips. The semiconductor producers, TSMC, very important in all this process. This is where a lot of the tension between China, Taiwan, and the United States comes from today, as in the production of these chips that nowadays we use for like everything. They're in every piece of technology that we use. They're necessary to the functioning of a modern state, a modern economy. So, the sort of supply issues, they cause political issues around the world.
Today, it's the world's largest chip maker, an industry that will transform Taiwan's economy.
Yeah. And like I said, just to reiterate the point, the United States' interest in Taiwan, sure, it's ideological in part, but let's be honest, the real interest is economic. It's in those chips. That is what really keeps the U.S. involved. They need that steady supply of chips that now is being used for AI, of course, NVIDIA, all this type of stuff. But even beyond the AI bubble, maybe not bubble, that we currently have, these chips are, like I said, powering modern economies.
In contrast, China's perceived regression leads to a significant fall in foreign investment, as the United States and European Union impose sanctions.
And also we're hitting 1992 now, so this is a time when, the Western powers felt pretty dominant. The Soviet Union had just collapsed, right? George Herbert Walker Bush feels like that's it. Capitalism is won. Liberal democracy is won. We rule the world. It's the Francis Fukuyama, the end of history. There was this idea that communism's gone. The Soviet Union, the big enemy of America, has collapsed, right? It's a new era, an era, once again, of capitalism and liberalism and all these types of things. And so, Tiananmen Square, along with this broader global shift, is sort of turning a lot of opinions in the West against China at this point.
World Bank suspends loans. Economic forecasts for China are downgraded. China's economic stagnation will stir Deng Xiaoping into action once more.
Right. And of course, the remarkable thing about this is that, as we know, this is not, the point where China stalls and stagnates, or the point where it declines or falls into revolution. Oh no, this is only the beginning of its advancement to the modern power it is today, right? That's the remarkable part of all this.
In 1992, aged 87,
Wow.
he embarks on a southern tour, visiting successful special economic zones where he demands bolder leadership and greater energy in the drive for economic development. He dismisses the old dogma that a socialist state must be a planned economy, with no role for a capitalist market. Single-handedly, through his immense personal influence, Deng puts reform back at the center of the agenda. Though never explicitly stated, a new contract between the Chinese Communist Party and the people is being written.
Yes.
Legitimacy, in exchange for growth, prosperity, and national resurgence.
Yeah, and this is sort of what I was referring to earlier when I said that, the economic conditions were not bad enough for people to turn against their government, right? Every government needs legitimacy in one form or another, and most governments derive their legitimacy from a bunch of different sources, right? You can have legitimacy from your history, you can have legitimacy in terms of your ideology or your politics. We are legitimate as a communist state, right? And that's why you should believe in us. Legitimacy for a lot of reasons, but some states, Singapore is a good example of this, their legitimacy comes from their economic success, right? Essentially, as long as we continue to grow and we, the government, delivers economically for you, the people, you will continue to support us. And that is one of the big forms of legitimacy the modern Chinese state has, right? As long as China continues to grow economically and deliver for its people, the people will continue to support or at least tolerate the current government and system, even if they may not be super satisfied with the lack of civil rights or free speech or those types of things. As long as they have that source of economic legitimacy, people will largely be all right. Now, there's other forms of legitimacy in China, right? China's got a long and storied history. There's a lot of nationalism among the people of China. There is still an ideological belief in their socialism or state capitalism or whatever you want to call it, right? So there's several sources of legitimacy. Of course, in a sense, force can also be one of those sources in, a lot of different countries. But for China, economic growth is a massive, massive source of legitimacy for the government.
The party upholds its side of the deal. The 1992 Party Congress declares China a socialist market economy.
Socialist market economy, right? Which some of us would call, I think, state capitalism. That's what I'd call it, at least. But once again, this is all pretty complicated, right? Like, you have mixed economies. Like I said, there's different types of capitalism and socialism. Sometimes I think these words are not so useful. There's even overlap on the edges there. Do you have a sort of somewhat socialized capitalism, or do you have a socialist market economy? What is this? I don't know. But state capitalism is a word that some people use for this type of system. At the very least, it's a type of socialism with a pretty strong market economy and capitalist elements, but which the government still maintains a lot of control over.
Now on, markets, not the state, will set the prices for goods, services, labor, and capital. Many state-owned enterprises are reformed, privatized, or allowed to fail, as large-scale private businesses take over. GDP leaps from 3.9% in 1990 to 14.2% in 1992.
Jesus.
And remains high for a decade. According to World Bank figures, in 1990, more than 80% of the population lived in extreme poverty. Over the next 30 years, that number plummets to 0%.
And this, I mean, there have been a bunch of economic miracles over the past couple decades since World War II, but frankly, this is the economic miracle of the post-war period. Since the Second World War, this is probably the most impressive economic achievement, is how successful the Chinese economy has been, and that this one country single-handedly, because of its economic growth and how populated it is, it has pulled hundreds of millions of people out of poverty, and most of them into a middle-class lifestyle, right? I mean, there's still some people, especially in the rural areas of China, it is still comparatively underdeveloped, but a lot of the Chinese population now lives a middle or upper-class lifestyle where they have a lot of amenities available to them, right? So like I said, this is the sort of economic miracle of the modern world. It is incredible growth at a truly remarkably fast pace.
Some regard it as one of the greatest economic miracles in history.
Yes, I'd agree.
A vast multitude lifted out of extreme poverty in record time.
It is that. I mean, whatever else you think of China and Deng Xiaoping and whatever, I feel like it's hard to deny that this is an incredible economic achievement. It just is.
But there's another side to this unprecedented economic boom. For decades, the Chinese government had subsidized housing and food. But now, price controls and parts of the social welfare system are removed.
Well, right, their socialism is bringing on a lot of capitalism, right? And perhaps it is capitalism, so they're losing some of those more socialist aspects that had propped up some parts of life.
Many find themselves abandoned and struggling to get by. Now there is more unemployment, corruption, pollution, and dramatically rising inequality, especially between urban and rural populations.
Yeah, that's a big part of it, right? I mean, I would say largely this is a story of incredible economic success. There are some people who are being left behind in unemployment and things like that, but truly the level of economic growth is incredible, unparalleled. But I'd say, yeah, one of the big issues with that is the growing inequality, right? So you see, as China begins to take on this foreign investment, as it begins to develop these markets and really a market economy, you see an incredible amount of inequality growing, like we see in, well, most countries around the world, but especially those with particularly unregulated markets like the United States. You see an incredible amount of inequality. Now, there's a couple of different perspectives on inequality. There's the belief that inequality in itself is bad or harmful, and so equality should be prioritized, whereas some people believe that inequality in itself is fine, as long as some people, the people who are doing worse, are still doing all right, right? If there's a certain base level of performance, you'll be fine, even if your neighbor's doing way, way, way better than you. If you've got a base level that you can do, then the inequality is all right. And some believe that inequality is good, should be something to be achieved under a capitalist system, and that there should be no bottom level of sort of standard of living, that you should be able to sink all the way through the bottom if you do, right? So these different perspectives on inequality, I'd argue that whatever your perspective is, just typically when we see rising inequality, you're going to see more dissatisfaction. You're going to see frustration from people, right? I feel like those two things do correspond. There's a correlation. And so you see that growing inequality in China. Inequality, whether you think it's, inherently bad on its own or it just leads to bad outcomes or whatever, typically most people are not a fan of inequality. It does not create a lot of enjoyment or a lot of trust in the economic system. But then again, if everyone is seeing economic benefits like they are in China, then maybe you can sort of ignore that inequality for a while. But for how long?
As a result, tens of millions of the rural poor move to booming cities, where strict residential permit requirements known as the Hu-Kao system, renders them second-class citizens,
Yeah.
locked out of state benefits.
That is a big issue in China where, you essentially have migrant laborers, but within your own country, right? Usually migrant laborers come from abroad, right? And oftentimes migrant laborers are quite abused by whatever government or system they're living within. They have less rights, less protections than, native workers or naturalized workers. You see that in China, but a lot of these migrant workers are Chinese people from China. They're just not registered in the particular city or region that they're in right now. But they still have less protections and less rights than the people who are supposed to be there as determined by the government.
In 1997, Deng Xiaoping dies, aged 92.
Not bad.
The scale of his legacy, though contested, is hard to overstate.
Agreed.
Under Deng's leadership, China's economic potential has finally been unleashed, and living standards have soared. To his admirers, Deng is one of the greatest statesmen of the 20th century. To his detractors, he used economic reforms to entrench one-party communist rule.
Well, why can't two things be true at once? I mean, Deng Xiaoping was an incredible statesman, created this incredible economic growth, maybe not created, but facilitated it, and yes, he used his economic reforms to entrench the party's authoritarian power. Two things can be true at the same time. That's what I think, at least. And like I've said, I think whatever you think of Deng Xiaoping and of China, and I feel like I've shared plenty of my own criticisms, it's just undeniable that this was an incredible economic miracle, where hundreds of millions of people were truly pulled out of poverty and into a relatively middle-class standard of life. That's just hard to overstate, honestly. I mean, this is why, in the Western world, there are a lot of China detractors, a lot of people who are not a fan, but even they recognize China's incredible growth, its incredible power. I mean, no one denies that. Even those who are extremely negative against China, they still recognize that China is a powerhouse.
The man who oversaw Mao's brutal anti-rightist campaigns of the 1950s remained true to the party to the end.
Yeah, he did not lose that brutal streak. He used it. Our people are a great people. As long as we unite as one, there's no difficulty that we cannot overcome. From Xi Jinping. Return of the Middle Kingdom. Yeah.
Deng's successor as paramount leader is Jiang Zemin. Jiang, politically conservative but an economic reformer, is known for his outgoing personality and is the first Chinese leader to speak both English and Russian.
Oh, nice.
Working with State Premier Li Peng, he ensures the country holds its course, balancing a growing economy with a highly centralized state. Abroad, Jiang carries on Deng's cautious approach, described as choosing to hide one's talent and bide one's time. But world leaders now choose their words carefully, as their economies become increasingly dependent on Chinese trade. In July 1997, Hong Kong is peacefully transferred from the United Kingdom to the People's Republic of China, marking the end of 156 years of colonial rule. It is a hugely symbolic moment for an increasingly assertive China, definitively turning the page on its century of humiliation.
Yeah, I mean, more symbolic than anything else. China had developed its own economic centers at this point. But yeah, an incredibly symbolic moment for China. It was already pretty clear at this point that China was a pretty big superpower, and that, their century of humiliation was long in the past. But this definitely exemplified that. I mean, Britain was not a great power at this point in any shape or any sense of the word, but still symbolic in the way that if you had, gone back 100 years, of course, it was the exact opposite. Britain was this global empire that ruled the world, and China was a once great kingdom, which was really reaching its low point. But now the situation had flipped. China was this growing superpower that was on its way to being one of the top two powers in the world. Maybe, who knows what happens eventually. We've got the future ahead of us. And Britain was much reduced, right? So quite an important moment symbolically.
2 years later, Portugal returns Macau to China. Both territories are promised limited autonomy under a one country, two systems approach. Many predict that the rise of China's middle class will lead inevitably to increased demand for political rights. This, after all, is the lesson of 19th century Europe. US President Bill Clinton even warns China that its record on human rights puts it on the wrong side of history.
It's a funny thing for Bill Clinton to say. I mean, just a mild point on this. I mean, there's plenty to criticize in terms of China when it comes to civil rights, but you can understand, or at least I can understand, why some people find this incredibly hypocritical coming from, for example, the United States. Some Chinese people or supporters of the Chinese government say, so you're criticizing us, but look at you. It's like, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of civil rights violations going around in many different places, I'll say that much. And I feel free to criticize everybody at my own pace. Anyway, on the broader point of the middle class, yeah, one of the lessons learned from the industrialization of the West was that you see this developing middle class, and it leads to demands for political rights, which leads to modern liberal democracies. But China does things in a different way. They always have, right? I mean, they industrialized, they grew in a different way, a much faster way than a lot of these Western powers. And so those expectations have not really come to bear. China's had a massive middle class for a couple of decades at this point, right? At least since the 90s, what we're seeing now. And it has not yet led to some sort of massive liberal democratic revolution. I mean, I can't tell the future, but the predictions so far have not come to bear.
Around the world, there is a confident assumption that prosperity will make China more like the West. In defiance of such expectations, the 21st century sees China continue to grow in economic power and international stature, while at home, the Communist Party continues to rule virtually unopposed.
Yeah.
In 2001, China joins the World Trade Organization. Chinese goods become cheaper and more competitive than ever.
And they were already pretty competitive.
Within a few years, China is the world's largest exporter.
Jesus.
More and more foreign companies offshore their manufacturing to China to take advantage of cheap labor.
That's crazy, man. Like, look at this chart. What really stands out to me is you see a dip with the global financial crash of 2008, but then an immediate recovery. I mean, it shows you how invested people were in China, how much they relied on its economic growth, that even a recession of massive scale, did not put even a long-term dent in that growth of foreign direct investment.
The Chinese economy grows at rates other nations can only dream of. 10, 12, then 14%. It is, the World Bank declares, the fastest sustained expansion by a major economy in history.
Yeah.
The only thing keeping pace is the country's carbon emissions and air pollutants.
Yeah.
In 2008, China hosts its first Olympic Games. It is the perfect stage to showcase a new China to the world. Prosperous, confident, and ambitious. The opening ceremony is an awe-inspiring spectacle that celebrates thousands of years of Chinese history.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, China was truly a major member of the global stage, a global superpower, and would only continue to grow in power from here. China has really managed to integrate itself into the global capitalist economy and benefit greatly from the global capitalist economy, while the Communist Party has retained control of its power and sort of resisted what you see a lot of countries going through, which is to integrate yourself into the global economy. You essentially must bow down to foreign corporations and allow them to make some of your political decisions for you, while things have been done quite differently in China.
In 2009, China overtakes Japan to become the world's second largest economy, behind only the USA. Communist Party rule is not entirely uncontested. Far from Beijing, in Tibet and Xinjiang, there are protests over the perceived injustices of its rule. They are met with force and mass detention. The entire country, meanwhile, is subject to increasingly sophisticated surveillance and strict censorship. The Great Firewall helps to keep Chinese citizens safe from harmful foreign ideas.
Yeah, another way in which China has really got its own thing going on, which is, the rest of the world, not the entire rest of the world, but a lot of the world uses the same sort of social networks online. But China has just got its whole entire parallel system where they've got a whole series of different websites and apps and these systems that they use, not exclusively, but mainly in China, right? So once again, they've got their own thing going on.
While the internet is continuously patrolled for any sign of dissent, the Communist Party guarantee of stability, security, and prosperity comes at a price.
Yeah.
The freedoms that are taken for granted in many other parts of the world. In 2012, after 10 years of leadership, the cautious, technocratic Hu Jintao passes the baton to a new leader, Xi Jinping.
This guy. I mean, when we're talking about important Chinese leaders, Xi Jinping has been moving his way up the list. He has really secured himself with an not unprecedented, but almost unprecedented level of power. He's becoming not just another Chinese leader, but one of the most powerful Chinese leaders that we've seen in the modern history of China.
A century on from the abdication of the last Qing emperor, China is a country that has been utterly transformed. The road has been long, bloody, and turbulent.
Yeah.
But there is no doubt that the Middle Kingdom has resumed its natural place at the heart of global affairs.
That is true.
Would you like to see new episodes from Epic History weeks before they're out on YouTube?
Okay, I believe they are promoting their Nebula. You got Nebula, so I'll have their video linked down below so you can go and check it out. Please give them a like, subscribe, show Epic History support for making these fantastic videos. And here we are at the end of their series on China. There's so much left to say, but we've said so much already, so I won't extend this any longer than it needs to go. Truly a fascinating series. I think very important to modern geopolitics and our future, right? China is one of the, it's one of the top two most powerful countries in the world, the US, China. Now, there we're entering a multipolar world. There are other powerful states, and who knows how things go. But China, everyone's looking at China, right? So yeah, it's important to see how they got where they are today, to take a look at that history, just to see how remarkable and rapid a lot of that development was. And now we're in the era of Xi Jinping, who, like I said, has quite a lot of power compared to some other Chinese leaders. But anyway, that was a fantastic video. I very much enjoyed it. I enjoyed the whole series. If you guys enjoyed these reactions, feel free to leave a like, subscribe, check out my Patreon, link down below, all that good stuff. I hope you're all having a fantastic day today, and I will see you all again next time. Goodbye.